Chapter 1. Meow, meow meow chocolate, vanilla, you two should be obedient at home. Just as he was about to go out, his two cats surrounded him and meowed around his trouser leg. Miyamura sighed helplessly, squatted down and touched the heads of the two cats while saying gently. Alas, their own cats are cute and clingy, how can people refuse? However, the business still has to be done, after all, it depends on this to live. Sorry, Xiaoxi, I've been waiting for a long time. It's okay. Seeing him walk out the door, the girl with short pale yellow hair but two over-the-shoulder braids shook her head gently and showed him a faint smile. You can stay with your brother for as long as you want. I'll be touched to say so. Alas, my own sister is so likable. Well, brother, please don't pinch people's faces like that. Senju Natsuyo frowned and looked at Jun Miyamura, who was smiling in front of him with dissatisfaction. Really, I'm not a child anymore, it's not okay to pinch my face. Sorry, Jun Miyamura apologized without sincerity, then let go of his hand and walked downstairs in front of Natsuyo. Although he was very dissatisfied with his unruly brother, Xiaoxi obediently followed behind him. Tokyo is unusually calm late at night. However, in some places, it is very lively. Ooh, it looks fresh and delicious. Humans. Go away, these two humans are mine, don't rob anyone with me. Jun, you descendants, human beings of such good quality, you also deserve to eat. In an unknown small park, Miyamura looked expressionlessly at the group of strange-looking yokai in front of him, and sighed a little helplessly. The connection world can't sense it, and I dare to say so. Xiaoxi, let's do it. Bang bang. Xiaoxi immediately took out two pistols from his arms and pulled the trigger expressionlessly, each bullet hitting the head of a yokai accurately. For a while, these monsters in front of them fled in the park. However, because the enchantment was arranged in advance, they will bounce back when they reach the boundary of the park. Bastard! Ran into that guy. The most perverted exorcist in Tokyo. Hey! Jun Miyamura frowned and shot out. What is the most perverted exorcist? I am obviously a good person, said. Give you another chance, what's my name? However, no monsters paid attention to him, and they were all fleeing vigorously. Miyamura Jun's face turned dark, and Xiaoxi immediately understood and handed him one of his pistols. Don't say it, do you? Don't say it, don't think about living. Miyamura raised his gun with a black face, and the next moment, the world in his eyes seemed to have changed. The movements of those monsters escaping were like slow motion in his eyes. And as his gaze moved, a red cross appeared on the heads of those monsters. Bang bang! My brother's ability is still so strange. In Xiaoxi's eyes, his brother seemed to have just raised his gun, and the next moment the heads of those monsters were hit by bullets. Although it is incredible, it is not in line with scientific common sense. However, they have already been exorcised, so there is no need for this kind of thing, right? Oh? I also hid one. Jun Miyamura raised an eyebrow and looked at the waterhole in the park. In the pool, a kappa was scratching the edge, showing half of its head, shivering and looking at him, making him laugh. Am I that scary? Obviously I am a good person, said. Little goblin, come here. Shake. Shaking. Noticing his gaze, Kappa retracted back into the pool in fright, and after a while slowly poked his head out. I don't know, I was shocked when I saw it. Jun Miyamura, who was still 100 or 200 meters away from him just now, had already arrived in front of him at this moment. Ah, it's so funny to be scared, brother, please don't tease this monster anymore. Xiaoxi shook his head helplessly, tugged at his clothes gently, and then bent down and showed a smile to the frightened Kappa. I'm sorry, my brother is like that. Although his personality is a little bad, he will not do anything about the monster who has not killed anyone. Xiaoxi, I have a good personality. Jun Miyamura couldn't help but say, dissatisfied with Xiaoxi's evaluation. Those big monsters with heads and faces and those Onmyoji families all know well, he is such a good person, he will definitely not do the kind of thing that teases the girls of good families, deceives ignorant monsters, and stuffs black bricks behind his back. His character, all people and monsters are recognized. Ah! Kappa, with wise eyes, looked at the smiling Xiaoxi stupidly, and only after making sure that she was telling the truth did she tremble and climb up from the pool. During this period, it seemed that he felt the gaze of nuclear goodness, and struggled by the waterhole several times, almost unable to get up. You Kappa, how is it different from the Kappa I know? It looks so ugly. Brother. Xiaoxi glared at Jun Miyamura, who was talking about the wind and cold, with dissatisfaction, and then turned his head and gently touched the bald head of the sad-looking Kappa in front of him, and comforted him softly. My brother is just joking with you, please don't take it seriously. But really. Although he wanted to say 2 more words, he decided to keep his mouth shut for the time being after seeing Xiaoxi's death gaze. Well, for now. Wu. You're a great man. Unlike that nasty guy over there, he's a big good guy. Hey? Am I not? Seeing Jun Miyamura cast another malicious look, Kappa hurriedly hid behind Natsuyo and shivered. Brother, don't forget to get down to business. Just now, too, it was all solved in one breath, and there was not a single one left. Fortunately, there was a Kappa hidden here. Mr. Kappa, do you know why the number of yokai here in Tokyo has suddenly increased recently? I don't know. You don't know, what have you been looking at me for? Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth, took out his pistol nonchalantly, and turned it casually in his hand. That look made the Kappa, who had been staring at him, shiver again, and almost jumped back into the pool. I really don't know. Yes, what a pity. Xiaoxi sighed and glanced at him with some complaint. In this regard, Miyamura Jun whistled, but Chuandang did not see it. In fact, he is quite happy about the increase in the number of yokai in the Tokyo area. After all, the more monsters you make, the more mess you make, and the more money you make. I don't know anything, so let's take you back to make soup. Scary. Upon hearing this, Kappa trembled, and instantly jumped back into the pool, refusing to even show his head. He decided that he must tell his compatriots. In this area, there lives a perverted exorcist who eats monsters. Chapter 2. Brother, I'm going to be late. Early the next morning, Xiaoxi, who was wearing an apron, put breakfast on the table, then went upstairs and pushed open the door, helplessly looking at Jun Miyamura, who covered his head with a quilt. It's true, such a brother makes people completely unable to let go. Brother, get up. She walked over to the bed and gently shook his body, her tone unusually gentle. Then, I saw a shaking in the quilt, and then a palm stretched out. You've said 5 minutes several times. I left first, so I took it too. Brother, you need to be careful not to be late. Xiaoxi sighed helplessly, and had to walk out of the house first. I don't know how many times I have repeated this daily life. As long as it comes to the day of the holiday, my brother will get up early in the morning, but the day to go to school will be like now. Alas, the mature and reliable brother of the past looks gone. But this is not bad, my brother can no longer do without me or anything. Thinking about it, Xiaoxi's little face couldn't help but blush slightly, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. At this moment, Jun Miyamura is still struggling in his sleep. What woke him up were the 2 cats in the house. Meow, meow. Meow hum. Miyamura Jun frowned in pain and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a cat's claw stepped on his mouth. Meow meow, a ghost. Miyamura lifted the cat on his face with a black face, raised it in front of him, and poked it viciously in the head. Chocolate, can't you learn vanilla? You see that Xiang Zalando is obedient and lying here safely, how about you? Meow the cat he called Chocolate seemed to bark very aggrievedly, and turned his head to look at the white cat lying next to him. Hearing Jun Miyamura calling it, the white cat opened his eyes and meowed, glanced at the chocolate, and then lay down to continue sleeping. Hey, stupid chocolate! Alas! Can't sleep, get up! It's Sunday, so you don't have to go to school, yay! Wait, is today Sunday? Jun Miyamura stiffly picked up the mobile phone, and when he saw the date on it, he only felt a trance in front of him, as if he was about to faint. Oh, it's Monday, and he foolishly thought it was Sunday. Well, it's almost late. Chocolate, vanilla, I won't pour cat food for you, wait until you are hungry and pour it yourself. Meow meow. Chocolate looked at his cat's paw, and his brain stopped working for a while. Is this what a person can say? The reason why cats don't like to play with dogs is found. However, its owner doesn't care about this, and Miyamura Jun now just wants to know how to get to the school in time for 5 minutes. Just a little. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Late is late, what the hell is this line that seems to be the death of the game's protagonist? Pure student, please be normal. Arayata High School, in the corridor, with a pair of eyes, a petite figure that does not look at all like a cute woman who is about to be 30 years old, is holding her head, and she is talking amazingly about Jun Miyamura who is supporting the wall with her hands in front of her, and her back seems to have a grey background. Oh, Mr. Zaizu, the complaint just now is very sharp, it is worthy of being a teacher, thank you. No, pure student, please don't divert the topic. Brother. In the classroom, listening to the noise outside, Xiaoxi slapped his forehead helplessly. Wanting to ignore the smiling eyes around him, alas, it is really not easy to have such a funny brother. I'm sorry, teacher, just spare me again, hey. Jun-san, even if you pretend to be pitiful. Oka Fengzuai rubbed her eyebrows lightly, and looked at the unconscious student in front of her with some helplessness. Even if you really don't need to worry about your studies, you can't be late every day. Teacher Zaizu, it seems that I can only use special skills. Hey, hey. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who suddenly became serious, Oka Fengzuai trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It always feels like Chun classmates are going to do something terrible. Teacher Zaizu. Whoops. I'm here. Jun Miyamura suddenly took a step forward and stared at her seriously, and the sudden voice made Oka Fengju frightened and overwhelmed, and answered blankly. Please be sure to associate with me. Bang. The one who made the sound was not Okamaman Zuai, who suddenly fell into sluggishness, but Xiaoxi, who was in the classroom. Socialize, socialize. No, no, not at all. Xiaoxi's hands trembled so much that he couldn't even hold the book, and his eyes lost their highlights almost instantly. Sure enough, it's all my fault, if I can call my brother up. Wow, Xiaoxi-san has entered a blackened state again. As long as pure classmates are late, they often become like this, and the relationship between brothers and sisters is really good. Although the classmates around him are all accustomed to it, Xiaoxi still has not returned from the blackened state. At this time, Miyamura Junzen smiled and walked into the classroom. Nah. Jun-san. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind, and the sudden huge force made him almost fall to the ground. Oops, bad, today's Zaizu teacher. Why is it so quick to return to his senses? Miyamura swallowed his spit and turned his head stiffly. Then, he was stunned for a moment, and a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but fall on his forehead. Okamaman Zuai grinned, as if a devil-like pattern appeared behind him, and the strong sense of oppression made Miyamura Jun shrink his neck unconsciously. Today's Zaizu teacher. Like, there is something wrong with 9 points. The teacher has prepared the marriage registration form, afternoon. No, go now. Ah, Don't worry, if you use this as a reason, it won't be a problem to ask for leave at all. Old teacher, Teacher Zaizu. Calm down. Besides, I didn't say get married. Miyamura desperately grabbed the door frame and cried out without tears. Is this the grudge of a 29-year-old unmarried teacher? Well, it's scary. Just as he was about to be captured, the savior appeared. Teacher, it's time for class. Xiaoshi raised his hand expressionlessly, his eyes staring at Jun Miyamura tightly. Under the desk, her other hand was already clenched into a fist. Hold on, hold on. If you can't bear it for a while, the next moment you can't help but take out a gun and give this stupid brother a shot. Ah. Hug, sorry. Okamaman Sume came back to her senses, panicked and dragged Jun Miyamura's hand, and then hurried to the podium, coughing lightly twice to try to hide her embarrassment. Jun-san, you go back to your seat first, it's best not to have another time. Not. It's so embarrassing, I actually almost dragged the student to get the certificate. Chapter 3. Xiaoshi brother, please don't talk to me. Xiaoshi flipped through the book expressionlessly, as if completely ignoring Jun Miyamura lying on her desk. However, if you look closely. No, you don't have to look carefully, you can see it just by looking at it. She even took down the book, obviously she cares a lot. Xiaoshi, my dearest sister Yo. Xiaoshi tried his best to hold back the trembling of his body and not let his expression change. Foul, foul. If my brother uses this tone, I can't help but forgive him soon. Xiaoshi, I'm so hungry, I didn't have time to eat in the morning. That's why you got up too late, brother. Xiaoshi put the book on the table, sighed helplessly, and took out 2 rice balls from his bag. I bought it from a convenience store when I came, so brother will eat this first. Oh, Xiaoshi is really an angel. Suddenly say such a thing. Looking at Jun Miyamura eating rice balls with a happy face, Xiaoshi blushed and lowered his head, trying his best to control himself and not let himself take out the camera. Chun and Xiaoshi have such a good relationship. The girl sitting next to Xiaoshi showed an ant smile, and her whole body seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. However, Jun Miyamura glanced at it, and a word burst the pink bubbles around her, leaving her in a panic. Classmate UMR, your output yesterday was quite powerful. Ah, the beautiful girl with long straight flaxen hair and a body that seemed to radiate light suddenly fell into a panic. To this, Miyamura Jun smiled slightly and leaned towards her. Xiao Buri, you don't want your classmates to know that you are an otaku girl, do you? Wu. Chun, you bully. Okay, don't worry, I won't say it. Seeing this cute and perfect beautiful girl looking at herself with a grievance on her face, Jun Miyamura showed a smug smile and gently pinched her little face. Buried in the soil, the perfect girl who is famous in the school. She behaved dignified and elegant, was polite to people, ranked among the best in school both in sports and studies, and there were countless rumors about her. What, there is a big library at home, ma? What, you have to study all kinds of things during your break and so on. But in fact, her daily routine when she comes home is playing games. Despite this, in every exam, she was the second in the school, only a little away from the first. As for the first place in the school, it is naturally his sister Xiaoshi. After all, Xiaoshi's IQ is as high as 210, which can be said to be a veritable genius. Alas, who would have thought? Jun Miyamura sighed, propped one hand on the table, and looked at Tsuchima with regret. Who would have thought that this perfect beautiful girl in front of her was actually a real house girl, and when she was at home, she would become a dry girl who would only coquette with her brother and be uncompromising. As for why he would know, it was a coincidence. Brother De Ping is really hard. Tsuchima puffed out his mouth aggrievedly, glaring at him angrily. If you say it again, I'm going to bite you. Okay, don't say it. Jun Miyamura smiled and said in a coaxing tone. Tsuchima snorted softly, hugged Xiaoxi's arm, and stuck out his tongue at him. You're not the same, you can't do anything without Xiaoxi. That's right. To her words, Miyamura Jun did not deny it, and even happily agreed. But little buried. The gap between me and you is here. Jun Miyamura sneered, raised his head, and looked down at the earth burial with a high toe. Then, he shouted loudly. I'm a guy who would die without my sister, don't the whole class know? Hey! Tsuchima was stunned and looked at him stupidly. Oh, my god! How can there be such a brazen person? This kind of thing can actually be said without any psychological obstacles. This is completely unbeatable. Junjun is so powerful. Not far away, a girl with short burgundy hair and 2 shoulder-length braids looked at Jun Miyamura with a proud face. To be able to say it so bluntly. However, he was arrogant for less than a minute. It's true. Xia Shixiao's face was slightly red, and he sighed a little helplessly, looking at Jun Miyamura, who was lying on the table and his life and death were unknown. Stupid brother, it's very shy to say such things. Moreover, I usually don't see you say it, why do you say it at school? Xiaoxi is so powerful. Tsuchima looked at Xiaoxi with adoration, and couldn't wait to hug him directly. If it weren't for her idle baggage, she might have hugged it. However, 2 beautiful girls with good character and learning hugging together will only make people feel pleasant, but if 2 men hug each other... Sorry, I'll honor you first. Xiaoxi, can you teach me how to restrain this guy? It's actually quite simple. Hearing her question, Xiaoxi thought for a while, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and looked at her seriously. As long as it comes on my brother's head, my brother should lose his ability to fight. But you must control the intensity, otherwise you may cause you to forget something. If there is something that you don't want to be discovered, you can also use this method to make him forget what he just saw. The smile on Xiao Berry's face froze, and he looked at Jun Miyamura lying on the table with some sympathy. Fortunately, my brother won't do this to me. However, I still have to be careful, I must not let Xiaoxi and my brother meet, otherwise my happy life will be completely over. Students, please be quiet. The class bell rang. Oka Fengzuai walked in with the lesson plan, and when he noticed Miyamura-jun's smiling gaze, his little face blushed, and he hurriedly pushed his glasses, trying to cover up his embarrassment. There is a new transfer student in our class, everyone must get along harmoniously with the transfer student. You can come in. Okay, teacher. When he saw the transfer student that Okamon Sume said, almost all the boys in the class cried out. Pretty girl, super beautiful girl. Mom, I feel like my spring is coming. You boys. With the unremitting efforts of teacher Zaizu, the class finally quieted down. Jun Miyamura braced his face and narrowed his eyes at the transfer student standing on the podium. And the transfer student was also looking at him with a smile. The transfer student then turned around and wrote his name on the blackboard. My name is Tokisaki Matsuo, please advise me. Chapter 4. A girl with an angelic face and long black hair like a waterfall, Tokisaki Crazy Zo. With fair and smooth skin like pearls and burgundy eyes like rubies, she is both elegant and seductive. However, if you are confused by her appearance, you will definitely die a terrible death. This was his first thought after seeing Tokisaki Matsuo. Miyamura looked at Tokisaki Kozo, who was sitting next to him with a smile on his face, and moved the stool to the side. Forget it, keep a little distance from her, as long as you don't disturb your life and Xiaoxi's life. Miyamura-san, why do you always feel that you are a little afraid of me? As if noticing his movements, Tokisaki turned his head to look at him with a smile and whispered. Jun Miyamura glanced at her and turned his gaze back. No, I'm just afraid of trouble. Just kidding, I have been in the limelight for decades, and I am afraid of you as a little girl? Ah, no, even from birth, it doesn't take that long. Ah, am I going to cause any trouble for Miyamura-san? Tokisaki smiled wildly and supported his face with one hand, and said in a soft tone. Miyamura nodded reasonably, and looked at Tokisaki from top to bottom. Tokisaki-san is a gentle and elegant beautiful girl from any point of view, and this kind of girl often leads to a lot of trouble. And the trouble is often a series of face-punching plots, Miyamura-jun said. Forget it. However, if anyone dares to come and talk about their lovely summer life, don't say hit in the face, the head is screwed off for you as a ball kick. Ah, is that a compliment? Then I will accept it unceremoniously. Just be happy. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to say anything more. His intuition told him that 9 out of 3 times Tokizaka would cause him trouble. When he has time to solve the trouble she causes, he might as well play a few games with Xiao Buri. Well, let's look forward to what Xiaoshi makes bento. If you guessed correctly, it must be a lot of high-calorie food then this class will go here. As soon as the bell rang, Okamamanjime picked up the lesson plan and fled out of the classroom. Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a rare trace of guilt. Well, next time it's better to tease teachers' eyes less, change marriage to dating. Alas, I'm such an empathetic and good person. Miyamura-san, I'm not familiar with the school yet, can you please take me to familiarize yourself with the campus when you have time? Just as he was about to lie down to sleep, Tokisaki suddenly spoke, with a gentle smile on his face. The request of a beautiful girl like Tokisaki Kozo is generally difficult for ordinary high school students to refuse, not to mention that she still uses this slightly pleading voice. However, Miyamura-jun's eyelids jumped, and he instinctively felt resistance. Can I refuse? This girl is so weird. Jun Miyamura could feel the bloody aura coming from her. Although it is not very heavy, it is not to mention that there are more than 1,000 people. Of course, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't disturb his life. However, the main reason is her weirdness. Why do you always feel like you can hear a commotion saxophone sitting next to her? This class annoyed me, I couldn't sleep well. Although he knew that the voice did not exist, he just felt the voice of the saxophone in his ears all the time. As a result, for a whole lesson, I was stunned and did not fall asleep for a moment. Ah, Miyamura-san is really thin, obviously he chatted with me so happily during class, but he left people behind as soon as he got out of class. Alas, looking at her pitiful appearance, Miyamura-jun twitched the corners of his mouth, sighed, and nodded weakly. Okay, can't I take you around? Please don't say such misleading words. Ah, yes. A smile immediately appeared on Tokisaki's face, and the burgundy eyes that were not covered by bangs looked at him with a smile. Jun Miyamura turned his head and just looked at her. Miyamura-san, what's wrong? Look at me like this. Seeing Jun Miyamura's eyes looking at her without blinking, Tokisaki Renzo's little face was slightly red, and there was a slight shyness in his voice, which looked extremely moving. However, in his opinion, Tokisaki Crazy Sanzo's acting skills are really good, and he almost believes it. Tokisaki-san, I want to ask you a question. Tokisaki was a little puzzled, and looked at Jun Miyamura with interest, waiting for his question. Well, Miyamura-san seems to be a serious person. So, let's reason about it. A serious person stared at the beautiful girl for a long time, and suddenly said that there was a question he wanted to ask. What would be the problem? Mad-san, I want to ask. However, Jun Miyamura is obviously not a normal person. Mad-san, the eye you see with your bangs, are the things you see one by one. Growing up so big, there were those who asked her if she could get along when they met for the first time, and there were also those who plotted against her. But like Jun Miyamura, her brain circuit was so clear, she saw it for the first time, and even she didn't react for a while. Also, why cover your left eye with bangs? Is it because of the second middle school feelings? Tokisaki Matzo. Tokisaki Matzo's face changed slightly, but it was quickly adjusted by her. Guess blindly, must be guess. No really. No, yes, oh although Matzo said with a smile on his face, Miyamura-chun inexplicably felt a chill. After much deliberation, he decided to skip the topic for now. Well, going on and on, something bad might happen. Mad 3, A&D. The next moment, his head touched the table. Shizaki Crazy-san first trembled, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiaoshi, who made a move. Xiaoshi, it doesn't matter, I will shoot. Really, stupid brother, what strange questions are you asking Mad-san? Xiaoshi clapped his hands, sighed helplessly, turned his head to look at Shizaki Crazy-san, and revealed a smile. Sorry, Mad-san, this stupid brother in my family is just a little strange. He didn't mean anything, though. Stupid brother, how can you ask such a question to a cute girl you just met? However, Mad-san seems to be a good person with a good personality, I hope she doesn't care. Ah, Jun-san is very interesting. Tokisaki smiled slightly, his eyes looked at Jun Miyamura, who was lying on the table and fell asleep, and there was a curious look in his ruby pure eyes. Jun-san, what a strange person. Although he is a strange person, the accident is interesting. However, please don't ask this kind of question, can't hold on, sleep. Chapter 5. N.A. Xiaoshi, what is today's bento? Is it fried chicken? Or is it hamburger meat? At noon, Jun Miyamura was lying on Natsuyo's table, looking at her expectantly. Xiaoshi sighed helplessly and took out 2 bento boxes, one blue and one powder, from his bag. Neither, it's fried meat with onions. Xiaoshi smiled slightly, ignoring Miyamura-jun, whose background turned grey and dark, unhurriedly opened the pink bento box and ate it slowly. Woohoo, I'm going to eat fried just because, I'm going to eat hamburger meat. Brother, please don't be like a child, you are already a high school student. My brother, who was already in high school, is now like a little fart child, playing scoundrels on his sister. In this regard, Xiaoshi shook his head helplessly. Alas, let's just say, get used to it. I didn't expect Chun to be a picky eater, isn't this the same as a child? Xiao Buried laughed at him while taking out his bento box, and his heart was full of joy. Sure enough, seeing this guy eat up, it feels really awesome, hey? The image of the perfect girl? Anyway, there is no more in front of this guy, leave him alone. Ah! Green pepper. When she opened her bento box, her face suddenly darkened. Seeing this, the corners of Miyamura-jun's mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile. Wow, it's actually green peppers, presumably Xiaoberry, who is not a picky eater, will eat them all, right? Xiaobian-san must be impatient now, Feng Shui takes turns, she knows, but there's really no need to turn so fast. Oh, it's true. Looking at the two who were arguing like children as always, Xiaoshi sighed helplessly and looked at Shizaki Crazy-san with a smile. Didn't Mad-san bring a bento? If you don't mind, I have an extra copy here. After all, the stupid brother may not have enough to eat, so he made an extra serving. However, it seems that he is almost full of quarrels. No need, thank you, Natsusa-san. Tokisaki smiled and shook his head, and took out his bento box. When he saw her poop, Xiaoshi's eyes widened slightly, looking a little surprised. It's so exquisite. But the onigiri is pinched into the shape of a cat, and it is so cute. Is it true that you don't feel guilty about eating it? No, Tokisaki said with a smile as he held his face with one hand and smiled a little embarrassed. Then, she pushed the bento forward and looked at Xiaoshi gently. Would you like to taste, Xiaoshi-san? But, can you? Of course in exchange, can I try Xiaoshi-san's bento? And when the atmosphere is harmonious here, there is indeed another atmosphere next to them. June classmate, eat quickly, why don't you eat it? Xiaoberry don't you like to eat green peppers? Oops, I didn't expect that the perfect little berried classmate would be a picky eater. In other words, can't Xiaobian-san cook? No. Although Jun Miyamura and Koberry were both smiling, the surrounding atmosphere made the classmates dare not even take a step closer. If it weren't for maintaining the image, maybe Xiaoberry would have already fought with him. Nasty guys. Xiaoberry chewed his chopsticks and looked at Jun Miyamura viciously. Although, because she was too cute, even if he made this expression, there was no deterrent, and he even wanted to pinch it. However, he did. Scoundrel, don't pinch my face. Just pinch, have the ability to hit me. Xiaoshizan, is Chunjun's sister? Looking at the rogue Jun Miyamura, Rao Shizaki Crazy-san couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, barely holding back a smile and asking Xiaoshi. Well, I'm my brother's sister. For what she meant, Xiaoshi naturally knew. Although it's rare that an older brother needs a younger sister to take care of him, but her brother is different. She is more like his mother than Jun Miyamura's sister. Xiaoshi classmate is really hard. No, there will always be happy things with my brother. Xiaoshi shook his head with a smile, took out the camera from his bag, and aimed it at Jun Miyamura casually. Well, another good quality photo. Seeing her movements, Tokisaki opened his mouth 3 times, not knowing what to say for a while. The two brothers and sisters are not normal people, this. On the first day of Tokisaki's transfer to school, he was completely silent. Humph, stupid little burial, it's me who won, I'll finish eating first. While she is silent, Jun Miyamura and Koberry are engaged in a human obfuscation behavior competition. Jun Miyamura slapped the bento box and stood up, arrogantly looking at the little burial with a lost face. Stir-fried meat with clams and onions, what can I endure? Damn it. Just a little. Xiaoberry looked unwillingly at the only little green pepper left in the bento box, clenched his teeth angrily, raised his head viciously, and looked at the laughing Jun Miyamura. Well? Wrong. Why should I compete with this idiot for such a thing? Sure enough, being with a fool will be pulled down in IQ. Cut, it's not interesting. Seeing that Koberry was lost in thought and ignored him, Jun Miyamura pouted and turned his gaze to Tokisaki Crazy-zo. Crazy Sansan, didn't you say you wanted to get familiar with the campus? How about a stroll now? Well, you can owe that pure classmate, it will trouble you. Tokisaki tilted his head, showed a gentle smile, said goodbye to Netsuyo, and followed Jun Miyamura out of the classroom. Where are you going to show me first? Walking down the corridor, Tokisaki asked softly with a smile, looking at Jun Miyamura with some expectation in his eyes. Although Chun classmates seem a little unserious, if you just walk around the campus. Sure enough, you still choose those more common places, right? For example, the rooftop, the health room, and so on. However, it is clear that Miyamura is not a person, he is really meticulous. Go and take a look. Excuse me? The smile on Shizaki's face suddenly froze, and even that peaceful voice trembled slightly at the moment. Just kidding. Jun Miyamura smiled badly and looked at Tokisaki Matsuo. Sure enough, it feels really good to let others break their defenses. Pure classmate, it's really humorous. No, it's just plain bad taste. Would you like to go to the rooftop? Well, Jun-san can take me wherever he wants, then you don't go if you say withdrawn. Tokisaki took a deep breath, and the mood that had finally calmed down fluctuated again. Pure classmates. The level of bad taste is far beyond the human realm. By the way, Mad Sansan, can I ask you a question? When he went up to the top floor and was about to reach the rooftop, Jun Miyamura suddenly turned his head and looked at Tokisaki Crazy-san behind him with a smile. When he heard his words, the smile on Tokisaki's face visibly stiffened for a second. Again? Well, of course. Although she was very tired, she smiled and nodded on the surface. Jun Miyamura stopped and looked her up and down with a slight curiosity in his eyes. Mad 3. What is your purpose? Cough. This novel is written by the author with pure self-indulgence, so don't care too much about the details. Chapter 6. My purpose. Tokisaki Rizzo widened his eyes slightly, looking at him with some surprise. Originally, she thought that she was going to ask some strange question again, but suddenly became serious, and she didn't react for a while. It's okay if you don't want to say it, just ask casually. What you want to do has nothing to do with me. Sure enough, the canon is false, and crumbs are the essence of this person. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who looked indifferent, Tokisaki sighed, only feeling tired for a while. For a while, she wondered if she shouldn't have come here. But, it's all coming, what else is there to say? Chun-kun, I hope be able to get shelter here. Hey? What do you mean? I don't really understand. Oh, Crazy 3 classmate. Jun Miyamura put a finger on his lips and put on a confused look like a cute girl, looking extremely strange. The smiling Tokisaki Crazy-san couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, inexplicably feeling like he wanted to do it. Woo! Hold back! Hold back! Chun-jun, you should know about those explosions that happened everywhere. Jun-jun doesn't know. Oh, what is Mad-san talking about? It's really strange looking at Miyamura Jun, who put on a smile on his face, but his whole body smelled of crumbs. Mad-san smiled and clenched his fists. I really want to hit him. How can this person be so cheap? Stop playing. I do know about those explosions, and they were even on the spot. Hunted and killed by the mecha troops, girls with great power. I have to say that the scene is really pleasing to the eye. At one time this kind of thing was also triggered, and then, for some special reason, I'm being hunted by a group called Dem. So, Jun-san, can I trouble you to shelter such a poor beautiful girl? Wow, that sounds terrible. Miyamura shrunk his neck and looked scared. I'm just an ordinary high school student, this kind of thing can't be done. Moreover, with the ability of Mad-san, there shouldn't be any need to seek refuge from me, right? Originally, it really was. Tokisaki sighed, looking a little annoyed. Originally, it was basically impossible for her to be caught. However, Dem didn't know what to do, and was able to find me wherever I was. Moreover, not only them, but also yokai and onmyoji. Really, what kind of fragrant food am I? One by one, they all want to eat me like crazy. Several times, she was almost swallowed in the belly, but fortunately managed to escape. Well, that's probably because of something that gives you this power. Pure spiritual power, which monster is not moved. Under the intelligence of the doppelganger and some of the friendlier yokai he met, Tokisaki finally came to Arayata High School. Chun-jun, if you can you shelter me, a beautiful girl who has no dependency? In this way, let alone save enough time, before saving enough time, I am afraid that she has been killed by the monster. Absolutely. However, this question of remuneration. Miyamura narrowed his eyes and revealed a commercial smile. There are not a few people or yokai who come to him for refuge, and as long as the other party does not bring any chaos to his daily life, he will accept it after receiving a certain amount of payment. After all, he is also the manager of this area. Although he is not particularly strong, there are no monsters willing to mess with him. What does Chun-jun want? Tokisaki asked bluntly. Jun Miyamura grinned and rubbed his fingers gently. 50,000 yen a month, about 2,620 yuan, shouldn't be a big problem for Mad-san, right? Looking at the other party's dress and temperament, it can be seen that Tokisaki Crazy-san is not short of money. And he is not short of money, after all, the onmyoji who seek refuge are not very short of money, and he wants more than 50,000 yen. As for those monsters, they are paid with some magic and props. If it weren't for the fact that Mad-san was beautiful, he wouldn't have only needed 50,000 yen. Speaking of which, how old is Mad-san now? After putting away the banknote handed over by Tokisaki Matsuo, Jun Miyamura looked at Tokisaki Matsuo with some doubt. Tokisaki's face froze, and then he showed a bright smile. 16. Really? Only 16? Seeing that Mad-san was so sure, Jun Miyamura did not continue to study this issue. Seeing that he had lost interest, Tokisaki Crazy-san quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If she were aged, she would now. I must be in my 40s. By the way, Shiado is about 39 years old, Arya is 47 years old, and Chong Miyashina is also in his 40s, alas. I already knew that I would have agreed to that person in vain. Make sure to save enough time to go back to that time, and then save me and get her to refuse the man's request. Thinking about it, Tokisaki couldn't help sighing. Then again, Mad-san, do you know who made you like this? He always felt that the spiritual power in Shizaki Madsen's body seemed to be a little familiar. Ah, is that why Chunjun wants to know me so much? Yes, if it's Chunjun. No, you think too much, I'm just curious. Jun Miyamura crossed his hands in front of him and pouted with some disgust. Tokisaki's face froze, and he almost punched him in the face. But, although I don't want to admit it, I may not be able to beat the other party if I need the other party's protection, and I may be tool. Hey? What a daze! Jun Miyamura, who was about to return to the classroom, looked back at Matsuo who was standing in place, frowning slightly. Now that the purpose has been clarified, what else to visit? You really want to go to the rooftop, do you? Nothing to see, let's go. As for disgusting me so much. Tokisaki felt a little aggrieved for a long time. Although she may be in her 40s, she is still a beautiful girl of 16. Chunjun, come here, then go up to the rooftop and take a look. Gee. I don't know if it's an illusion, Tokisaki seems to hear a bored voice. Well, it's an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. To say here, the author does not write about the 5 rivers Shido, nor does he write the way in the original work, and if you don't like it, you can fork it out, thank you. In addition, this book is really updated with the situation, and the idea of expecting the speed of the update should be dispelled as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Brother, you should have prepared cat food for chocolate and vanilla in the morning, right? After school, Jun Miyamura and Natsuyo held hands and walked home. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who turned his head with a weak face, Xiaoshi narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a gentle smile. Ready, right? Ahem, Jun Miyamura coughed dryly, revealing an embarrassed smile. As soon as he saw him like this, Xiaoshi understood, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, and the hand that was originally holding with him suddenly grabbed his ears. Ouch, Xiaoshi, it hurts. I haven't made any effort yet. Seeing his stupid brother playing treasure, Xiaoshi sighed helplessly, took his hand again, and looked at him with a complaining face. Brother! What do you think about letting chocolate and vanilla pour their own cat food? You really feed them like human beings. I remember once going out to buy a vegetable by myself and asking Jun Miyamura to clean up the housework. As a result, when she returned, she saw 2 cats pushing a cloth and wiping the floor. And her stupid brother is still fighting bosses with Xiao buried online. Hey, don't sell cute. Today's cake is gone. Hey? Only this one don't. Finally, under Miyamura-jun's bitter pleading, Xiaoxi reluctantly walked with him into the cake shop downstairs. Sorry to interrupt. Welcome. It's so dazzling, the evil qi in my body is almost impossible to suppress. Brother, please be normal. Xiaoxi helplessly looked at Jun Miyamura, who was falling to the ground and screaming, sighed helplessly, and looked at the beautiful woman with a gentle smile in front of him. I'm sorry, Sister Miizi, my stupid brother. Ah, please don't care, so what cake to order today? Maiko Kazui tilted her head slightly, still maintaining that perfect smile. A beautiful woman with long pale blonde hair, Maiko Ki is the manager of this cake shop and is very popular in this area. Well, both cake and herself. Hey, brother. Xiaoxi gently kicked Jun Miyamura, who fell to the ground and convulsed, and sighed with some headache. Really, don't get your clothes dirty, go back or someone will wash you. Chocolate cake and strawberry cake, brother, you can't eat too many sweets. Xiaoxi glared at him and looked at Maiko Kai, revealing a faint smile. Sister Miyako, please take a strawberry cake. Hey. What about chocolate cake? No. Xiaoxi's face darkened, looking at Jun Miyamura, who was lying on the ground with a pitiful look, and almost didn't step on it. Stupid brother, don't hurry up yet. Well, the relationship between the two is as close as ever. Maiko Kazui smiled and looked at the interaction between the two and said with a smile. Then she turned around and shouted to the boy with a pair of square-framed glasses on the counter who looked smiling. Igo, please pack a strawberry cake, got it? The boy named Izuku quickly packed a cake, walked out and handed it to Xiaoxi, without looking at Jun Miyamura, who pretended to be pitiful on the side. Izuku, don't ignore me. Ah, sorry, because Chunjun is so boisterous. Only then did Yin Weiyu notice him, and said with some guilt in his tone. Jun Miyamura pouted, not wanting to deal with him. Wouldn't it be easier to notice if it were more boisterous? In other words, didn't Takashi come to the store? Alas, it always feels like a pity. Well, what's wrong? Are you looking for her? Yin Weiyu frowned slightly, and asked a little puzzled. Jun Miyamura laughed badly and looked him up and down. It's nothing, I just want to watch a love comedy. It's good when I didn't say it, don't care because he often comes here to buy cakes, and Otomoyayu and his friends often come here. Over time several people have become friends with good relations. Well, anyway, come on, Izuku. Otomo looked at him suspiciously, not understanding what he was saying. However, in order to show politeness, he nodded slightly. Well, come on. However, when he said this, Jun Miyamura had already dragged Xiaoxi out of the store. In this regard, he could only sigh helplessly, and then return to the counter to continue working. And just out of the store, Jun Miyamura unpacked the package. Seeing this, Xiaoxi sighed helplessly. Brother, please don't eat cake now. Xiaoxi looked helplessly at the smiling Jun Miyamura, and after hesitating for a while, he still obediently opened his mouth and ate the strawberries stained with some cream. Jun Miyamura grinned and looked at her expectantly. How's it going, is it delicious? Well. The strawberries on the strawberry cake are souls. Looking at the shapeless Jun Miyamura, the corners of Xiaoxi's mouth rose slightly, and he stretched out his hand and gently touched his lips. It's very sweet. Although very willful, he is always a scoundrel, lazy and crumbs and likes to mess around, and has a lot of countless shortcomings. However, the stupid brother will always be like this, keeping the best to himself. Thinking about it, I unconsciously became happy. Brother, what do you want to eat tonight? Is hamburger meat okay? The heat is too high, no. So why ask? When the two returned home, the two cats immediately pounced. Meow, meow meow, chocolate and vanilla are still very sticky, brother. Xiaoxi looked at the two cats hanging on him with some dissatisfaction, snorted softly and carried the dishes into the kitchen. It's true, obviously most of the time I take care of you, and as a result, you are good and run to find that stupid brother who doesn't care about things every day. Well, Miyamura smiled and gently touched the heads of the two cats. Alas, this may be the charm of my personality, worthy of being the friendliest, most handsome and most powerful exorcist in Tokyo. As for that Tokyo most BT exorcist? Who is that talking about? By the way, Xiaoshi, there should be no commission today, right? Well, not today, it looks like I can take a good rest. Xiaoshi said softly while cooking. Hearing this, Miyamura-jun breathed a sigh of relief and ran to the side to tease his two cats. It's kind of strange. You know, in the past, he didn't necessarily receive a request for help in a month. As a result, several locations have been dealt with this month. Moreover, these yokai knew that he was known as the friendliest, most handsome and most powerful exorcist in Tokyo, but they still wanted to make things come out, which made him a little puzzled. This year, the monsters don't want to live? And at the same time, in a dimly lit forest, the target of this time. Got it? Got it, renewing with the situation, asking for everything, asking for 5 stars. Chapter 8. Ah, it's so comfortable to take a bath after being busy. Brother, you obviously didn't do anything. Outside the bathroom, Xiaoshi clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and tried to keep his tone calm. Inside the bathroom, Jun Miyamura squinted and lay in the bathtub, responding to her lazily. Where, brother, I actually did a lot of things. Well, playing games, reading novels and touching fish is also very tiring. Really, please hurry, brother. Although he wanted to say something, but opened his mouth, Xiaoshi finally sighed and said softly. No way, I still can't reprimand my brother. Jun Miyamura hummed a pleasant ditty softly, with a faint smile on his face. Heck, it's nice to have an obedient and cute sister. Speaking of which, you've been hiding for a long time. Although it makes me feel a little weird that you hide in my bath water, keep hiding if you're happy. Was it discovered? Said. An indifferent voice suddenly came out of the mist-filled bathroom. Then, under his smiling gaze, the hot water in the bathtub rolled. Immediately afterwards, a petite green-haired girl wearing a wet white slip dress appeared in front of him. Ah, what a cute little yokai! So, what's going on? Jun Miyamura was still smiling, not looking surprised at all. The girl standing in the bathtub frowned slightly, her crimson eyes looked at him, and her snake-like vertical pupils contracted slightly. Jun Miyamura, Tokyo's most perverted exorcist, leaving you in this world will only allow more yokai to be killed, said. Hey, you're misunderstanding me. Jun Miyamura shouted in dissatisfaction. The green-haired girl snorted softly, her eyes staring at him tightly, as if to see how else he could argue. Then, he saw Jun Miyamura with his hands on the edge of the bathtub, looking at her with awe. I'm the friendliest, most handsome and most powerful exorcist in Tokyo. Not the most perverted. Shameless. The green-haired girl was silent for a long time, and spit out 2 words with an indifferent face. Don't deny the back? Then please die. Say. The water soared into the air, was grabbed by the girl's hand, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from hot water to ice picks. The green-haired girl gritted her teeth lightly, looking at his eyes full of hatred, and without hesitation, she stabbed at him. Even so, Jun Miyamura's face did not have the slightest panic, and he was still smiling. Painstakingly locked, sleepy. Boom, just when the ice pick was still a foot away from his face, Jun Miyamura suddenly spoke. Then, there was a ripple in the air, and several chains stretched out, almost instantly wrapping her petite body into a mummy, and then hanging her in the air. Abominable! The green-haired girl gritted her teeth unwillingly, and although her face did not change, her eyes were unusually fierce. Because the girl was entangled, The ice pick she was holding in her hand also fell, and it happened to fall on him. Although it can't be broken, the feeling of ice suddenly falling on the body. What does it feel like? You're sitting unsuspecting in a warm room when your friend suddenly puts his cold hand inside your clothes. Well, he now feels even more exciting than this, and this stimulation makes him subconsciously stand up and make a sharp marmot-like bark. Sure enough, the most perverted exorcist. The girl who was bound and still hanging in the air moved her gaze down slightly. Her expressionless little face turned red, and then she looked away as if she was doing nothing. At this moment, there was a bang, and the bathroom door was kicked open. "Brother, what's wrong?" Then, she was stunned in place, staring at Jun Miyamura in a daze. Her little face instantly turned red, and even the roots of her ears were red as if they could drip blood. "Ah, Xiaoxi, it's okay. Perverted brother. What are you doing?" Xiaoxi, who was carried away by shyness, closed his eyes, shouted in panic, and threw it out without noticing what was in his hand. Miyamura swallowed his spit, looked stiffly at the kitchen knife stuck in the wall next to his head, and gave an ugly smile. Xiaoxi, my brother doesn't want to die yet. Just stood up, why throw a kitchen knife at me? Well, although the situation is indeed somewhat embarrassing. However, as long as he doesn't feel embarrassed, that's fine. Stupid brother, hurry up and wrap up the bath towel. Got it, got it. It is worth mentioning that during the process of his bath towel, the green-haired girl kept staring at him although she blushed a little. Okay, that's it. Really, stupid brother. Xiaoxi coughed lightly and turned his head with a red face. Although Jun Miyamura had already wrapped a bath towel, the picture just now remained in her mind for a long time. Not so shy. I'll blame the stupid brother. In this way, how can I face my brother? Not. And, see. I can't get married anymore. Sure enough, in the end, I could only marry my brother. No, who wants to marry? Then, it's time to ask this guest. Jun Miyamura didn't know what she was thinking, smiled and raised her head to look at the girl who was tied into a steel version of the mummy. Her fingers moved slightly, and the chain slowly fell, and then retracted. The girl moved her body and looked at him with some doubt. You don't kill me? Why kill you? To her surprise, Miyamura asked in a somewhat surprised tone, and she didn't react for a while. Because, doesn't the exorcist do it as soon as he sees a yokai? Said. What era are you thinking of, the outdated? However, Jun Miyamura frowned and looked at her strangely, making her not know what to do for a while. Anyway, come and sit down first. Xiaoxi, trouble to pour a glass of pure water for the guests. Oh. The girl nodded obediently, sat down on the sofa behind him, and took the juice brought by Xiaoxi in both hands and drank it. Jun Miyamura glanced at it suspiciously, and his gaze turned to the blushing Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, pure water is good, I still want to drink juice. Xiaoxi ignored him, rolled his eyes, and returned to the room. Anyway, she also saw that this girl couldn't hurt her brother, so it didn't matter. Now, she needs to hurry up to calm down her emotions and quickly forget what she just saw. Forget it, it's cheap for you. The girl drinking the juice was silent. How can someone be so crumbs? The second change of the new book, the whole world celebrates. Chapter 9. Judging from your ability, it should be a clan that was previously exterminated by an Onmyoji family, right? There are still those who survived. Looking at the green-haired girl, Jun Miyamura couldn't help but marvel. To be honest, because this kind of monster was destroyed very early, he had only seen it in ancient books. However, I didn't expect to see the real one day. Are you laughing at me? Said. The green-haired girl's face became gloomy with the naked eye, and her eyes were instantly full of killing intent when she looked at him. Jun Miyamura didn't care about this. Anyway, this monster who can control the flow of water can't kill him. If it weren't for his permission, Shizusui wouldn't even be able to enter the sewer of his house, let alone blend into his bathwater and get up close to him. Shhhh, I don't have time to laugh at you, little thing. Hey! Hearing his words, the green-haired girl sneered and looked at him with disdain. I'm 100 years old. Say, the clamshell imp breath is really big, said. But you're only in your infancy now, right? Yokai generally have a long lifespan, and 100 years can be said to be a snap of their fingers. After all, many of the big monsters he knows don't know how long they have lived, but they always like to pretend to be tender, and they even have to start with him when they mention their age. What's your name? Why tell you, said. The green-haired girl looked at him warily, still taking small sips of the juice in the cup, and from time to time extended her long snake-like tongue to lick it gently. Jun Miyamura smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and the chain extended out from the air again, shaking slightly under his control. Do you know why it's called a painstaking lock? Because it allows you to see the picture you least want to see. The green-haired girl opened her eyes slightly, biting her lip lightly, and glared at him fiercely. Despite this, Jun Miyamura remained unmoved, just holding up 3 fingers. 3. Shizumi Hisashi, said. Under his oppression, Shizumizu Hisashi was still reluctant to say his name. She can't die, she has to live no matter what. That unforgettable despair, must be sure to give it back to that group. Good. Jun Miyamura nodded in satisfaction, stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair fiercely despite her resistance. Second question. Zaiju, why did you come to kill me? Zaiju was actually called that by a nasty human being. Although her complexion did not change much, she could see from her eyes that Shizu Shuiju at this moment was already eager to kill him. Glaring at me? Glaring is also time. Miyamura Jun ignored her, and the chains wandered in the air, as if they would be entangled in Shizumizuasa in the next moment. Shizu Shui stared at him indifferently and spoke without a trace of emotion. The existence of exorcists like you will only make more monsters die. So, I have to kill you. Hey? What happened to an exoticist like me? Miyamura was very dissatisfied with her words. So, he directly moved to pinch Shizumizuasa's face and looked at her with dissatisfaction. Zaiju, do you think I killed a lot of yokai? Isn't it? Big mistake. Jun Miyamura sat back in place and glared at her angrily, the look that made Shizumi a little unresponsive for a while. Compared to the monsters, I killed more exorcists. Otherwise, why do you think there are so few exorcist families in this area? A group of scum. When they first came to this area, they actually looked at Xiaxi's qualifications, and wanted to bring her back to brainwash and then cultivate a new generation of combat power. Can he endure this? After solving the people who came to rob Xiaxi, he carried the bazooka that night and taught the pretentious exorcists a lesson, telling them what the new era of exorcism was. After this incident, there was even an Onmyoji family to fight him. However, after a while, no one mentioned it again. I'm the place where there are the fewest incidents of monster injuries, basically no monsters dare to make trouble. How can I kill so many monsters? The yokai in the industry know his title of the friendliest, most handsome, and most powerful exorcist. There are even many yokai who come to him for refuge. Is it? Said. Shizumizu's red eyes were full of confusion, and for a moment he didn't know whether to believe him or not. Generally speaking, I don't care if the monsters don't come to me to cause trouble, I'm the most peaceful area here. Have you ever seen the exorcists and monsters in this area fight every day? It's the same. Shizumizu nodded gently, basically believing what he said. Even in this area, there are shops owned by yokai, and there are often exorcists in them. Moreover, sometimes, some exorcists even felt her demon chi, but they only glanced at her. Could it be that this guy Unexpectedly a good person? Well, after the question is asked, then it will not scare you. Ah, by the way, the painstaking lock just mentioned is to scare you. In fact, the name is what I thought blindly, just an ordinary chain. Shizumizu narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Jun Miyamura, who had a smile on his face, his small fists clenched unconsciously. I actually thought this guy was a good guy. Where did you know I was a? Shizumi calmed his mood for a moment and asked with a slight frown. After her family was destroyed, the matter should have been sealed, and the average exorcist would only think that she was just an ordinary water snake. I came across it later when I was looting for loot. Loot? Shizumizu opened her eyes slightly and looked at him in disbelief. No wonder she hasn't heard anything about that family in the past few years. Originally, I thought it was hiding, but it turned out. Is this actually the case? Shizumi was a little lost in thought, only feeling extremely confused in his heart. As a result, her enemies already completely destroyed? Without her knowing? So, myself is being was used as a gun by a demon? Hey, are you all right? Looking at Shizusui Hisashi, who looked lost in thought, Jun Miyamura couldn't help but ask, looking at her with some curiosity. What is this kid, suddenly stupid? It's not good, I already knew that her psychological endurance was so poor, I shouldn't have scared her just now. I'm okay, said. Shizumi came back to his senses, got up and bowed his head slightly to him, gradually turning into a puddle of water in his interested gaze. I'll come to you after I figure it out, said. Ah, wait. Seeing that she only had her upper body left without turning into water, and was about to walk towards the bathroom, Jun Miyamura hurriedly called out to her, and with a wave of her hand in the air, a guard appeared in her hand. Seeing that you look quite cute. It will not be good if you die. Give you this, just enter your demon power into it, I can feel it. Shizumizu glanced at him, took the guard, and lowered his head after hesitating for a while. Thank you, said. After speaking at a breakneck pace, she completely turned into a puddle of water and quickly moved to the bathroom. Jun Miyamura smiled slightly, and his gaze shifted to the water stains on the ground. She shouldn't have gone far by now, right? It should be too late to get her back and mop the floor. Alas, forget it. Energetic day starts with waking up early. Chapter 10. Ah, early, Jun-kun. Well, early. Miyamura replied weakly, yawned and fell on the table. Seeing him sleepy like this, Tokisaki poked him lightly, with a little curiosity in his burgundy eyes. Chun-jun, you look sleepy. Well, that's right, I'm going to hibernate. Even the biggest saxophone today don't want to wake me up. So, what does not sleep have to do with saxophone? Tokisaki was puzzled. Mad-san, you don't have to worry about your brother. Xiaoshi said softly, helplessly glancing at Jun Miyamura, who was sleepy sitting in his seat. My brother has always been like this, but I didn't fall asleep for some reason yesterday. Tokisaki smiled and nodded, glancing at Jun Miyamura, who was already lying on the table and unconscious. I don't know why, she feels that the reason why Jun Miyamura couldn't sleep yesterday was because of herself. However, yesterday was a rare night. There is no dem, there are no powerful yokai in Onmyoji, and even her scattered doppelganger, as long as it is within the range that Miyamura Jun said, there is not a single casualty. Chun-jun is really mysterious. Although he looked unorthodox on the surface, and it was true inside, staying next to him felt inexplicably at ease. Tokisaki smiled slightly and took his gaze back. Well, today is not as teasing Chun-jun as yesterday. This sleep, he slept very soundly and slept directly until noon. If Xiaoshi hadn't woken him up, he could even sleep directly until school. Ah, have you eaten? Oh, stupid brother. Looking at his confused look, Xiaoshi sighed helplessly, took out the bento box and handed it to him. I must eat it all. Of course, Xiaxi's cooking, even if it is a dish I don't like to eat, I will eat it all. Eat the bento box that my cute sister has worked so hard to make, but what my brother must do. If you can't do it, you will be spurned by the god of your sister. Hey? What about small burials? I haven't quarreled with her today, so I'm a little unaccustomed to it. If you bury it, it's over there. Xiaxi pointed to the back of the classroom, and Miyamura-jun looked over curiously, facing a pair of murderous eyes. Forget it, sit down. Those eyes. If you lean over, you are likely to be killed. Well, I know it won't, but just looking at those eyes will feel like this. Xiaxi calmly ate the bento and looked up at him. Brother, don't you go over. No, forget it. Kiri-san's sense of oppression is a little strong. Well, a slightly scary look. Hanba Kirito, his classmate. A long ponytail hangs behind his head, and his sideburns are plastered to his cheeks and hanging down his shoulders. Although her hair was tied, there were still a few strands of thorny hair that were restlessly upturned, but they did not look obtrusive, but added a bit of cute feeling to her. Although he is not a bad boy in nature, he is always treated as bad. Well, of course, most of them are the reason for the fierce eyes, and the heroic deeds that have knocked adults unconscious. But in fact, just because she is too afraid of life, she is actually a shy and clumsy girl, she does not know how to interact with people at all. In addition, the adult who was knocked unconscious by her was her brother. So, this kid is not bad at all. Noticing his retraction, Hanba pursed her lips, still staring at him deadly, as if they were all exuding an ominous black aura. Feeling the piercing gaze behind him, his mood to eat was gone. In other words, anyone who is stared at like this will not be able to eat. Chunjun, the classmate at the end is watching you. Tokisaki said with a smile and glanced back slightly. That gaze, even she who was sitting next to Jun Miyamura noticed it. Could it be that there was any conflict between that girl and Chunjun? Otherwise, why look at him with such murderous eyes? Brother, you can't deliberately ignore cute girls. Xiaxi behind him said with a smile. Miyamura-jun's face froze, turned his head stiffly, and revealed an ugly smile. I know. Alas, there is no way, my sister's order is just that. Jun Miyamura sighed, forcibly stood up, and walked towards the end. Seeing him stand up, Xiaxi nodded in satisfaction and watched him walk towards the back of the class. Seeing him coming, Hanbakiri suddenly stood up from his seat, his body straightened, and his eyes moved slowly with him. However, when he walked in front of her, Hanba's gaze suddenly dodged, and his body trembled unconsciously. Seeing her nervous look, Jun Miyamura was not nervous and revealed a relaxed smile. Kiri-san, you've been watching me just now, is there something wrong? Me that. No. Hey, girl, you don't look like you're okay at all. Obviously I'm about to cry. Well, in this case, is there really only one trick? Hey. After he made that move, Motobakiri was first stunned, and then her cute but expressionless little face instantly turned red. Obedient, not nervous. With a smile on her face, Jun Miyamura gently stroked a hand on her head, and the words she said seemed to carry some kind of magic, calming her heart. Oh, and you shouldn't say like magic, in fact, there is magic. Does the kind of words that can calm people down by saying two words really exist? So, it's time to open and hang. Yes, I'm sorry. The girl who had calmed down took a step back and bent down slightly towards him. Well, but the eyes are still so fierce. Also, isn't it common sense to put on a maid costume and say I'm sorry brother when apologizing? It's okay. Kiri-san, so you've been looking at me, what's the matter? Although his heart is still as crumb as usual, on the surface he still pretends to be quite decent. Well, Don't ask why pretend, ask is to face. Social death in front of the whole class, and then being passed to the whole school, and then from the whole school to the whole society, this kind of social death is absolutely not allowed. This. Hanba lowered his head, squeezed the hem of his skirt nervously, took another deep breath, took out something and handed it to him. My student ID. Jun Miyamura was stunned, and when he touched his pocket, a strange look appeared on his face. It turns out that I still have this kind of thing, the first soldier to charge. It must be a broken head and a bloody flow. Chapter 11. What the hell is this? The moon hung high in the sky, and the bewildered girl fled, praying for someone to appear, but hoping that no one would appear. Because the culprit who made the girl so panicked was not something that humans could deal with. Hee, little girl, you can't run away. Behind her, a man who looks like a fox, with a slender figure and a strange smile on his face flies in the sky, unhurriedly following behind the cut ass in this field, but does not do anything to her, like a cat playing mouse. Ha! The lungs seem to be blowing up. I already knew that I wouldn't come out to buy anything tonight. Who knew that there really were monsters in this world? Possible. I'm going to die today. I don't know if my brother will be sad. This field cut painting did not dare to go home. If he followed her home, she would not be the only one who died. Her brother, her neighbors, and people passing by will all be eaten by this yokai. Therefore, she can only run, running desperately to where no one is. No, it can't be done. However, after running at full strength for a long time, even if her physique was not bad, now she was out of breath, and her eyes were getting darker and darker, as if she was about to faint in the next moment. Hee, can't do it anymore? Then I'm welcome. The fox-like monster smiled darkly, a pair of furry fox paws poked out from his long sleeves, and walked unhurriedly towards the girl, who gradually slowed down. His eyes opened slightly, and he looked at the girl fiercely. Hee, don't worry, I'll let you die a very painful. The monster's eerie words greatly stimulated the fear in the girl's heart, and his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Although the expression on her face was only a little flustered, her tears could not stop staying. Woohoo, Dad, Mom, goodbye. Woohoo. Ahem, this. Mr. Fox, isn't it good to be so presumptuous on someone else's territory? Hey. The yokai frowned, a fierce expression on his face, and raised his head to look at the top of Kiri's head. Hearing the familiar voice, Motoba, who had closed his eyes in despair, opened his eyes again, and the desire to live was ignited in his heart again. However, when she saw the person standing on the branch above her head, her face instantly darkened. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Miyamura-san. Well, she has a good relationship with a good student like Koberi, and she has a good relationship with other students, which is completely different from someone like her. Miyamura-san, I'm sorry to kill you together. How? What does it have to do with you? The yokai smiled grimly, its sharp nails gradually elongating. Jun Miyamura sighed, jumped down from the tree, and looked at the yokai with a smile. Mr. Fox, if you guessed correctly, you should be visiting this area for the first time, right? Hey? How do you know? The fox yokai opened his eyes slightly and looked at Jun Miyamura with a slight wariness. I'm a big monster, now I'm in a good mood. If you go now, I can still show mercy and let you live. Mr. Fox? Sighed Jun Miyamura, the smile on his face fading away. Rumble. As if being bombarded by a cannonball, the fox monster's pupils shrank, and the sense of crisis that swept through his body made his body tremble unconsciously. Friend. Jun Miyamura's voice came from behind him, a hand gently resting on the back of his head. And a gentle voice with a smile came again. Did I give you face? I. The indescribable fear made him dare not even move, and the hand that pressed on the back of his head slowly opened, and then, a huge force came from his hand, pressing his head into the soil. Yes, I'm sorry. When Jun Miyamura lifted his head up again, his face was full of a mixture of snot, tears and dirt, and his eyes were full of fear. Damn, where did this guy come from? Obviously, I came here after hearing that this place is the safest. As a result, the first prey is almost in hand, obviously it is almost over there, don't look at the children, turn around. Noticing Hanba's stunned look, Miyamura Jun raised his head slightly and said expressionlessly. Hanba Kiri came back to his senses, and after hearing his words, he subconsciously turned around. No monster or anyone dares to talk to me like that. I'm glad you're talking to me like that. But I am very upset that you came to my place to make trouble. As for what happened after that, the girl didn't know. Because after she turned around, Jun Miyamura and the fox yokai had disappeared. If it weren't for the crater that looked like a meteorite and the student ID card that fell to the ground, she would even think it would be a nightmare. Ah, that girl is you. After listening to the girl's story, Miyamura Jun opened his mouth and made a surprised expression. To be honest, he didn't see the girl's face clearly because he was too angry at that time. Sorry, I didn't see your face clearly at the time, I didn't recognize you. I said why this kid has been staring at me these days, it's like this, it makes me think I have something to do with her. Hanba Kiri looked a little lost, nodded gently, held his ID card in both hands, and looked at him with a serious face. Syat, syat, syat. Well, you're welcome, remember not to walk at night next time. Seeing that she couldn't even say a word of thanks, Miyamura said with understanding, casually taking out an amulet from his arms and stuffing it into her hand. Seeing her doubtful gaze, Miyamura Jun smiled slightly. With this, ordinary yokai will not approach you. As for those big monsters, most of them have their own territory, and they all know his spiritual power, so they can't find him uncomfortable. I just want to eat the fox yokai that is cut and painted in this field. And the big monster, just to scare people into saying so. Thank you. Hanba Kiri lowered his head and whispered, carefully taking the amulet he had given into his arms. Jun Miyamura waved his hand and walked back to his seat. Chun-jun, what's wrong with that girl? Nothing, little things. Seeing the curious look on Tokisaki's face, Jun Miyamura waved his hand and said nonchalantly. As for why you don't get paid for this cut and painting? Because she's an ordinary person. Protecting ordinary people is an obligation for him. Then again. Jun Miyamura sighed, a little helpless. When is that guy going to see it? Zombies are not afraid of destroying mushrooms after eating charm mushrooms, I mean they are their own people after eating them. Chapter 12. Little one, how long are you going to watch here? Humph. This is, in order to observe, said. In the compartment where the man withdrew, Jun Miyamura clasped his hands to his chest and looked expressionlessly at the green-haired girl sitting on the toilet lid in front of him. In other words, this is a male withdrawal shuo, even if I laid down an enchantment so that passers-by could not see the withdrawal for the time being, but this also means that no one will know no matter what happens? The yokai of Chu, Shizumi Hisashi. Observation. Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and looked at Shizumizu Hisashi a little unkindly. Observe what? If you don't give a proper reason, you'll have to be flushed out of the toilet. As a demon for a long time, the body can turn into water at will and move in the water. So, the water in the toilet should also work, right? Seeing his malicious eyes, Shizusui's petite body trembled, and a bad premonition arose. It's for, see if you kill monsters, said. Hey! Jun Miyamura couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and look at this yokai girl with her head down. Besides, I can't get rid of demons while I'm in school, right? Well, let's get you out of the toilet. No, don't. Say. Shizumizu's face changed slightly, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back, his petite body clinging to the wall, and his red eyes stared closely at the chains that appeared behind him. Clearly. The last time I saw him tear that chain off. Ah, this one is new, I think you'll like it. Who would like this kind of stuff, said. Seeing the chain getting closer and closer to him, Shizumizusa's face turned cold, and with a move of his small hand, the water in the toilet formed a water ball and hit Miyamura-jun's face. Miyamura-jun's face turned dark, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the water balloon. If hit by this water balloon, he would rather die. You guy! Humph! Human, really can't be trusted. Shizumi snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled proudly. Jun Miyamura smiled, and with a hook of his fingers, a chain appeared from behind Shizumizusa, hanging her from the ceiling. I just wanted to tease you, but I didn't expect it. Damn, let me go. Say. Shizumi gritted his teeth and twisted unwillingly, trying to break free from the chains. Not. This feeling again, all the demon power is sealed. Under the manipulation of Jun Miyamura, the chain turned Shizumizusa's body around. Jun Miyamura laughed badly twice and slapped it down. Syllable. You, what are you doing? Shizu Shuiju's expressionless little face instantly turned red and struggled harder. However, Jun Miyamura didn't care about this, and slapped it again. Well, it feels pretty good. But, abominable human. Shizumizu was finally put down. After standing firm, Shizumi gritted his teeth for a long time and glared at him with some grievances. In addition, she still looks like a loli. Suddenly, Jun Miyamura felt as if he had done something unreasonable, and his guilt was directly full. Pervert, lolicon, SQ mad, scum. I'm leaving, are you going to stay here and be discovered? However, guilt is guilt, and the wrong person has to be the wrong person. Jun Miyamura directly pushed open the door, ready to lift the enchantment. Shizumizu puffed out his mouth slightly, and pulled on his clothes expressionlessly. Take me out. Don't do it. Go out to the sink yourself. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes and said angrily. The corners of Shizu Shuiju's mouth rose slightly, and his snake-like vertical pupils contracted slightly, looking at him maliciously. If I rush out and yell now, you will die directly socially, said. Girl, have you forgotten a question? But you can't beat me. Jun Miyamura looked Shizusui up and down for a moment, revealing a disdainful smile. Noticing his gaze, Shizusui Hisashi's little face blushed slightly, covered his butt with one hand, and glared at him warily. Pervert. Since you say I'm a pervert, then let go quickly. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's not like you. So, how do you want me to take you out? Well, for the sake of bullying you just now, let's just make it difficult to listen to you. That's it, yes. Under his curious gaze, Shizusui's petite body turned into a puddle of water, forming a small snake, and a slip of smoke burrowed into his clothes, and the sudden coolness made him shiver. Humph, human. Your body is really hot, you said. Please don't say such ambiguous words. Miyamura-jun rolled his eyes and said angrily, casually unlocking the enchantment and walking out of the retreat. At the same time, a male classmate who was about to collapse rushed into the toilet with tears in his eyes. Subsequently, jingle bells I don't care. Listening to the roar coming from the toilet, Jun Miyamura wiped the sweat that did not exist on his forehead and walked towards the classroom without incident. It's really bad, said. Hey? What you say, I don't understand. Humph. Still Shui, who turned into a water snake, snorted softly and did not speak again. Jun Miyamura glanced back, hesitated, and casually gave the brave man in the toilet a strong luck buff. When the brave man rushed back to the classroom, he thought he would be punished, but found that the teacher in charge of the class went to the hospital because his wife was about to give birth. Well, gratifying and congratulatory. Brother. After Miyamura-jun returned to his seat, Xiaoshi behind him frowned and looked at him a little strangely. Yunbai Miyamura made a silent gesture and showed a helpless expression. Ah, Jun, it seems to have brought something interesting. Not only Xiaoshi, but Mad-san, who was sitting next to him, also felt the demon chi of Shizu Shuiju, and showed an interested look. It turns out that you can still live in such harmony with yokai? No fuss. Jun Miyamura glanced at the passionate teacher on the podium, turned his head slightly and whispered to her. As long as I don't make trouble casually, I generally won't do it. However, having said that, he generally does not let yokai near him. Shizumi can do it for a long time, mainly because of what he just did. Well, a little guilty, reluctantly let her stay for a while. Prayer is not the only thing a nun does when she kneels. Chapter 13. Boom. In front of the school's pool, Jun Miyamura stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and an invisible barrier blocked the incoming splash. In the pool, the wet still water spit out a long snake letter for a long time, glanced at him proudly, and disappeared into a splash in a blink of an eye. Xiaoshi, am I too kind? In the face of this kind of monster with a bad personality, I really want to hang her in chains and then asterisk a million times. Yes, my brother is the kindest. Xiaoshi, who was standing next to him, smiled helplessly, bent down and touched the pool with his white fingers, and then smeared the water on his face. Well, it's fun to play pranks with my brother once in a while. If my brother wants to chase Miss Shizumizuasa, he can make her unable to move in just a moment, right? Brother, he is really a knife-mouthed tofu heart, and he is a gentle person. Forget it, whatever kind of thing. Looking at the smiling Xiaoshi, Miyamura-jun was silent for a few seconds, reached out and grabbed her water-stained fingers, and his face became gloomy. Xiaoshi, the guts are quite fat, and they dare to play such a prank with their brother. Well, in fact, I just want to play a prank on Xiaoshi and just make an excuse, cross out, what's wrong? Is my brother going to punish me for this? Xiaoshi tilted his head, still smiling and saying, not worried at all about what Miyamura-jun would do. For her, her brother is everything. No matter what her brother does, she will not object. Even if she was asked to die in the next second, she would execute it with a smile. My life exists for my brother, it was my brother who pulled me out, and everything I have is my brother's. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who had a gloomy face, Xiaoshi showed a faint smile. Moreover, her brother, who is gentle but does not like to be said so, will definitely not hurt her. The next moment, Xiaoshi's eyes widened, his eyes were instantly filled with water mist, his petite body trembled slightly, and his skin was dyed with a faint layer of pink. As she thought, Jun Miyamura really didn't do anything. He just took Xiaoshi's fingers and licked them both gently and carefully, while staring at her with a smile in his eyes. Brother, brother! Xiaoshi whispered, twisting his body restlessly. The tickling sensation on his fingers was nothing, it really didn't feel anything to lick it, but seeing my brother like this, I always feel. I can't help it. If it goes on like this, the brain will soon be unable to think. Although it is not too revealing, Xiaoshi is an out-and-out brother. Brother! What a bad eye! Obviously knowing that I am to my brother. Jun Miyamura let go of her fingers, grinned, with a wicked smile, and unceremoniously ruffled Xiaoshi's silky hair. So, do you dare to play a prank? Humph! Bad apple! Xiaoshi puffed out his cheeks and raised his head to look at him angrily. I was wrong, next time dare. Let's go, it's almost time to go back. After teasing Xiaoshi, in Xiaoshi's embarrassed gaze, Miyamura-jun stretched out with a smile and pulled up her tender little hand. Xiaoshi snorted lightly, threw his bag on him, and gambled like he turned his head. My brother brought me a school bag, and it was a punishment. Yes, yes. Looking at the tantrum Xiaoxi, Miyamura Jun smiled, pulled her out of the school gate, and walked in the direction of home. Soon, it was night. Alas! It's only been a month, but there's no money anymore. Under the street lamp, a girl with long brown hair was sitting on the ground, hugging her legs tightly. Thinking of her empty wallet, the girl couldn't help but sniffle. The girl has a cute-looking face and eyes the same color as her hair. At this time, the girl who seems to be very popular is struggling because of the problem of money. If you go on like this, you can only sleep in a park or something. What to do? Ah, someone is coming. Seeing the figure slowly walking out in the darkness, the tea-haired girl widened her eyes slightly, got up, and wanted to leave. A girl who runs away from home meets someone else alone at night. It sounds very bad, so let's hide. As a result, it seems that because she stood too quickly, the girl was unsteady on her feet and fell to the ground with a snap. It hurts. Jun Miyamura came out of the darkness and looked at the girl sitting on the ground with a black face, covering her feet in pain. After thinking about it for a while, he covered his eyes with his free hand and walked around the girl. The girl was stunned for a while, and even forgot the pain in her feet. Oh, my god! If Jun Miyamura had walked straight over, she wouldn't have said anything. After all, people really have no reason to help her. But it's excessive. I actually covered my eyes and walked over. You pretend not to see it, if you walk over without incident. SHHH. I don't know if it's an illusion, the girl seems to have heard something strange. Before she could think about it, Jun Miyamura had already turned around and looked at her with a surprised expression. Hey, why is there a person sitting here? Ah, sorry, I'll leave right away if I disturb you. Well, I'm not a nice person, I'm sorry. Please, please help me. The girl tried to get up from the ground, but as soon as she moved, her feet felt a piercing pain. There was no way, she had to ask for help from this strange person in front of her. Alas, as a result, you still want me to help. Jun Miyamura sighed, stepped forward, stretched out a hand to help the girl up, and helped her lean against the wall. Thank you. Although the man was strange, the girl smiled and whispered to him. Jun Miyamura sighed, leaned next to her, pulled a can of drink from his plastic pocket and handed it to her. How, running away from home? The girl nodded gently, pulled the pull ring, and took a small sip. Of course, can it be sweetened with syrup? What is this kid talking about? Jun Miyamura glanced at her with caring eyes for the mentally disabled girl, got up and prepared to leave. Well, that's pretty much it. As for taking her home and letting her stay overnight? Here's a word of advice, if you encounter a situation where a girl who looks poor offers to borrow a night, be sure to explicitly refuse. Why? Because they don't give anesthetics. That. The girl suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve, and Shui Lingling's big eyes looked at him pitifully, like a small animal abandoned by its owner on the side of the road. Seeing her eyes, Miyamura Jun's heart suddenly mentioned to the eyes of her throat. No, it won't, right? That, can you, weeds outside the door around the house, the clear spring in the door to run the dragon begged for everything, begged for 5 stars. Chapter 14. Woo! Delicious, another bowl. I said, almost, you guy. Jun Miyamura leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowed as he stared at the girl sitting across from him, gulping her meal. Damn, why did you bring her back? No matter how you look at it, this guy is so troublesome. Recalling what happened just now, Miyamura Jun's face turned dark, and he sighed helplessly. So, can you take me back? Hey! Not long ago, at the street lamp where the two met, the girl gently tugged at his sleeves and tilted her head to look at him pitifully. Take you back. Although the girl looks cute, her current appearance is also pitiful. But is it really okay to take you home? Looking at the girl's teary-eyed appearance, Miyamura-jun twitched the corner of his mouth and unceremoniously slapped her hand away. Even if you don't do anything to avoid anesthetics, I can't tell what you will do in the face of a poor homeless girl. Stupid, hurry back to your own house, don't say this kind of thing about going to someone else's house. Fortunately, it's me, but I just took you to a nobody's corner and did something indescribable. Jun Miyamura said softly while rubbing his eyebrows with a headache. However, the girl grabbed his sleeve again, still looking at him with that pitiful look. Girl, no matter how pitiful you are, I won't be able to bring you back. That, only, just one night. I'll get paid. Hey. Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth, looked the girl up and down, and waved his hand with some disgust. And what about the pay? If there is money you will sit here at a loss, and still pull yourself. I can let you. Seeing that he still looked like he couldn't get into the oil, the girl gritted her teeth, lowered her head and shouted loudly. Hearing her words, Miyamura-jun was stunned and looked at the girl sluggishly. I'm sorry? That one? Strange, did I hear you wrong? Oops, I didn't expect to start hallucinating, go back to bed early. I can let you. At this moment, Jun Miyamura heard clearly. So, by a ghostly measure, he took the girl back home. Please eat slowly, if it's not enough, I can still do it. Xiaoxi came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said to the girl gently. The girl nodded vigorously, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and showed a bright smile to Xiaoxi. Thank you. Hey, what about me? I brought you back. Humph! In the face of his questioning, the girl puffed out her mouth, snorted coldly, and turned her head. Jun Miyamura gritted his teeth and looked at the girl, eager to punch her in the head. Abominable, deceived, what makes me *ah, really a lie. Moreover, Xiaoxi is still at home, how can he really do such a thing? I'm so stupid, really. Alas! In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, waved his hand weakly, and leaned back in the chair. Anyway, let's talk about your name and why you ran away from home. I don't take in people from unknown sources here. It's too much, I actually said that someone is from an unknown source. The girl pouted and complained dissatisfiedly. However, seeing that Miyamura-jun's face did not change at all, and still looked at her with a look of disgust, the girl sighed in discouragement and glared at him angrily. My name is Sayu Ajihara. From Hokkaido. Hey! Jun Miyamura glanced at her and sneered twice. It can't be impossible, how can such a stupid girl run so far? It's true. Sayu Hajiwara retorted dissatisfied. Glaring at him with a pout purging. Damn, me off. It's actually so underestimated. I'm really from Hokkaido. It's true? Seeing that her expression did not seem to be fake, Miyamura-jun twitched the corners of his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. Originally thought that she just lived not far away, and she was in a mood during puberty, so she ran away from home, and when she calmed down, she should go home obediently. But, now, she seems have been away from home for a while. What's wrong with you? Sayu Ajihara looked at Jun Miyamura, who covered his head with a twisted face, suspiciously, and asked with some concern. After all, although this person is a little annoying, the villain also helps himself. Moreover, he also let himself stay here. Well, albeit conditionally. But since that person doesn't care, then why should he care? Woo, a little headache. Brother, I'll help you rub it. Xiaoxi walked behind him understandingly and gently massaged his temples with her tender little hands. Jun Miyamura threw his head back and leaned on Natsuyo, looking at Sayu Ajihara with his brows furrowed. What kind of trouble did I pick up? Damn, I knew I wouldn't have brought her back then. At the end of the day, I'm an idiot who would believe that. In short, wait for you to take a bath first, and then Xiaoxi will take you to your room. At this point, I can only reluctantly let her stay for one night. Damn, the sky really does not fall cute beautiful girls, only stupid girls who cheat and cheat on the side of the road. Xiaoxi, I'll go to sleep first. After talking to Xiaoxi, he walked back to the room with tired steps. Watching his door close, Natsuyo turned his head and smiled sheepishly at Seiyu Heijihara. Actually, my brother is just a knife-mouthed tofu heart, you don't have to worry about him. Oh, Seiyu Ajihara nodded lightly and answered in a low voice. Alas! The relationship between the two of them is so good. There must be a lot of friends for such people. Miss Hajiwara. Xiaoxi tilted his head and said suspiciously. Did you remember something? It seems a little unhappy. Miss Agiwara, she has also experienced a lot of things. Ah! Hearing her voice, Seiyu Ajihara came back to his senses, quickly stood up, and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I lost my mind. It's okay. Miss Agiwara, let's go take a shower first, and I'll help you prepare your clothes later. However, I don't know if my size can be worn by Miss Ajihara. Saying that, she looked enviously at the fullness in front of Seiyu Agiwara. If I had this kind of body, my brother would definitely like me more. Ah! Thank you. Seiyu Ajihara nodded slightly, noticing her gaze and didn't say anything, just silently walked into the bathroom. Xiaoxi smiled and went back to his room to find clothes. Late at night, Jun Miyamura's door was suddenly opened. Ah, really asleep? But woke me up by you. Jun Miyamura closed his eyes and said lightly. His sleep is very shallow, and the slightest movement can wake him up, whether it is an enemy or someone he knows, as long as he is close when he is asleep, he will wake up in an instant. Well, this is also a habit that was developed before. But strangely, this habit seems to be of no use to Xiaoxi. So, I don't sleep in the middle of the night, what's the matter, Miss Seiyu Agiwara? Ah, this. In the darkness, Heijihara Seiyu's delicate face flushed slightly. And slowly walked over. As she walked, the clothes on her body were also falling down. Because, as I said at the time, if you are willing to let me stay, I will let you. When he reached his bed, Seiyu Agiwara had already taken off his body and only his underwear remained. Moreover, the underwear is still tight and has to be disconnected at any time, and it looks like Xiaoxi's underwear at a glance. Jun Miyamura opened his eyes, twitched the corners of his mouth, and looked at Seiyu Heijihara, who was slightly shy. Are you serious? Well, I remember that there seemed to be a review in the last book that asked me to write Seiyu Agiwara, so write it in this one, and I don't know if that person can see it. However, it doesn't matter. Chapter 15. Have you calmed down? Jun Miyamura sat on the edge of the bed, turned his head to look at the tightly wrapped girl on the bed, and asked expressionlessly. Come running in the middle of the night to do that kind of thing with me, you're a real ha person. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have any accomplices and don't have a knife on you, I would have thought you came to my waist. What are you doing? Seiyu Ajihara twisted his body in dissatisfaction and glared at him through gritted teeth, looking aggrieved. I promised you before, as long as you take me in, I will let you be. Please don't say any more muffling words, the author will be troubled. If there are too many such words, you can't write the book well. Jun Miyamura sighed and gently patted the girl's exposed head. This is the first time he has encountered this rare situation. I said, it's your first time, right? Is it okay to just give it to a stranger? Humph, that person doesn't care about this anyway. Heijihara Seiyu snorted softly, turning her head away from him, her face covered with a haze. Since she doesn't care about herself. So why, she still cares about her body? Miyamura Jun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. Is my thinking too backward? Or am I sick? How do you feel that you can't figure out this guy's brain circuitry? No, you have to ask yourself a few questions to check if there is something wrong with yourself. 1 + 1 = 2. What is the height of Mount Everest? 8,848.86 meters. Who am I? The friendliest, most handsome, and most powerful exorcist in Tokyo. Well, all answered correctly. Sure enough, I wasn't sick. It's this guy who is sick, and it's not mild. I don't know what your past is, but I personally think that you can live better than that person imagined. Maybe it is a better way to take revenge. If you trample your own body, the other party will not feel sad, and as a result, only you will suffer. Jun Miyamura sighed and said bitterly. Seiyu Agiwara pursed her lips and said nothing. So, you can't get on it? It took a moment before she turned her head and glared at him with a bulging mouth. Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but slap his forehead. As I just said, you didn't listen at all. Sure enough, your disease is really not light. No, hurry back to sleep. Hagihara Seiyu puffed out, snorted softly, rolled over wrapped in the covers, and lay his body on his side on the bed. If you don't go, I'm going to sleep here today. No, blood pressure is up. Seeing Hagihara Seiyu playing a scoundrel, Jun Miyamura directly pulled up the quilt with a cold face. When the quilt left his body, Hagihara Seiyu suddenly exclaimed, his pretty face suddenly became red, and he subconsciously reached out to block his important parts. Hey? Didn't you want me to beep what to cover up? Ah, I see. Miyamura Junichi clapped his palms, revealing an expression of sudden realization. He looked at Seiyu Agihara with a blushing face in disgust. You guy, it turns out that the previous lies are all lies. It's not. Seiyu Agihara bit her lip and retorted loudly, her hands trembling as she left her body. At this time, her whole body is exposed to the air, and only 2 intimate clothes block important parts. I can't see it, you're in good shape. That, of course. I'm F. Blow, then blow. Jun Miyamura sneered, not believing her nonsense at all. An F. Visual inspection is only D at most. Obviously, they are already afraid of it, but they still have to worry about this kind of problem. Forget it, don't care about that. Then I'm serious. Jun Miyamura stepped straight up, holding Seiyu Agiwara's wrist firmly with both hands, and looked at her with smiling eyes. Seiyu Agiwara swallowed his spit nervously, turned his head to the other side, closed his eyes, and made a look like he was being slaughtered. If you want to do it, you should start with kiss. Seiyu, turn his head. Hey, hey. Hearing this, Hagihara Seiyu subconsciously opened his eyes full of panic, and looked at him tremblingly, his eyes already a little crystalline. This look made Miyamura-chun inexplicably a little moved. Then I'm amiable. Come on. Seiyu Agihara closed his eyes nervously. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath and slowly bent down. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Hagihara Seiyu's body trembled, and he suddenly shouted, tilted his head to the other side, and opened his eyes. When she opened her eyes, she found that Jun Miyamura had no intention of kissing her at all, and was looking at her with a wicked smile. Look, it shows that you still care. Jun Miyamura let go of his hands, got up from her body, and said flatly. Why? How to say, I always feel that you are a little sad. Jun Miyamura shrugged, threw the quilt on her, covered her perfect figure, then sat down in a chair, lifted Erlang's legs, and said softly. You should be a little bit of my bad taste. In short, if you want to take revenge on anyone, I personally think that it is better to let yourself live more perfectly than the other party imagines. Ah, of course, if you still want to do this, start with me, slowly degenerate, and take revenge on the other party in this way, well, I don't care. Then, choose. Jun Miyamura lowered his legs and bent forward, looking expressionlessly at Seiyu Hagihara, who sat up from the bed and looked blankly at him. How to choose? If you choose the former, I can rent the room to you temporarily until you find a job and have a place to live. If you want to rent money, prepare breakfast, bento, dinner, do housework, feed the cat every day, just use these instead. If you choose another one, I can do what you want right now, and I'll give you some money. How, which one to choose? Seiyu Agiwara lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. On her face, tears couldn't stop dripping, tears running down her cheeks and dripping onto the covers. My quilt. Miyamura twitched the corners of his mouth, looking helplessly at his tear-stained quilt. I'm going to cry and cry outside. Don't hold my quilt. Although I would love to say so. But, considering the current atmosphere, he hesitated and still did not speak. Well, I'm really a good person. Yes, I'm sorry. For a long time, the confused girl raised her head and sniffled. At this time, her face was already full of tears. Know what's wrong? The girl nodded dearly. Alas! Miyamura-jun sighed, opened his hands, and turned his head in disgust. Just borrow you for a while. The girl froze. The next moment, her warm and tender body threw herself into Miyamura-jun's arms, holding Miyamura-jun's neck and crying. Wow, why? I obviously didn't do anything wrong. Why do this to me? Why do you blame me for everything? Why bully me? Why so to the knot? Why did even she take it away from me? Why don't you give me anything? I've tried to avoid you. But why? At this moment, the girl seemed to vent all the previous uneasiness and grievances, and tears soon wet his clothes. Jun Miyamura sighed, gently patting the girl's smooth white back, and humming a gentle tune in his mouth. Although it feels very uncomfortable to feel wet in the neck. However, this kind of thing is left alone for the time being. Oh, Jun Miyamura sighed again, smiling wryly inwardly. Ultimately, why should I care about her? Can't sleep. Casually add a new chapter of the new book. Good night. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 16. Chun-jun, really don't do it. So do it now. I'm kidding. Seiyu Ajihara grimaced at Jun Miyamura, quickly opened the door and ran out. Jun Miyamura sighed, looked at the large wet clothes on his body and looked at the quilt on the bed that was also wet with tears, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, the sick stupid woman should be thrown out. Forget it, go to sleep. But what else could he say now? Since it has been promised. That's it. Sighing, he took off his clothes and lay down on the bed, covering himself with the covers. Lean, really very uncomfortable. And while he was struggling with the comfort of the quilt, on the other side, in Seiyu Agiwara's room, Miss Seiyu, finished talking to your brother. Hey? Summer, Xiaoshi? Hagihara Seiyu's eyes widened, and he looked at Xiaoshi, who was sitting on her bed and was smiling at her in surprise, and there was an inexplicable panic in his heart for a while. It's as if you've done something bad and you've been discovered. Well, Well, no need to explain, Miss Seiyu. Xiaoshi smiled slightly, comforted softly, patted the empty seat beside her, and motioned for her to sit down. Seiyu Agiwara swallowed his spit, sat down next to her with his legs trembling a little, and lowered his head uneasily. What to do, what to do? Xiaoshi was so gentle, but I did that to her brother. Moreover, it has actually been discovered now. Although it was not done, but... Thinking of this, she secretly raised her head and quietly glanced at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi! Will you believe it? Miss Seiyu. Xiaoshi suddenly turned his head to look at her and asked softly. Hagihara Seiyu's body trembled, and he straightened up all of a sudden, and he didn't dare to breathe. Finally. Are you going to blame me? Also, do that kind of thing on the first day I met. Xiaoxi must think I'm a bad woman. I'm sorry, Jun. I will definitely find a job soon and move out of here. Won't bother you. Heijihara Seiho was ready to be scolded by Xiaoxi. Miss Xiaoyu, what do you think of your brother? However, Xiaoxi did not scold her as she imagined, but still asked softly with that gentle smile. Seiho Ajihara pursed his lips and lowered his head. Both brothers and sisters are such gentle people. Chun-kun. When I first saw him, I felt that he was annoying. If you don't help, forget it, it's too much to cover your eyes and walk by. Even if you pretend not to see it, just walk over. In fact, he is also a very excessive person. To actually bring her home because I was willing to do this with him, but what a villain, a big villain. Moreover, speaking is not polite at all, there is no gentlemanly manners at all, such a person will not have a girl's liking at all. But why? Heijihara Seiho pursed his lips, sniffled, raised his head to look at the smiling Xiaoxi, and his voice was filled with crying, why? He wants to help me. Obviously didn't say anything, just let her leave the next day after doing it, and she won't have any intersection with him in the future. Obviously, as long as you don't care about her and let her fall. Why? He's going to do that to me. Obviously just a nasty guy, obviously he doesn't speak softly at all, and there is nothing likable from beginning to end. Since he is a nasty guy, then the trouble will continue to be annoying. Why is it so gentle all of a sudden? Why do you want to give her hope like an idiot? Xiaoxi smiled and looked at Seiho Ajihara who was crying, and stretched out his hand to gently touch her head, gently moving as if he was stroking some treasure. Obedient, well-behaved, cry as long as you cry out, it will be much better. Miss Xiaoyu, my brother and I. That's how I know it. Seiho Ajihara looked up in surprise and blinked. Xiaoxi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and gently stroked her face, and the swollen eyes and undried tear marks disappeared. It's brother. Saved me. Xiaoxi and Chun-jun. Isn't it a brother or sister? Not really. Xiaoxi smiled and shook his head, a trace of attachment in his eyes. In Heijihara Seihu's expectant gaze, she slowly spoke, Miss Seihu, do you know what your brother was like before? That nasty guy must still be like this, talking badly. Not really. Seeing her eyes, Xiaoxi knew what she was thinking, shook his head slightly, and looked ahead with his eyes far away, as if he was looking at something precious. My brother at that time. It's completely different from now. No, they're still the same place. At all times, my brother is very gentle. My brother at that time was paralyzed, and he looked cold and terrible. Hey! That guy? Thinking of Miyamura-jun's crumbly look, Heijihara Seihu subconsciously felt suspicious. Xiaoxi didn't mean to explain, but continued to speak, at that time, I was almost the same. It's just that because he was rescued by his brother, he had nowhere to go, so he could only follow his brother everywhere every day. Although my brother didn't say he wanted to take me with him, but at that time, he always walked very slowly, but because I was worried about what he would do to me, I didn't dare to follow too closely for a long time. Although he didn't say a word, my brother always left some leftovers after cooking. Although it is leftovers, there is no trace of eating at all. Now that I think about it, my brother must have deliberately left it to me. Sure enough, my brother is very gentle. Heijihara Seihu subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Keep walking? Where to go? Moreover, can you still cook while walking? Is it camping? Chun-jun. Formerly a camping enthusiast? But what happened to Xiaoxi? Why did he say he was rescued? My head is so dizzy, I don't understand. However, looking at Xiaoxi's happy smile and the pink bubble sea behind her, she decided to ignore these things for the time being. Every time it rains, I always pick up something to keep out the rain or just have a place to hide from the rain, and when it snows, I always find some worn-out cotton clothes and the like. Brother, it was really awkward at that time. Ah, but so do I have obviously been helped so much, but I dare not step forward, I dare not say a word to him, for fear that I will be hurt. I'm an idiot, too. So, what about later? Later. Seeing Hajihara Seihu's expectant gaze, Xiaoshi was stunned, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Later, my brother became my older brother. Well, the favorite brother. Miss Xiaoyu, then please rest early, and I will ask you to take more care in the future. Wait. Before she could react, Xiaoshi had already pushed open the door and walked out. Seihu Ajihara was stunned, withdrew his hand, and sat down on the bed. His two beautiful legs without a trace of fat gently swaying. I don't know why, a smile also appeared on her face. Jun-kun, Jun Miyamura, what kind of person is it? Seihu Agiwara pursed his lips and had the answer in his heart. Chun-jun, it's really a twisted person. Hee, this kind of person seems to be called Tsundere? Can't sleep, another chapter of good night, beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 17. A new life starts today. Seihu Agiwara hummed a brisk tune as he busied himself in the kitchen, and soon a table full of hearty breakfast was prepared. Few looking at her masterpiece, she clapped her hands in satisfaction, took off her apron, and sat on the chair expectantly waiting for the 2 people who were still sleeping upstairs. That guy must be surprised to see this, right? At that time, he will definitely praise me fiercely with a shocked face, and then kneel on the ground, crying bitterly and saying that I am sorry that I should not underestimate you. No, I have to laugh if I think about it again. Moreover, not only breakfast. I even have a bento ready. Looking at the bento box on the table that she had packed, Seihu Hajiwara finally couldn't help it and laughed proudly. This will definitely surprise that guy. Gotta make breakfast. Hey! Xiaoshi, who had just gone downstairs, stretched his waist, and was about to enter the kitchen when he saw the breakfast on the table, and was stunned for a while, and looked at Seihu Ajihara who was smiling sluggishly. Miss Xiaoyu, did you do this? Such a hearty, delicious breakfast, was made by Miss Xiaoyu? And Miss Xiaoyu actually got up earlier than me. Xiaoshi, come and taste it, it doesn't suit your appetite. Hajihara Seihu didn't know what she was thinking, nodded vigorously, and pulled Xiaoshi, who had not yet reacted, to sit on the seat. Looking at the food on the table, Xiaoshi hesitated and picked up the chopsticks. Delicious. It's delicious, and it's a good nutritional combination. But, obviously so delicious, but why? I can't eat it. Xiaoshi's brows furrowed, looking extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if something was blocked in my throat. Anyway, it's feeling very uncomfortable. Hey, Xiaoshi, is your amount of rice so small? Seeing that Xiaoshi put down his chopsticks after taking a few bites, Hajihara Seihu asked in a panic. Well, could it be that I made it too bad? However, there is no problem. Miss Xiaoyu, please don't worry. Xiaoshi stood up, shook his head, and smiled reluctantly. The cuisine was delicious, just for my personal reasons. Anyway, I'll go for the bento first. Ah, I'm done too. Xiaoshi froze. Poop, bento is also ready. Miss Xiaoyu is really powerful. Xiaoshi, are you all right? It's okay. I'll go first. Finally, Xiaoshi walked out of the house with his school bag in a daze. I even forgot about going to get Jun Miyamura to get up. Xiaoshi left so early, can't Chun-jun afford it? After Natsuyo left, Seihu Ajihara looked at the watch on the wall, hesitated, she went upstairs and pushed open the door of Jun Miyamura's room. Jun-kun, you. Staring. Because of his vigilance, Jun Miyamura woke up when Seiyu Ajihara just touched the doorknob. At this moment, he was staring at Seiyu Hajiwara grimly, and the terrifying aura he exuded startled her, and she subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Miyamura Jun grinned and said very kindly, "Miss Seiyu, do you know how the last alarm clock that woke me up was?" "What? How's it going?" Seiyu Ajihara asked timidly as he swallowed his spit. Jun Miyamura sat up from the bed, revealing his figure that made Seiyu Ajihara couldn't help but blush and cover his eyes with his hands. "But what are you going to do with such a big finger gap? You're lonely. That alarm clock is now even gone. Not even a single atom left." Miyamura Jun smiled and said grimly. Hajihara Seiyu's body trembled, and tears gradually flashed in her eyes. "Wu! Are you going to be driven away? Lie to you?" Seeing her frightened like this, Jun Miyamura rolled her eyes, said angrily, and picked up the clothes next to her. Just as he was about to wear it, he saw Seiyu Ajihara still standing in place dumbfounded, frowning in dissatisfaction. "Don't go yet, are you going to watch me change my clothes here? Or are you going to change my clothes? Don't!" Seiyu Ajihara glared at him with a red face, stuck out his tongue, and quickly closed the door. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes and smacked his lips. This girl's designation is not normal. Unlike me, pure normal people, kind, friendly, hardworking, brave, helpful and willing to dedicate. Alas, children now. While sighing, he slowly put on his clothes, cleaned up the room and pushed open the door to wash. When he went downstairs, he looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, and he didn't think back for a while. "Xiaoshi, what's wrong? Made the breakfast so generous. This is all money." "Hee, I did it, how's that?" Seiyu Agiwara smiled happily, threw herself on him from behind, and whispered in his ear. The tickling touch in his ears made Jun Miyamura frown, and he almost threw Seiyu Agiwara on the ground with an over-the-shoulder fall. "Go down, it's heavy." "Really, Jun, it is hated to say that girls are heavy." Seiyu Agiwara poked his face in dissatisfaction, puffed out his bun mouth and snorted softly. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath, and then "Ouch, do you dare to make trouble?" Jun Miyamura glanced at Seiyu Agiwara, who was covering his butt and took 2 steps back with a red face, pulled out a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, and then sat down unhurriedly in the chair. And Seiyu Hajihara was standing next to him, glaring at him with a red face. "Chun-kun! You, how can you? If you make trouble again, I'll beep you. Bully! Abominable guy, will bully me." Seiyu Ajihara pouted aggrievedly, just about to find a place to squat and draw a circle to curse, but Jun Miyamura stopped her again. "Come back." "What for?" She turned her head disapprovingly and said angrily. Jun Miyamura pulled away the chair next to him and said without raising his head, "Sit here, you haven't eaten yet, have you? How do you go out and look for a job without enough to eat? Oh, by the way, when you are at home, you can use the extra computer in Xiaoxi's room, there is no sticker. You can't move my one, understand?" "Just kidding, it's about his face as the friendliest, most handsome and most powerful exorcist in all of Tokyo. Moreover, he also deliberately placed a 9918 layer ban, as long as outsiders touched his computer, he would immediately be made into scum." Well, as for Seiyu Agiwara, he recorded her breath overnight last night. But even so, when encountered, an alarm will be triggered. "Got it," Hajihara Seiyu muttered, and obediently sat down next to him. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. "It's hateful, obviously he cares about me, and he has to put on such a look, dead tsundere. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll find a job soon and leave from you. That's best." Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes and said angrily. If you are deceived, don't say you know me, I don't laugh at you for the rest of your life. That means... Are you going to remember me for the rest of your life? Hearing his words, Hajihara Seiho came over with a grin, not angry anymore, holding his face with his hands, staring at him expectantly. Miyamura ate his breakfast slowly, glanced at her, and sneered twice. I always remember fools. Don't call me stupid. Oh, dummy. At the same time, Xiaoxi was lying on the table, and Xiao buried at the same table and Mad-san in front of her looked at her with a worried face. Xiaoxi, what's wrong all of a sudden? Is it Chunjun that idiot? Ah, actually made Xiaoxi's classmate cry, Chunjun is really a scumbag and, it has nothing to do with my brother. Xiaoxi sniffled, raised his head, and tears flowed out. I don't know why. I just suddenly thought. Woo, a little buried? You say what you think. The two looked at each other, and both shook their heads helplessly. Alas, both brothers and sisters are weirdos. Well, the author of this book takes the pure route, so he will not talk about it. Chapter 18. On this day, because he was woken up by Seiyu Agiwara, Miyamura Jun was rare and not late. Okay, don't cry woo-woo. As soon as he reached the door of the class, he heard Xiaobian's helpless comfort and the sound of Na Xiaoxi crying. In an instant, his face changed. Mad-san held his chin with one hand, and gently patted Xiaoxi's back with the other hand like a child. His eyes gently looked at Xiaoxi who was crying on the table, and sighed a little helplessly. Ah, what's going on? Already crying all morning? No, it's really Chunjun who did something excessive to Xiaoxi. After all, boys at this age are always more impulsive, and Xiaoxi is so cute, as if they are not related by blood. But it shouldn't be like that, right? If it's Chunjun. Remembering Jun Miyamura's attitude towards her, Madzo twitched the corners of his mouth to dispel this unrealistic idea. It is clear that the same table is a super beautiful girl, but Jun Miyamura has no interest in her at all, as if she only wants to sleep every day. If Miyamura was really that kind of person, he might not be able to bear it when the two were alone. Alas! Chunjun, you come quickly. What's going on? When Mad-san was worried, Miyamura's terrifying voice suddenly came from behind her, which made her tremble, turn her head stiffly, and barely pull out a smile. Chun-kun. Please don't suddenly speak out behind someone's back. People are scary, they really scare people. And Chunjun's eyes were so terrifying, it was like he was going to kill. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath, calmed his mood, his face eased slightly, bowed his head to Mad-san, and said a little apologetically, sorry, I'm a little excited. When I think that Xiaoxi may be bullied, my brain is completely unable to think, and I only have the idea of wanting to kill the person who bullied Xiaoxi. Phew, calm. Ah, Chunjun will actually apologize to me. Mad-san opened his eyes slightly and said with some surprise. In her impression, Jun Miyamura has always been a lazy, childlike, and very crumbly image. Unexpectedly, he would actually apologize for accidentally scaring her. However, now is not the time to care about this. Xiaoxi. Mad-san gently patted Xiaoxi's back, and his tone was unusually gentle. Chunjun is here. Oh, your brother is here. Woo. Brother. Xiaoxi raised his head, tears still sliding down his face unstoppably, and looked at him pitifully. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath, tried to soften his voice, and stretched out his hand to gently stroke Xiaoxi's face. Okay, brother is here. What's wrong? I actually dare to provoke Xiaoxi to cry. Jun Miyamura narrowed his eyes, and his murderous intent gradually rose. I regard Xiaoxi as a treasure, and now someone actually dares to provoke Xiaoxi? Hey, good, hey. It seems that it is time for these things that do not know whether they are dead or alive to remember my name well. Brother, brother, can you not say? However, the next moment, he was stunned. Because, Xiaoxi actually blushed. Xiaoxi wiped away his tears, lowered his head embarrassedly, and his little face was so red that it seemed to be able to drip blood, directly red to the root of his ear. No, what the hell, you say? For a while, Jun Miyamura didn't know what to do. All right. After a while, Xiaoxi took a deep breath and motioned for him to come over. And Xiaoberry and Mad San consciously turned their heads. Well, when people whisper, they don't mix in. I'm a little curious. What is the reason? Although he had turned his head, Xiaoberry still peeked at their side, and so did Mad San in the front row. They all wanted to know what was the reason that made Xiaoxi, who had always been very calm, cry like that, and he was so shy when he asked the reason. What's going on? Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth and bent down to bring his ear to Netsuyo's side. Xiaoxi took a deep breath, clenched his fists hard, and as if he had made up his mind, brought his little head to his ear. Brother, actually. Miyamura Jun only felt uncomfortable for a while. The hot breath exhaled by Xiaoxi as he spoke continued to blow on his ears, making him feel itchy, as if he was being gently played with a feather. How to say it, weird, but not annoying. Well, that's roughly how it feels. If you have to say it, it's a little comfortable. Soon, Xiaoxi finished saying the reason for her crying, and lay on the table with a red face. After listening, Miyamura stood up sluggishly and blinked his eyes in confusion. Did you hear it wrong? Xiaoxi? Could you please say it again? Dumb brother. Hearing his dull voice, Xiaoxi pursed his lips, raised his head, glared at him strangely, and lowered his head again. Jun Miyamura scratched his head and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. And the killing intent that rose in his heart also turned into smoke and dissipated after listening to it. Sorry for those things that don't know if they are dead or alive. Although it is not your doing, I still have to go and let you settle down a little. Well, otherwise it seems that my words do not count. After all, I'm the most trustworthy exorcist in Tokyo. Nah. Chunjun, are you all right? Tokisaki looked at his dull face and asked with some concern. Jun Miyamura came back to his senses from the plan just now, coughed lightly and nodded awkwardly. Well, it's okay, it's a misunderstanding. However, he never expected that the reason why Xiaoxi was crying was this. Okay, Xiaoxi, raise your head. Woo! Xiaoxi sniffled, his eyes were red, and there were undried tear marks on his face, and he looked at him so aggrievedly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around, he would have taken out his mobile phone and collected this rare scene. Xiaoxi, you are really an idiot. Miyamura Jun sighed with a wry smile, stretched out his hand to caress Xiaoxi's cheek, and her red and swollen eyes returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Really, why are you crying because of that? Because. Xiaoxi lowered his head and pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Because. I care too much about my brother. She was embarrassed to say this. Alas. Miyamura shook his head helplessly, touched Xiaoxi's head lightly, and then sat down on the seat. My own sister. Although you are very smart, you can sometimes become stupid. Pure author does not understand the commotion and begs for everything, for 5 stars. Chapter 19. Really, how could I suddenly think so much today? After school, on the way home, Xiaoxi followed behind Jun Miyamura, bowing his head tightly. Thinking of her embarrassment today, she felt a pang of shyness. When I think of the future, I will be gradually ignored by Jun Miyamura, and Jun Miyamura gradually begins not to rely on her. As a result, I couldn't help but cry out. Woo, I'm such an idiot. Really, stupid, how could you think like that? Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth, glanced at Xiaoxi, whose small face was red behind him, reached out and knocked on her little head, and sighed helplessly. Xiaoxi lowered his head tightly without saying a word, his face blushing as if he could drip blood. Obviously Brother Ming would never do that. I still think about it. I actually cried because of this. Oh, stupid fool, not only was he seen by the crazy three classmates and Xiao Buri, but also discovered by his brother. Moreover, how can she face Miss Xiaoyu? Okay, no need to do this. Jun Miyamura couldn't help but laugh, softly comforting the embarrassed and indignant Xiaoxi, and looked at him with a smile. Will I cry because of this? Doesn't it mean that Xiaoxi cares about me very much? I'm very happy. Really, brother? Please say no more. Good Miyamura smiled helplessly, reaching out to take Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi pursed his lips, looked at the hands held by the two, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and muttered in a low voice, "Stupid brother! Ah, I'm home." Xiaoxi suddenly raised his head, only to find that the two had already walked to the door, and Miyamura Jun was holding the key and preparing to open the door. No, this way. Absolutely cannot be seen by Miss Xiaoyu. Myself and my brother holding hands or something. Absolutely not. Xiaoxi. As soon as Miyamura opened the door, he felt the soft touch in his hand disappear instantly, and turned back suspiciously. Before he could ask anything, Xiaoyu's gentle voice came into his ears. Welcome home, so, do you eat first, take a shower first, or… Hey! Xiaoyu looked at Miyamura Jun who was holding him dumbfounded, and his brain shut down for a while. Isn't this plot right? According to the words of the anime, at this time, the male protagonist should be flushed and tell her not to mess around or something. But what the hell is this? Xiaoxi, trouble, close the door, I want to educate this fool well. Hua Xiao looked at him in panic, and was pulled into the room without resistance. It's true. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxi, whose face was still a little crimson, sighed and shouted softly, Brother, please don't tease Miss Xiaoyu. Oops. Heijihara Xiao was stunned, slowly widened his eyes, looked at Miyamura Jun with a bad smile, and his small face instantly turned red. Chunjun! Do you dare to skin? Jun Miyamura let go of his hand, sneered twice, and looked at Seiyu Ajihara maliciously. For such desperate people, it is necessary to be frightened to be useful. The next time I do this, I'll really… Humph! Junjun scoundrel, Heijihara Seiyu muttered, looking at him resentfully. Damn fellow, I've already cooked the meal, and you actually do this to me. As a result, the next moment, the meal has already been cooked. Oh, by the way, the bento was delicious, and it really surprised me. Hey, I'm awesome too, right? I'll go and serve you a meal, all praise me like this. Then reluctantly forgive him. Watching Xiaoyu's face change from angry to a silly smile, Xiaoxi slapped his forehead, only feeling speechless. Miss Xiaoyu, really a fool. Actually, it was coaxed in a word. Xiaoxi, hurry up and eat, here it is. However, seeing that Miss Xiaoyu is very happy, it should be fine, right? At the dining table, Seiyu Ajihara supported his face with his hands and looked at the two with a smile on his face. Jun Miyamura put down his rice bowl and looked at her suspiciously. Are you full when you smell it? It would be great if that were the case, and it would save a person money for food. But, obviously, it was completely different from what he thought. I just feel that being able to watch Chunjun and Xiaoxi eat my cooking like this has an inexplicable sense of happiness. Heijihara Seiyu lowered his head slightly, with a faint smile on his face, and whispered. I always feel that I am needed. Hey? What a thing! Miyamura twitched the corners of his mouth, completely unaware of what she was talking about. Is this guy really an idiot, and there is an inexplicable sense of happiness? Jun Miyamura did not understand her thoughts. He only knew one thing, and that was that Sao Ajihara didn't have the superpower to watch others eat. Hey? Chun-kun, you don't have to do this, Sao Ajihara said with a flustered wave of his hand as he looked at the sudden extra dish in his bowl. Originally, I planned to wait for Chunjun and Xiaoxi to eat it myself. Because, I want to experience this feeling of happiness more. It feels really nice to be needed. Less nonsense, if you clip it, you will eat. Jun Miyamura rolled her eyes and said angrily, pouring another bunch of dishes into her bowl. No picky eaters, you have to eat them. I see. Under Jun Miyamura's stern gaze, Hajiwara Seiyu muttered, finally picked up his chopsticks and took small bites of the food in his bowl. I always feel that the food in front of me has never been more delicious. That person rarely cooks for himself, and so does bento, and most of the time when he is at school, he hides in a corner and eats bento by himself, and when he goes home, he eats by himself. Obviously it's still an ordinary meal, but why? But it's more delicious than before? It's not the same as when you were alone. There is a strange feeling. Hajihara Seiyu's movements gradually slowed down, and his eyes were unconsciously a little moist. Can't tell, I don't know how to describe it. However, the feeling is not annoying. Rather, she enjoyed the feeling. But, this feeling is also very scary. If you leave, if you come back to that place, will everything disappear? It's like a dream. Before she knew it, her tears were running down her cheeks. What are you crying all of a sudden? Jun Miyamura frowned slightly, looking at Seiyu Ajihara, whose body was constantly trembling, suspiciously. It was fine just now, but suddenly what happened? Miss Seiyu, what's wrong with you? Xiaoxi also frowned and asked worriedly. Seiyu desperately stopped the tears that were about to flow and showed a reluctant smile to the two. I'm okay. Words spoken out will definitely be hated by the word. Obviously just an outsider, but I want to stay here all the time or something. If they knew, they would definitely be in trouble. But, really don't want to leave. Are you really all right? Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and looked at Seiyu Ajihara with a suspicious face. They all cried like this, how can they not look like they are okay, right? Let me guess, is it a setback for not finding a place to work? If that's the case, it's okay not to go to work. Hey! Well, this feeling of having food when you get home is pretty good, and you don't have to take care of chocolate and vanilla, it's pretty good, right? Well, that's true, and my brother won't be late. Xiaoxi nodded lightly and said flatly. Jun Miyamura narrowed his eyes, looked at Xiaoxi, and showed a bad smile. I don't know who it is this morning. Xiaoxi's face suddenly turned red, and he picked up a chopstick dish in shame and stuffed it into his mouth. After reacting, her face became even redder. This is indirect kissing. Okay, don't say it, don't say it. Jun Miyamura swallowed the food in his mouth, did not pay attention to Xiaoxi's coquettish expression, turned his head to look at Seiyu Ajihara, and shrugged. That's it, if you don't want to look for a job, you can be a nanny in my house, and it's okay to make this place your home. Home, Ajihara Seiyu murmured. Suddenly, she seemed to understand that feeling a little. Family is like unspeakable, unclear. Hajiwara Seiyu pursed his lips and raised his head to look at Jun Miyamura and Natsuyo, who were fighting. Warm, happy, noisy but not annoying. Is this what home feels like? Good night. Chapter 20. Ah, Jun-kun, the phone is ringing at night. Seiyu Ajihara had just poured tea into the cup when Jun Miyamura's mobile phone rang. Seiyu Ajihara blinked, hurriedly woke up Jun Miyamura, who was asleep on the sofa, and gently shook his body. Unexpectedly, Chunjun looked weak, but his body was quite strong to the touch, and he unexpectedly had muscles. No, stupid. What are you thinking? Hajiwara Seihu's face turned red for a moment, and he quickly shook his head, putting aside his cranky thoughts. Who called? Jun Miyamura rubbed his eyes, slowly sat up from the sofa, and asked nonchalantly, not paying the slightest attention to Hajiwara Seihu's red little face. Seiyu hurriedly picked up the phone, and when he saw the note, he couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at him with some hesitation. The remark is, saxophone, how strange, is it a musician? Ah, I see. Not a musician, just a classmate. Is it a nickname? However, what kind of classmate has the nickname of saxophone? Is it the looks? Or personality? Xiaxi, Xiaxi. While she was wondering, Jun Miyamura stood up and shouted loudly. The next moment, under the dull gaze of Seiyu Ajihara, Xiaxi violently pushed open the door, carrying 2 pistols in black and white in the holster on his leg, and an RPG on his back. Seiyu. That, Natsuyo, that is. Hajihara Seiyu swallowed his spit, his voice trembling a little. That metallic color, no matter how you look at it, is it real? Me, I won't be in danger, right? Ah, Miss Seiyu, don't worry. Seeing her sluggish, a smile appeared on Xiaxi's expressionless little face, and comforted her softly, these are just models. Yes, yes. Ahaha, too. Although it didn't look like it, Seiyu Ajihara forced a smile. Well, it must be a model. After all, how can ordinary people have real things in their homes? And it's still RPG. Hey? Xiaxi, what are you talking about? However, the next moment, Jun Miyamura broke her little bit of luck. Jun Miyamura frowned slightly, gently patted Seiyu Ajihara's head, and said in a flat tone, those are true. Look at that bazooka, I think back then, I carried it single-handedly. Xiaxi frowned and glared at him strangely. Ordinary people must be scared, right? It's true, stupid brother, it's a fool to miss Seiyu. Miss Seiyu is just an ordinary person, and she will definitely be scared at this moment. It's okay, she always has to know anyway. Jun Miyamura said as he connected the phone. As soon as you speak, you are straightforward. Location. Chunjun, hurry up. After quickly explaining the location to Jun Miyamura, Tokisaki turned his head and swallowed his doppelganger into his abdower. The behemoth couldn't help but grit his teeth. His own bullet does very little damage to it, and even the 7 bullet can only make it stop for a short time or two. Looks useful, but her attack can't be broken at all. Even if a dozen she's shoot together, this Yukai looks completely fine. The injuries she caused seem to have been recovered in the blink of an eye. And look at the damage of this thing to them, it is 1 bite at a time, the same as eating potato chips. Although she can recreate these doppelgangers at any time. But these are herself. If you don't come again, I'm really going to be eaten. Or is Chunjun the kind of man who can't do anything? Even in life and death situations, her voice still sounds graceful. Hearing her words, Miyamura Jun smiled slightly. 1 minute, can't solve your money refund. Is it? Then I can wait for Chunjun to come to the hero to save the beauty Xiaxi. Jun Miyamura put down the phone with a kind smile on his face. I don't know why, Hajihara Seiyu shivered inexplicably. It always felt that Chunjun suddenly became a little scary. Take out my treasures. Actually saying that I can't do anything, doesn't that mean that I can't do it? This time, let her see if she is good or not. Stupid brother, please hurry over. Xiaxi rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Really, how do I know what treasures you have, brother? Okay, I'm talking nonsense anyway. Jun Miyamura pouted, pulled up Seiyu Ajihara, who had not yet reacted, and held her in her arms in the position of a princess. Hey? Wait. Hajihara Seiyu's delicate face was instantly flushed, and she clasped her hands to her chest, looking at Jun Miyamura who picked her up at a loss. What is this going to do? And Xiaoxi is still here. Since you live here temporarily, there are some things you will have to know sooner or later. For example, my work with Xiaoxi. Hey! Seiyu Ajihara blinked. Before she could react, Jun Miyamura had already carried her out of the house. Then, in her dull gaze, he and Xiaoxi, fly. What's so surprising, isn't it common sense that people can fly? This is a ghost's common sense. Looking at the house that gradually became small below, Hajihara Seiyu turned pale with fright, and the fullness on his chest unconsciously clinged to Miyamura-jun's body, making him uncomfortable for a while, frowning slightly, and reprimanding dissatisfiedly, "Stupid, don't make such a fuss." But... Seiyu Ajihara pouted aggrievedly, then looked down again, and tightened his arms around his neck in fright. Although it feels good to be attached to a soft and fragrant beautiful girl, but... His movements couldn't help but pause, and he almost threw Seiyu Ajihara in his arms. Almost unable to suppress the gun. "Brother!" Xiaoxi narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura all over his body, and glanced at Seiyu Ajihara's chest without a trace, and after comparing it, he gritted his teeth hatefully. "Damn it! Everyone is the same age, obviously they are all high school students. But why did it develop like that? Woo! So envious! Bah! Jealousy! Wrong! That's sin, it's sin! Anyway, a minute to rush over. Xiaoxi, I'm going to speed up." "Humph! Xiaoxi!" Miyamura-chun was stunned, looking at the inexplicably angry Xiaoxi with a puzzled face, only feeling confused. Why is this kid angry again? Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 21. Woo! Hear that, me? Hee, a minute, right? In that case, it's just easy on the empty ground, countless Tokisaki Crazy 3 chuckled. They all look basically the same, and their outfits are roughly the same. Unlike her usual attire, she is now wearing not the school uniform, but a black and bloody gothic suit, with a long and short ponytail fluttering behind her. Under the moonlight, the figure intertwined with blood and black looked so elegant. Emperor Keek Tokisaki shouted, holding the longer flintlock gun in his hand high, and the golden clock in his left eye slowly turned. Bang! A sound like a bell ringing, and a huge golden clock appeared behind her. Facing the huge monster in front of him, whose size far exceeded his own, Tokisaki Crazy-san showed a beautiful smile on his face. Then, in the eyes of the yokai like a cat looking at a mouse, countless Tokisaki Crazy 3 showed similar smiles on their faces, and invariably pointed the shorter flintlock gun at their heads. Engraved Emperor, 1 bullet. Is that the ability to accelerate? Stupid, even if the speed is fast, it is completely useless in front of Lao Tzu. A hideous laugh sounded. The next moment, a gust of wind blew through, and the blade-like wind involved several mad 3 who had no time to dodge. He, obviously just stand there and wait to be eaten by me. Why do you have to do this indifferent struggle? Oh, Mr. Yukai is really confident. Shizaki's face remained unchanged, and 2 blood-red spiritual powers emerged from the golden clock behind her, burrowing into the muzzles of the long spear and short gun in her hand respectively. Engraved Emperor, 5 bullets, 7 bullets. Idiot, that kind of thing, as long as you are prepared, you can't hit Lao Tzu at all. The yokai laughed maniacally, his body twisting slightly in the air to dodge the bullets that were galloping towards him, and his claws covered Tokisaki Ryozo's body with a whistling wind. However, Tokisaki smiled. Bang! The yokai's pupils constricted, staring dead at the blood-colored bullets fired from the short gun. This distance is absolutely impossible to avoid. However, it's only 5 seconds, what can you do? The yokai smiled wickedly and went straight to the bullet. The moment the bullet hit his body, the huge body froze in the air, and the sharp claws were less than a centimeter away from Tokisaki's smooth and delicate cheeks. For him, the woman in front of him was just a death throes. Just like a cat scratching a rat, you always have to play with it first, and only after the hope continues to be dashed will you be satisfied to kill the rat who gave up the struggle. For him, it was just a few seconds late. Hey! Tokisaki also understood this, however, she only smiled slightly, and then touched her left eye gracefully, as if she was confirming the time with the golden clock in her left eye. Well, let's not mention whether her eyes can confirm the time, anyway, there is a pressure. The inexplicable feelings of the girl with the second disease in middle school are not understood. It's almost time. I just believe him like that. Tokisaki grinned, took a few steps back unhurriedly, and then snapped his fingers. 5 seconds, exactly 5 seconds. Go and die. After she snapped her fingers, the Yukai regained her mobility, its claws stabbing straight into her heart. However, as if he had given up struggling, Tokisaki threw down the twin guns in his hand with a smile. When they fell to the ground, the two guns were instantly caught by the outstretched hands in the shadows. In the Yukai's surprised gaze, she smiled and closed her eyes. Have you given up struggling? Fortunately, I have worked hard to save it. After chasing for so long, I finally found this opportunity. At this time, that bastard should still be lying in bed and doesn't know anything. Oh, after eating her, I will leave the area as fast as possible. At that time, even if it's that bastard, don't try to catch me. In an instant, the Yukai had already thought a lot. Even if something goes wrong, it's nothing, my speed, that bastard will definitely not be able to catch up. As his thoughts flowed, his claws were about to break through Shizaki's chest. He seemed to have seen the scene of his bloody heart being swallowed by himself. However, if nothing else, there will be an accident. I'm trademark Reiner. Ha 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 boom. The violent wind and waves swept the earth, and the strong wind made Tokisaki squint his eyes unconsciously. Although she couldn't see clearly, she also knew what the situation was, and shouted with a relaxed face, Chun-jun, it's really slow, it's been a minute, right? Hey? How can it be? In the next second, an alarm full of childhood memories sounded. Doraemon went to your house and picked up bitter tea. However, Miyamura-jun did not give everyone a chance to recall his childhood, and turned off the alarm with lightning speed. Tokisaki Crazy Zo. Tokisaki Crazy-san slowly opened his eyes, looked at Miyamura-jun who was holding a shivering girl in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Chun-jun, you can give me the whole unexpected every time. Ahem, just a minute. Jun Miyamura coughed lightly and said seriously. However, Tokisaki Crazy-san didn't eat his set, and looked at him with a smile. I remember what Chun-jun said before was to solve it in a minute. But now, it's just right here, so should I get my money back? Hey? A sucker! Jun Miyamura suddenly rounded his eyes, and looked at Tokisaki Crazy with a smile on his face. I'm here, this matter has already been solved, understand? That said, are these your doppelgangers? Then, he looked at the surrounding Shizaki Mad 3 curiously, with an interested look on his face. In this group of Tokisaki Mad 3, he seems to have also found a Tokisaki Crazy 3 with a bandage on his skin? Woohoo, what's going on? Hajiwara Seiyu hugged Miyamura-jun's neck tightly, tears as if they were about to burst out of her eyes at any moment. What the hell is going on with this beautiful girl? Why also with a gun in your hand? And what's going on with the clock behind that? Also, why are there so many girls around who are exactly like her? I can't live like this anymore, hey! And most importantly, she trembled and lowered her head, looking at the Yukai who was stepped on the ground by Shirakawa Kaed, and couldn't help but swallow her spit. I'm going home. Wuto pure author does not talk about everything and begs for 5 stars. Chapter 22. Everything that happened tonight had an unimaginable impact on Seiyu Hajiwara's already incomplete worldview. In her homestay family, one night, suddenly the family took out a gun and a bazooka, and said that they would take her out to meet the world. Then it flew. After that, I saw many girls who looked exactly the same. Suddenly, she found that it was not difficult to accept that there were monsters in the world. Mad-san, please help take care of her. Waseu Ajihara, who was suddenly thrown out by Jun Miyamura, exclaimed, his small face turned white with fright, and he hugged her neck tightly the moment Tokisaki Kozo hugged her, and looked at Jun Miyamura who was smiling badly aggrievedly. Chun-kun. What to do suddenly? It's nothing, the main thing is that it's inconvenient to hold you. Jun Miyamura shrugged his shoulders and raised his head to look at the flying Natsuyo. Xiaoshi, give her a good explanation of our work. Brother. Miss Xiaoyu is frightened by you. Xiaoshi sighed helplessly, fell next to Mad-san, and showed a faint gentle smile to Hajihara Xiaoyu. Miss Xiaoyu, as you can see, my brother and I work for this. It's our job to come out and stop someone when they're in danger, to maintain a balance between people and monsters, and to take a portion of the proceeds from it. Then, it's time to talk about you. Seeing Natsu explaining to Seiyu Hajihara in a serious way, Miyamura Jun smiled slightly, looked down at the yokai who was constantly struggling under his feet. The yokai roared, struggling desperately, trying to get his body out from under his feet. However, after struggling for a long time, he could only lift his head with difficulty, his eyes were full of ferocity, and he wanted to tear him apart immediately. However, he can only roar angrily now, bastard, let me go. Dare to do this to Lao-tzu, I will tear you to pieces. Stinky imp. Oh, that's noisy. Jun Miyamura grinned and slowly lifted one foot. Rumble. The huge head of the monster was completely trampled into the ground, and it could only keep struggling. However, it was useless, and he could only make a dull sound unwillingly. I remember the last time I told you, right? Miyamura Jun said as if talking to himself, and his tone gradually cooled. If you come here to make trouble again, it will kill you. Why, so quickly forget the pain of the last time I ripped my tail off? While speaking, his foot was still crushed hard, as if he was stepping on not some big monster, but just an ordinary bug. Bastard, you let me go. Last time it was Lao-tzu who was careless, this time Lao-tzu must tear you to pieces and eat it little by little. The yokai roared, struggling to hold its head. As a big yokai, it was actually trampled under the feet of human beings who were food. In his angry eyes, there was a deep hint of fear. Natsuyo. Tokisaki Kozo was still holding Seiyu Ajihara, watching this scene thoughtfully. How do I feel? Chun-jun seems to be more like a yokai. If you don't look at the appearance, anyone will think that the eerily smiling Miyamura Jun is the man-eating yokai. If it weren't for the fact that I was almost eaten by this monster just now. Brother, Xiaoshi twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed helplessly, just get used to it. But. Hajihara Seiyu swallowed his spit, his eyes shining inexplicably. Don't you think, Chun-jun like this? Does it seem a little handsome? Although it feels a little scary for Chun-jun to look like. However, inexplicably makes people feel safe. Tokisaki and Natsuyo were both stunned, and turned their heads in unison to look at Jun Miyamura. At this time, his smile became more and more presumptuous, and he stepped on the head of the yokai one after another. With every step you step, the ground trembles. And that monster is also very stubborn, obviously as long as you obediently bury your head in the soil all the time. But he still wanted to raise his head and be trampled back. The two looked at Seiyu Ajihara with suspicion in their eyes. You call this handsome? This is obviously a villain. Or the kind of supervillain who has psychological problems and likes to abuse people. Bastard, will you only use this kind of inferior move of sneak attack? Have the ability to let go of me and fight me with dignity. Finally, the yokai finally had a breather, raised its head and roared wildly. This kind of insult, it's better to kill him directly. Jun Miyamura grinned, shrugged indifferently, and jumped off his body. As you wish. The yokai was stunned, and after reacting, he supported the ground with both hands, and forcefully pulled up the body that had fallen into the ground, and his huge eyeballs were full of fierce eyes looking at Jun Miyamura, who was smiling in front of him, grinning and showing sharp teeth, and roared, "Bastard, take it!" Woohoo! In an instant, the wind was blowing, rolling up the dust in the sky. Even the nearby trees rolled up. Then, under the somewhat worried eyes of Natsu Shiping, Tokisaki Matsuo, and Heijihara Seiyu, the yokai took off and flew into the air. And then flew away? Hey! Tokisaki blinked, and his brain stopped working for a while. The monster who chased and killed himself before, just escaped like this? Ha 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 ha! Stinky little ghost, you definitely can't catch me. His speed, even against some top big monsters, will not fall behind. Wait, after I escape, I must take revenge on you. Eat all the people around you, and there is no one left. I thought it was some earth-shattering move, but I was expecting one. Looking at the yokai that turned into a stream of light and flew away, Miyamura Jun sighed regretfully, waved his hand, and the surrounding wind stopped. Duan, the next moment, I saw that the yokai seemed to hit an invisible wall and made a Q-bomb sound. This speed collided, and his head seemed to be a little dented. Not enchantment. The yokai stared blankly at the translucent barrier that gradually appeared in front of him, and his mood was like riding a roller coaster, and he fell into the abyss in an instant. It's over. Xiaoshi! Jun Miyamura shouted softly. Xiaoshi nodded, walked next to him, and handed him the bazooka on his back. Jun Miyamura carried the bazooka on his shoulder and pretended to gesture for a while, aiming at the yokai that was scurrying like a headless fly, revealing an eerie sunny smile. Mr. Yokai, goodbye. My art is an explosion. Rumble. Although his speed is fast, I don't know why, the missile launched by Jun Miyamura is just on the trajectory of his flight. Jun Miyamura nodded in satisfaction, looking at the yokai falling to the ground with black smoke from the sky, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to obediently teach me a lesson? It has to be the whole thing. Yokai. It's really difficult to understand. It's finally time for school to start, and I've been nesting at home for 2 or 3 months, okay. Chapter 23. When Jun Miyamura walked unhurriedly to the place where the yokai fell, his eyes had gradually begun to drift. Even so, when he saw Jun Miyamura, his body trembled subconsciously, and there was fear in his eyes that could not be dispersed. This guy is a monster. It seems that you are very confident in your speed. Jun Miyamura grinned and said very affectionately, as if it was not himself who blasted this monster down with a shot just now. If there are people who don't know, they may think that he and the yokai have been friends for many years. Well, the premise is to ignore the yokai that already have more air and less intake. Why? Jun Miyamura bent down, grabbed the yokai's hair, lifted his head, patted his face very affectionately, and looked at him with a smile. Isn't it awesome? Well? Why do I always feel like a villain? I should be a decent protagonist, right? Well, forget it, leave him alone. Jun Miyamura threw this thought out of his mind in a blink of an eye, and continued to smile at the yokai with fear in his eyes. What villain? I? No way. Uncle Ben is the most powerful, kind, and handsome exorcist known in Tokyo. How could it be some villain? This monster actually has the ability to change my mind, it is simply terrifying. This son, don't keep him. Syllable. The yokai's gaze was dull, and he looked at Jun Miyamura, who suddenly slapped himself in a big pocket, and dared to be angry in his heart. Afterwards, according to the recollections of the parties in the underworld, and a group of ghosts, it was like this. I was hundreds of years old and gave me a big bibby. You can think about how much psychological damage a 100-year-old child can have. Even if I've been dead for so long, I still can't forget that big BB. Ahem, back to the present. Glaring at me? Are you hanging? Seeing the aggrieved eyes of the yokai, Miyamura Jun sneered, and another big bye went over. The strength was so strong that this monster's brain seemed to tremble, and it stopped thinking for a while. After returning to his senses, he could no longer bear this insult. Bastard! I don't understand the truth that a soldier cannot be killed. The matter of being slapped with two big mouths, how can I mess around after it gets out? I'm going to eat you. However, after seeing Miyamura's pure gloomy gaze, he still swallowed back the words that came to his mouth from the heart, revealing a bright smile. Adult, I'm really wrong. You give me another chance, I will definitely not go to that woman again. The yokai blinked his big shining eyes and tried to soften Jun Miyamura's heart with a cute offensive. However, looking at those huge eyeballs, he only felt a chill, dragged his head and threw it, directly crashing into several large trees. Well, it's none of my business, he hit it. Then I'll give you a chance. Didn't you say you were fast? 3 seconds. Jun Miyamura held up 3 fingers and grinned. I'll wait for you for 3 seconds, and if you can escape, I'll spare your life. If I catch up, then I'm going to kill you. 3. Boom. The monster's pupil shrank, and he suddenly waved his wings, and the strong wind and waves even swept up the surrounding trees, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha. The little ghost is really a little ghost, it's too rampant. Wait, when I heal my wounds and come back, I will definitely tear that woman to pieces and eat it. Then, it's you. 2. Miyamura muttered softly as he looked at the mess in front of him, slowly withdrawing the last finger. 1. Alas, poor yokai. Jun Miyamura shook his head regretfully, and his figure slowly disappeared in place. Just to this extent, I've seen a lot of yokai faster than you. It should be almost the same to escape here. I don't know how long it took before the yokai stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. This is already the area of other families, even if it is that guy, it should be. Brother, buy a hanger. Jun Miyamura sat on the roof, gently shaking his calves, and looked at the frightened yokai with a smile. The next moment, he appeared in front of the yokai, slowly put his hand on his head, and sighed regretfully, sorry, you lost. I can also. Poof! The monster's body inflated like a balloon, and then as if it had reached a limit, its body suddenly exploded, and purple-black flesh and blood splashed around. Jun Miyamura withdrew his hand and looked at the trash can not far away. Next to the trash can, some cats with white fur were hunched over, and their hair exploded, screaming at him in a low voice. Okay, I'm sorry to disturb you. As an apology, these things are left at your disposal. Little kitten, see you later. Jun Miyamura smiled and waved his hand, turning his head to leave. Alas, I am indeed a kind, friendly, hard-working, handsome, strong, brave and powerful, everyone loves flowers, blossoms and monsters, and 3 good young people. Meow. After confirming that he had left, the white cat left the edge of the trash can with some hesitation, walked to the yokai's stump, and sniffed with some hesitation. After confirming that there was no poison, he opened his mouth and ate his corpse little by little. At the same time, Jun Miyamura has also arrived home. Xiaoshi, I'm back, let my brother hug. Why are you guys here? Ah, I didn't expect Chunjun to be a sister control. Tokisaki squatted on the ground, teasing chocolate and vanilla, while looking at him with a smile. Miyamura-jun's face turned dark, and he almost picked her up and threw her out. Meow. Meow. When they saw him, both cats barked, decisively abandoned Tokisaki Matsuo, picked him up, and rubbed around very affectionately, which made Miyamura-jun's face a little better, and looked at Tokisaki Crazy-san defiantly. Oh, unpopular losers with cats. Burst. Tokisaki covered his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. You can actually be proud of this kind of thing, are you a child? Brother. Xiaoshi called out to him helplessly and sighed. Stupid brother, Mad-san classmate is a guest. How can anyone talk so much to a guest? Under the threat of Xiaoshi's eyes, Jun Miyamura reluctantly sat down on the sofa and gently touched the heads of the two cats. Seiyu Ajihara sat next to him, raising her head from time to peek at him. It turns out that there really are monsters in the world. Although there are many questions in her heart, now her biggest question is, do modern onmyoji all use RPGs? I am the purest author in the world, convinced, begging for everything, asking for 5 stars. Chapter 24. So, Mad-san, how long are you going to stay here? Ah, does Chunjun hate me so much? It's so sad. Tokisaki covered his face and made a heartbroken look, his body trembling slightly, as if he was sobbing in the face of her pitiful offensive. Miyamura-jun sneered twice, unmoved. Bastard, they have already helped you, then hurry back to your own house and sleep. I've been annoyed by your saxophone for a day at school, and you're going to bother me at night, and you can't eat people. Jun Miyamura gritted his teeth lightly and looked at Tokisaki Kozo, who was sitting opposite him, with some ferocity. Seeing Miyamura-jun like this, Xiaoshi sighed, knocked his head habitually, and said angrily, Brother, Mad-san classmate is a guest, trouble your attitude is better. Woohoo, Xiaoshi, you say me for the women outside, you don't love me anymore woo-woo. Ask, what should I do if I have an unrestrained stupid brother? Xiaoshi slapped his forehead and looked at Jun Miyamura, who pretended to be pitiful, only feeling that he couldn't say a word, so he had to turn his head to look at the snickering Mad-san, and lowered his head a little apologetically. Sorry, Mad-san, brother he. Well, you also saw it, maybe the brain is a little. Wait, Xiaoshi? Summer world. Although Xiaoshi didn't say it clearly, he knew very well what she didn't finish saying. It's too much. It's too much to say that your dear brother has a problem with his head or something. Seeing his grief-stricken gaze, Xiaoshi's lips rose slightly, pretending not to see it, and turned his head to face Tokisaki Crazy-san who had a smile on his face. Mad-san, is there anything else? I'd love to help if I could. Oh, so Xiaoshi thinks so, I'm the kind of person who only thinks of you when I want to help, woo-woo, it's so sad. Although Xiaoshi is relatively simple, she is not stupid. It is better to say that any normal person can see that Shizaki is pretending. Oh, don't you come to comfort me? Okay, okay. After pretending for a while, seeing that no one responded to him, Tokisaki sighed softly and put down the hand covering his face, still with that gentle smile on his face. As for the tear stains or something, there is no awe at all. Speaking of which, what's going on with your hairstyle? Looking at her wild double ponytail, Jun Miyamura couldn't help but ask. Obviously it's quite normal in the morning, it looks quite elegant, why did it become a mat-killing girl at this time? However, one thing is to say, such a Tokisaki Crazy-san looks inexplicably crazy, and there is more of a strange beauty than usual. Hearing his question, Tokisaki smiled slightly, crossed his fingers in front of him, and put on a very distressed look. Every time I use this power, it will become like this, and I myself am very distressed about this. Chunjun, what's wrong? Would Chunjun actually show such a distressed expression? Tokisaki opened his eyes slightly, revealed a sweet smile, and looked at Jun Miyamura expectantly. Because the reason why the monster who hunted down her was solved, she is in a beautiful mood now. However, this also made her forget one thing. When Jun Miyamura is distressed by her, her mood tends to become very unbeautiful. In that case, then I will say it. Since you want me to say it, then I'm not polite. Anyway, it's not me who will be embarrassed. Jun Miyamura grinned, his eyes shining with anticipation. Brother. I like to watch cute girls fall into embarrassment. Humph, who told you to say on the phone just now that I can't do it? That. Seeing the expectation in his eyes, Tokisaki realized that something was wrong, and his smile suddenly stiffened. Chunjun, it's late, I think it's better to go back early and rest. After all, there are still classes tomorrow. Right? However, seeing the weird smile on his lips, she understood. Jun Miyamura would never let her go like this. It's okay, I can send the crazy 3 classmates home, just as I walked. Right? For the first time, Jun Miyamura showed such a bright smile to Tokisaki Matsuo. However, this made Tokisaki Matsuo's heart cool and cold. It's over. This guy. With the evil taste of a pure Jun. Next, what evil questions will he definitely ask? Woo! Tokisaki closed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming his restless mood. Then, she opened her eyes expressionlessly, and the golden clock in her eyes slowly turned. Chunjun, what's the problem? There is no escape. If that's the case, let's just come and go. Oh, it's nothing, it's just that I heard Mad-san say that it will be very distressing when using power. However, I seem to see that one of the doppelgangers of Mad-san's classmate is covered in bandages, and he stretches out a hand and looks happy. Tokisaki opened his eyes slightly, leaned out, and covered his mouth with his hand, and his tone became slightly excited. That kind of thing. That's definitely not me. Wait, me, what am I doing? After reacting, Tokisaki Matsuo's delicate face gradually turned a layer of alluring pink, and his eyes subconsciously dodged. Although he is currently in his 40s, but it was the first time she had done such an intimate action with the opposite sex. It always feels. It's kind of weird. Feeling the soft touch coming from his mouth, Jun Miyamura was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously licked it in Tokisaki's palm. In an instant, Tokisaki Crazy Sanzo's eyes widened, looking at the dazed Jun Miyamura in disbelief, and the skin on his neck quickly turned red. Who am I and where am I? I was licked by Chunjun just now? After reacting to what happened, she hurriedly withdrew her hand, her eyes dodging and not daring to look at Jun Miyamura. And when he was still stunned, Xiaoshi next to him had a dark face. My brother, what are you doing? Xiaoshi took a few deep breaths, stared at Jun Miyamura grimly, and his small fists clenched unconsciously. This stupid brother! What the hell are you doing? Sure enough, it's better to break all his hands and feet and throw him in a small black room, right? Obviously brother is a stupid guy who can't do it. But why is it so popular with girls? Thinking about it, her hand uncontrollably touched the fruit knife on the table. Jun Miyamura came back to his senses, just in time to see her hand holding the handle of the knife, and blinked his eyes suspiciously. Xiaoshi! Nothing. Xiaoshi expressionlessly picked up the knife and played with it in his hand, and said nonchalantly. I don't know why, Miyamura Jun inexplicably felt a chill. Moreover, there seems to be a sad BGM coming, Kanasama yo. What's with this feeling of being knifed? Ahem. Chunjun, Xiaoshi, I won't bother, you guys rest early. Before he could figure out what was going on, Tokisaki had already stood up, said goodbye and hurriedly left his house. Brother. The moment he saw the gate close, Xiaoshi showed a bright smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Just now, what did you do to Mad-san? Xiaoshi. You calm down, calm, I can only say that the character of Chunjun is crumbs in crumbs, conscious points of dislike, just give a bad review and then quit. Anyway, this book is also written to play in addition, I am the purest author, without one, driving or anything I will not. Chapter 25. Chun-jun, can I come in? Seiyu Ajihara carefully pushed open a crack in the door and leaned in ahead, his eyes flickering to look at Jun Miyamura, who was sitting in front of the computer and concentrated. Hearing her voice, Miyamura Jun nodded, and said without turning his head, "Come in, if there is something to wait for me for a while." "Okay, okay." Hajihara Seiyu hurriedly pushed open the door, walked over to him in small steps, and sat down in the chair next to him, looking curiously at Miyamura Jun's computer screen. "Chun-jun. Is this a game? Still, why is there always a blank screen? What's so good about staring at a white screen all the time?" Seiyu Agiwara didn't understand this behavior. Alas, boys. It's really a bit difficult to understand, especially Jun-jun. She secretly glanced at Jun Miyamura and found that his face was dark and terrifying. That would be as ugly as someone owing him millions. Miyamura took off his headphones with a black face and looked at the perspective of his teammates on the screen, and there was only an urge to scold his mother in his heart. After eating 4 flashes in a row, the screen did not work properly. If it weren't for Seiyu Agiwara next to him, he would have already started scolding his mother. "Seiyu, what's wrong? This game failed without suspense." Jun Miyamura sighed habitually, turned his seat, and cocked Jiro's legs to look at Seiyu. "That. Chun-jun." Seiyu twisted his body uneasily, looking at Jun Miyamura with some fear. "Those things. Monsters, evil spirits, or something, are they real?" "Well, of course, there are gods or something." Jun Miyamura shrugged and nodded slightly. "It's just that some gods may be worse than monsters now." Looking at Seiyu Agiwara, Jun Miyamura grinned and reached out to pinch her delicate face. Hajihara Seiyu was stunned, his little face was slightly red, and he hurriedly broke away from his hand and glared at him angrily. "Chun-jun, what are you doing all of a sudden? Why, are you afraid?" Jun Miyamura looked at Seiyu Ajihara with some helplessness and asked softly. Her thoughts were all written on her face. But it's normal, in the face of these weird things, ordinary people's first reaction should be fear. As for those, as long as you are bold, Sadeko will take maternity leave and so on. Hee. Well, just listen to it, if you really put it into action, ordinary people will definitely die a particularly miserable death. So, let him come for this kind of thing, he is not afraid, he can. Ahem, pulled away. Looking at Seiyu Ajihara, who was a little surprised in front of him, Jun Miyamura coughed lightly twice, and took back the thoughts that flew to the female ghost. I'm really scared, Hajihara Seiyu pursed his lips and whispered. Immediately afterwards, she stood up a little flustered, and explained helplessly, "No, it's not. I don't mean to leave here. It's more like her home than her home. So, even if there was danger, she didn't want to leave here." Seiyu Ajihara pinched the hem of her skirt and looked at Jun Miyamura nervously. Jun Miyamura rubbed his eyebrows and sighed, "Calm down, I didn't drive you away." "Really?" After confirming that Miyamura was serious, Seiyu Ajihara breathed a sigh of relief, sat back in his seat, and clasped his hands together uneasily. "Chun-kun. What am I going to do? Stupid, why worry about this?" Jun Miyamura frowned slightly, looking at Seiyu Ajihara a little strangely. Is this fool worried that he will be eaten by monsters? It's really hopeless. Sighing, Miyamura Jun got up from the chair and walked to her side, stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms in her flustered gaze, and gently stroked her silky long brown hair with his other hand like a frightened cat, and his tone softened slightly, "Don't worry, I will protect you. If there really are monsters or something, I will bang their heads in front of you and punch them into their necks." "Chun-jun, it's terrible." Poof! Seeing his black face, Seiyu Ajihara couldn't help but laugh, submissively leaned her little head on him, and rubbed it gently. "I'm joking. I believe Jun-kun. It will definitely protect me. That's pretty much it. Jun Miyamura snorted coldly, dispelling the idea of grabbing her by the collar and throwing her out. In other words, how long are you going to stay here? Don't go back to your own room to sleep yet? Ouch, hey! Chun-jun. Want to sleep with me? Seiyu Ajihara stuck out his tongue and said seductively. Jun Miyamura raised an eyebrow and pressed her hand to the chair, his aggressive gaze scanning her. In that case, then don't leave. Hee, don't. Seiyu Agiwara stuck out his tongue, broke free of his hand and ran out the door, grimacing at him as he left, looking proud. Oh, idiot, if I really want to do something like this and that to you, can you still run out? Even if Xiaoxi comes over, it's useless. Well, probably, it may still be a little useful. Miyamura shook his head helplessly, didn't say anything, and sat back in front of the computer. Under the premise that Seiyu Agiwara is unwilling, he will definitely not force her, at most tease her. If Seiyu Agiwara is willing, she must not be able to get off the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Bastard, don't think I won't care after every prodding me. How does it feel so cold? Seiyu Ajihara, who had just returned to the room, shivered and hurriedly got into the bed, his petite body shrinking into a ball. Although the room was as dark as the room she had lived in before, but Seiyu Ajihara sniffled, buried her little head in the quilt, didn't know what came to mind, her face gradually turned red, and muttered in a low voice, "Stupid Jun-jun." I don't know why, she felt extremely relieved. The next day, Seiyu Ajihara looked at Jun Miyamura, who was blindfolded with a bandage that he didn't know where to get, and blinked. "Chun-jun, have you committed the second illness again?" "Shut up, my eyes are blinded." Seiyu Ajihara was puzzled. What did it take to blind my eyes? Really, stupid. Xiaoxi sighed, walked behind him, stretched out his tender little hand to gently massage around his eyes, and complained with some dissatisfaction, "Brother, please don't turn off the lights and play games at night in the future. Even if you want to play a game, please don't bring Xiaobian, okay?" "Xiaoxi, how do you know? Isn't my brother like this all the time?" Xiaoxi rolled his eyes and said angrily. "Alas, stupid brother. It's really not worrying. School has started, and this semester's class schedule is very In addition, those who feel that the male protagonist X is incompetent can quit after a bad review to thank you for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 26. Brother, at least take off the bandages when you go to school, okay? It's a real shame." On the way to school, Xiaoxi sighed and looked helplessly at Miyamura Jun, who was next to him, who tied his eyes with bandages and groped forward. "What blinded the flash? It's not the first time I've eaten a night of flash, how can it be so fragile?" But every time my brother said this, I still couldn't help but nag him. Obviously, even if he stayed up for several days and nights, he would be fine. In this way, will he be hated by his brother one day? No, no. Brother, because I love my brother the most, so. Xiaoxi pursed his lips, and his mood suddenly fell. At all costs. I don't want to be hated by my brother. Stupid, what do you think? Even blindfolded, Miyamura seemed to be able to see her lost expression, and reached out to grab her without a trace, and his tone was slightly complaining. "Brother, I can't see it anymore. If Xiaoxi doesn't pull me well, then I won't be able to live." "Really, how can it be so exaggerated?" Xiaoxiao's face blushed, muttered softly, held his hand tightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Really, stupid brother? Why be so sharp? Always like this to me. In this way, I can't help but like my brother even more. Obviously my brother is lazy and crumbly, and he always likes to bully other girls, and usually needs her to take care of him. However, she just likes such an older brother. Brother, slow down. While complaining, she pulled Jun Miyamura and walked carefully on the road. Although the strange gazes of passers-by around her made her a little embarrassed. However, it is okay to ignore it. After all, my brother's hand feels pretty good when it's pulled. Thinking about it, her face turned red again. However, the next moment, Jun Miyamura suddenly let go of her hand, with an excited smile on her face, and tore off the bandage from her eyes and ran forward. Xiaoxi! So, love will disappear, right? Stupid brother, I'll ignore you anymore. This is not a macho man. However, Jun Miyamura did not notice her dissatisfaction at this time. He was standing on tiptoe, laboriously hooking the shoulders of a burly man beside him. However, the man standing next to him was too burly, so it led to I can't touch my shoulders at all. For a while, his smile twitched a little. Ah, what? It's pure. The person who was picked up by him turned his head consciously, two thick eyebrows raised slightly, and an unusually thick-sounding voice came from the corner of his mouth. Ah, it's you again. Hey, Makoto, what's going on with your breath? So unhappy to see Uncle Ben. No, it's your delusion. Next to the man, the blonde boy who was about the same height as him, with a cold and handsome face, tilted his head to the side and said in a flat tone. These two people are Makoto Gangda and Makoto Sunagawa, who are in the same grade as him. Although he is not in the same class, he still has a relatively good relationship with these two people, self-thought. It is better to say that there are many same-sex people who have a good relationship with Gangtian Macho. After all, he doesn't look like a high school student at all. And the personality is straightforward, is a super old and good person, such a person is super popular with boys. However, girls are. Because of his appearance, and there is Makoto Sunagawa, a handsome boyfriend, so. Although there are many boys who have a good relationship with him, there are not many who have a good relationship with Makoto Sunagawa. And he, relying on his own skinless and faceless, was stunned to have a good relationship with both people. Macho classmate, Cheng-san, good morning, my stupid brother has caused trouble for you. He still wanted to say something, but Xiaoxi had already stepped forward and grabbed him by the back collar, and said apologetically to the two. Makoto Sunagawa shook his head slightly, his face was still very flat. It's okay, I'm used to it. Rather, if this guy doesn't do this one day, I'll be weird. Hey? Bastard, do you dare to say it again? Xiaoxi, don't pull me, I'm going to fight this bastard to the death. Xiaoxi withdrew his hand and quietly looked at the shouting Jun Miyamura, just watching him perform. Jun Miyamura shouted a few more words, took her hand without a trace, and made another fierce look. Well, no matter what, the momentum cannot be lost. By the way, Chun, I have something very important to tell you. What? It's not like you, so serious, Macho let go again. Xiaoxi puffed out his mouth and watched unhappily as Jun Miyamura let go of his hand again, inexplicably feeling the urge to hit someone. Phew, calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, she also looked at the fierce man with a serious face with some curiosity. Actually, Gangta took a deep breath, his thick lips slowly opened, and said something that made Miyamura pure petrification. I've got a girlfriend. Huh? The smile on Miyamura-jun's face froze, looking at the macho man's rough face blankly. The next moment. Really fake, Macho? Jun Miyamura looked at him with bright eyes, and happily tiptoed to pat him on the shoulder, very happy. I just said, you are such a handsome person will definitely have girls to like. You see that gloomy man over there still hasn't made a girlfriend, it's your personality that is popular. Stupid, don't get involved with me. Makoto Sunagawa rolled his eyes and said angrily. Why is this guy so wrong with himself? Does the macho classmate have a girlfriend? Xiaoxi was also surprised to see a gentle smile on the macho man's face. It must be a very cute girl, it's really good, macho classmate. Quick, tell me what kind of girl that is. I'm looking forward to it. Let's talk as we go. The 2-meter-old man looked a little twisted at this time. Miyamura-jun showed an interested smile on his face, and pulled Xiaoxi to follow next to the macho man. It's just that this time Xiaoxi took his hand away. Seeing his doubtful eyes, Xiaoxi snorted softly and said nothing. Stupid brother, ignore you anymore. These two people. Conflicted? Makoto Tsunagawa looked at the two, a little puzzled in his heart. Well, do you want to help him? Good villains are also friends. The next moment, he saw that Xiaoxi couldn't help but hold Miyamura-jun's arm. Sure enough, it is absolutely impossible for these two people to have a conflict. Macho man, speak quickly. I see, Maya, come back to my senses, I haven't changed this book for a week. Do you want to save up for a month or two first? In addition, this book is not all accepted, think that it is a gift of women can quit to. Chapter 27. Pure, cute, making desserts is particularly delicious, and people are particularly gentle. Miyamura-jun clenched his fingers tangled, gritting his teeth unconsciously. Envy, envy. Alas, I also want to have such a girlfriend. Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi puffed out his mouth and stared at him angrily. Stupid brother, what do you mean? I'm not gentle, not cute, not pure. I make dessert very delicious. It's like you haven't eaten before. Humph, don't want me to make you a cake again. Ah, of course, my family's Xiaoxi is the loveliest. Stupid, stupid. What to say all of a sudden? The next moment, she blushed slightly and pushed Jun Miyamura, and she was not angry in an instant. Well, for the last time, forgive my brother for the last time. It's really unnecessary. Makoto Tsunagawa rolled his eyes, not wanting to look at this strange little couple. As long as he is not blind, everyone can see that Xiaoxi likes this bastard. At first, there were some rumors, but after a while, they disappeared without a trace. Yes, it's the kind of meaning that you can't find at all. However, he didn't care much about that. In short, as one of his few friends, he still hopes that these two people can be happy. By the way, Chun, we're going to have a fellowship on the weekend, are you coming? Oh, and a big fool here. Makoto Tsunagawa slapped his forehead and looked at his best friend speechlessly. Why is it that at this time, your emotional intelligence is extremely offline at this time? Does this guy look like he needs a friendship to find a girlfriend? Isn't the girl next to him obvious? Alas, macho men! Makoto Tsunagawa sighed and shook his head slightly. With his understanding of Jun Miyamura, he was sure that Jun Miyamura would definitely agree to it excitedly, and then Xiaoxi would fall into a state of anger again. Really? I'm going. Sure enough, Miyamura-jun nodded excitedly, and his eyes seemed to have a twinkle. Friendship, always feeling. Have fun watching. And, as a best friend, of course, he wants to see what kind of person the macho man's girlfriend is. Brother. Natsuyo sighed helplessly, not as angry as Makoto Tsunagawa had imagined. Miyamura-jun recall human nature, she already knows. Moreover, how could his own stupid brother have the idea of falling in love? He's just a simple fun guy. Well, being angry with such a stupid brother will make me stupid too. Brother can go, but definitely not drink. Hey? Why is this absolutely not? Xiaoxi's eyes gradually became sharp, staring directly at the dissatisfied Jun Miyamura, and a crisp voice sounded, once the stupid brother drinks it, he doesn't care about anything, and he has to play drunk crazy when he drinks too much. Taking care of the drunken older brother, it was really troublesome, super troublesome. Especially last time, my brother also. Suddenly, Xiaoxi bit his lip, his eyes flickered to the side, and his delicate face was dyed with a faint layer of pink. Xiaoxi! Jun Miyamura twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling bad in his heart. Don't be like this, I'm so scared of you like this, Xiaoxi. I don't want to be fed by the veil of justice yet. And what happened? Jun Miyamura said that after he drank the fragment, he would forget everything that happened. Don't. What he really did to Xiaoxi was enviable. Spit things? Humph, nothing, in short, brother is not allowed to drink. Xiaoxi turned his head with a red face and said without question. At an angle out of sight of several people, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest, trying to slow down her beating heart. When she thought of what happened last time when Jun Miyamura drank too much, she felt a pang of shyness. At the same time, in her heart, there was a trace of expectation that she was not aware of. Stupid brother, when he came back after drinking too much, he hugged me, and said things like I like Xiaoxi the most. If that's all, it's nothing. But, stupid brother, why? Why lick indiscriminately? It's hard to say. Without him knowing, he seemed to have done something terrible to Xiaoxi. Moreover, in that case, the brother has no idea what happened, if he just gives the brother. It doesn't make sense at all. Xiaoxi unconsciously clamped his legs, twisted a little restlessly, and glanced at Jun Miyamura resentfully. It always feels like it's going to get weird. All blame brother. With this glance of hers, Miyamura-jun's scalp was numb, and Gangda Makoto and Makoto Sunagawa also cast strange looks at him. So don't look at me like that. I really don't know anything, hey. Got it, got it. Jun Miyamura quickly agreed, for fear that his cute Xiaoxi would say something strange again. Seeing his embarrassed look, Xiaoxi snorted softly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although she knew that Jun Miyamura would definitely not listen to her at that time. But it's good that my brother can like himself like that. Well, prepare something to sober up in the evening, let him know what he has done when my brother is sober, and then through his shame, I will directly. It's scary. Looking at the corners of Xiaoxi's gradually arrogant mouth, Miyamura-jun's body trembled, and he inexplicably felt that the position of his waist softened. He didn't want to continue this topic, and hurriedly urged a few people, let's go, let's talk about the friendship on the weekend. Now, what we have to do is to study hard every day. These words actually came out of your mouth. Makoto Sunagawa glanced at him and spat mercilessly, isn't it persuasive at all? Hey? What do you mean this guy, want to fight? Chun, stop making trouble, let's go. Gangta Makoto picked up Jun Miyamura, who was heading towards Makoto Sunagawa, and quickened his pace towards Arayata High School. Jun Miyamura was stunned at first, and his face quickly darkened. Bastard, being carried on your shoulders like this, I don't want face. Yes. It doesn't seem to be very much. No, now is not the time to care about this. Macho man, don't you put me down. Hey? Well. Gangta raised a thick eyebrow and lowered him off his shoulder. Miyamura glared at him with a dark face, and patted him angrily. Macho man, why did you suddenly carry me? I don't want a face. Sorry, I thought you were going to conflict with Makoto. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 28. Because the class was different, after entering the teaching building, he and Xiaoxi separated after saying goodbye to the macho man. Brother, you must not drink. Even if it was not yet time, Xiaoxi was still telling him seriously, and he couldn't see any expectation. However, Jun Miyamura stopped and looked at Natsuyo with some suspicion. When meeting his gaze, he noticed that Xiaoxi's eyes unconsciously slanted. Well? Isn't that right, Xiaoxi? Is this hoping he drinks? Xiaoxi! What happened after I drank the last time? Miyamura-jun frowned slightly and asked hesitantly. After that day, the next day, Xiaoshi deliberately avoided him. Now this reaction again. Could it be that he really… Well, my brother came back noisy, and then fell asleep. Xiaoshi said flatly, not looking like he was lying at all. After all, she didn't lie in the first place. The things her brother did were indeed noisy, and he fell asleep on her after making trouble. Well, no lying at all. Of course, things like holding her legs and licking around, kissing her for a long time after knocking her off the wall, etc., did not happen. Well, it didn't happen at all. He didn't say anything at all that made me like it. No, nasty words. Although his inner activities are very rich, on the face, Xiaoshi still looks calm. What really didn't happen? Why don't I believe it so much? However, looking at Xiaoshi's affirmative expression, Jun Miyamura still decided to believe her. Moreover, even if he does something, he will not suffer at all. Speaking of which, brother, did you do your homework? In an instant, Miyamura-jun's face stiffened. Seeing him like this, Xiaoshi already understood what was going on, shook his head helplessly, and sighed, now there is still a period of time before class, brother. Come on. Xiaoshi, you can't ignore my brother and me. Humph, it's impossible to let my brother copy his homework, you are dead. How so? Miyamura-jun followed Natsuyo into the classroom with a lost face, and the walking dead sat in his seat, his eyes blankly looking at the clock hanging on the wall. At this time, it is impossible to finish writing. Ah, pure! You still dare to come to school? Xiao Berry saw him sitting in his seat, puffed out his mouth and glared at him, slammed the table and stood up, shaking his body in dissatisfaction. Brother! Xiaoshi tilted his head, a little puzzled. Did you get angry again? Shunjun, did you do something bad? Shiizaki Madsen, who was sitting next to him, held his face with one hand and looked over with a smile, and there was a little curiosity in his eyes. Well, it's great that I'm not the only victim of the victim. Stupid Chun, I'll never play games with you again. How can you throw a flash in the face of your teammates? Stupid, how can you play such a game? Last night, her brother Tsuchima wondered why her computer screen was white most of the time. Woohoo, this pit goods, the ghost wants to play games with him. I've had enough of woo-woo. Throw a flash in your face, throw fire, and finally bounce under your feet. How the hell did this fool do it? Stupid, don't shake it, it's very dizzy. The sudden dizziness made Miyamura-jun come to his senses, slapped her hand away angrily, turned his head a little weakly, and muttered softly. No way, judging from last night, he was really sorry for Xiao Buri. It can be said that if it weren't for him, the game would have been won long ago, and in the end, he still turned the tide and won this difficult game. As for him… Speaking of which, quickly give me the homework, Kong Kong. You actually don't even do your homework. Xiao Berry rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say. Bastard, you look like this, Teacher Zaizu will cry. Because there was something last night, I didn't have time to do it. Miyamura-jun laughed dryly, and turned his gaze to Tokisaki Renzo, who was watching the play on the side, and secretly sighed with relief in his heart. I didn't do anything, so this guy definitely didn't do either. After being hunted down, how can anyone have the mind to do their homework? In an instant, his nervousness relaxed. After all, you're panicking when you're the only one not doing your homework. But when there is a second person, all this is different. However, he apparently forgot one thing. What a pity, Jun. Seeing his expression, Tokisaki Crazy-san showed a beautiful smile on his face, gently leaned into his ear, and a faint heat patted his ear. If it were an ordinary person, in the face of Shiizaki Crazy-san's posture, his face would already be red at the moment. However, Jun Miyamura is not a normal person. At this moment, he was in a state of sluggishness, and his mind echoed what Tokisaki had just whispered to him. To us. Homework, you can finish in a few minutes. So. The smile on Tokisaki's face grew vicious, with a tendency toward him. If you haven't finished your homework, I guess. It's only Chunjun alone. This sentence, like a sharp blade, suddenly made him gray, and the whole person seemed to burn out. Seeing that desperate look, Tokisaki Crazy-san was a little unbearable. But. The smile on Tokisaki's face became even brighter. This guy finally showed this deflated expression. All this time, it was she who was deflated in front of this guy. Finally. Nah, here you go. Suddenly, a notebook reached out in front of him. Jun Miyamura raised his head, and Xiao Berry was pouting and looking out the window, his face slightly red. Humph, just once. Also, don't pit me next time. Little buried. You really are an angel. Jun Miyamura sniffled, wailed, and took her hand, rubbing his face against her tender little hand without rubbing it. Xiao Bian's face blushed, withdrew his hand in shame, and stared at him with a red face. Stupid, what are you doing suddenly? Ah, Chunjun's unexpected boldness. Brother, can you please die? Jun Miyamura, it doesn't matter, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's someone else who is embarrassed. It's so good. Kirii in the last row silently looked at the noisy people, and unconsciously pursed his lips. A little envious. If only I could have such a good relationship with them. However, it can't be done. Finally, at his extreme speed, he finally finished his homework. He had just finished his homework when a voice full of dissatisfaction came from the side. Hey, Jun Miyamura, hand in your homework. When I lay down, the giraffe was no longer the tallest mammal on land, begging for everything, asking for 5 stars. Chapter 29. Jun Miyamura, where is your homework? The girl who was the class leader hugged her chest with both hands, and looked angrily at Jun Miyamura, who was smiling and hippie in front of her, looking like she wanted to give him 2 punches. This guy has not handed in his homework many times. Damn, even if you have good grades, you can't do whatever you want. As the squad leader, she must correct this guy's awkward personality. Master Ban, listen to me, I was fighting with a very powerful monster last night. Do you think I'm a fool? The petite girl with long flowing purple hair slapped the table angrily, glaring angrily at Jun Miyamura, who was smiling awkwardly, and the 2 amazing peaks on her chest trembled slightly. Do you think I'm a kid? Fool me with such words every time. Bastard, even if you make an excuse, you have a better excuse. This guy didn't put himself as a squad leader in his eyes at all. Ah, this classmate, Chunjun didn't lie. Tokisaki chuckled twice and said a little jokingly. The girl was stunned, and then looked at Miyamura Jun's gaze even more angrily. Miyamura Jun, you actually let the crazy 3 students lie to you. She just turned around, and you actually shot at her. I'm going to tell the teacher. Oh, Jun, our relationship is exposed, what should we do? Miyamura Jun, 666. You boy knows how to talk nonsense. Mad-san, if you're like this, Miyamura Jun is not someone who can be embarrassed by this kind of thing. Jun Miyamura grinned, suddenly stretched out his hand and put his arm around Tokisaki Madzo's waist, suddenly pulled the distance between the 2 in, looked at Tokisaki Madzo who didn't react with a bad smile on his face, and then slowly lowered his head. No way, since it's that kind of relationship, it's okay to do something, right? Good, so close. Feeling the heat on his face, Tokisaki Madzo's white cheeks quickly turned crimson, and he looked at Miyamura Jun, who was slowly approaching, in panic, and didn't even push him away for a while. Wait, what are you doing? I'm still here, how can they do such shameless things? The girl was stunned and looked at Xiao Berry and Xiao Shi in a panic. only to find that one was pouting there very unpleasantly, while the other was clenching his fists with a flat face. Boom! For a moment, Jun Miyamura felt as if his skull had been shattered. Brother, please don't do anything that bothers the mad three. Xiaoxi sighed, looked helplessly at Miyamura Jun, who was holding his head and wailing, said with a flat face, and then looked at the sluggish girl on the side. The girl came back to her senses, inexplicably took half a step back, and looked at Xiaoxi with a flat face with some fear. It turns out that Xiaoxi's strength is actually so great. Look at that guy's appearance, as if he is going to die in the next moment. Xia, classmate Xiaoxi, please make sure he hands in his homework. As she spoke, she even unconsciously put on honorifics, and after speaking, she hurried back to her seat. Xiaoxi blinked his eyes suspiciously, very puzzled. Why, do you feel that Chizuru's squad leader is scared? Forget it, don't want to. Brother, don't pretend, hurry up, I've been dragging you for a while. Oh, okay. Jun Miyamura immediately raised his head and nodded with a flat face, as if the person who held his head and wailed just now was not him. However, one thing is to say, Xiaoxi's kid is really hands-on. And his head is indeed a little cracked just now. Don't care about the details, the main thing is a nonsense. Chun, are you okay? Xiao buried his spit and asked with some concern. As for the inexplicable unhappiness just now, she had been thrown out of Cloud 9. Just now, she heard the sound of bone cracking. Is this guy really okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Ah, brother, you're bleeding, I'll help you wipe it. It doesn't look like it's okay no matter how you look at it. And Tokisaki Crazy Zo, who was staring at his desk blankly at the moment, his little face had become red, as if he was about to steam in the next moment. Chun-jun, I almost did it just now. No, if Xiaoxi didn't stop him, he would definitely kiss him. Although Tokisaki has a lot of blood on her hands, and she is also in her 40s. But she has never been so intimate with a boy. Fundamentally, she is still a pure beautiful girl. Why didn't you push Chun-jun away? Oh, it can't be a heartbeat, can it? It's really time to talk about a sweet love otherwise, don't change the past that became an elf, just have a relationship with Chun-jun, and then have a dozen more children. You think I'm a pig? How can it be so raw, hey? Also, who wants to fall in love with him? Tokisaki refuted his doppelganger in shame, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Jun Miyamura. At this moment, he was looking at the homework in front of him indifferently, and the pen in his hand seemed to have an afterimage. Next to him, Xiaoxi helplessly wiped the blood flowing from his head. Tokisaki Madzo. What's going on with a little scary? I always feel that I calmed down all of a sudden. Chun-jun, he is really quite talented in some aspects. In other words, is that classmate the class president? I always feel inexplicably majestic. Moreover, although the clothes are very in line with the school rules, I don't know why, it seems to have an inexplicable color. Probably, it's because she's far ahead of her peers. No, adult bosom? What to say, it's a little envious. Well, the squad leader Chizuru is very responsible. Xiaoberry nodded, and showed a somewhat distressed expression, however, because he is too responsible, the relationship between Chizuru's class president and his classmates is not very good. Is that so? Tokisaki nodded, looked at the girl who was reprimanding a classmate, and sighed secretly in his heart. Indeed, this kind of overly serious personality is indeed not very popular with classmates. After all, girls and teenagers at this age always value self-esteem extremely seriously. It's okay to be taught by the teacher, but being taught by a girl of the same age or something, this group of people must be very unconvinced in their hearts. For example, now, the boy she reprimanded had impatience written on his face. So, what's her name? Hey? Chizuru Shina, does Madzo-san want to be friends with Chizuru? I just think she seems to be very difficult to get by with Chunjun. Xiaoxi smiled a little awkwardly and did not respond. Alas, who calls his own stupid brother this character? Poor will look at its appearance, and the rich will ask for everything and 5 stars. Chapter 30. With his unremitting efforts, when he was about to start class, he finally finished writing the assignment. On the other side, the quarrel has escalated, attracting even the attention of the surrounding classmates. I'm bored, isn't it that I didn't write my homework? There is no end. The boy who was arguing with Chizuru Shina slapped the table and stood up angrily. Jun Miyamura glanced at it and touched his chin thoughtfully. This person, he has a little impression, it seems to be called Tamura. If memory serves, it seems to be a bad boy, fights and blackmail are commonplace, and things like not writing homework are commonplace. And because of this, he is not used to Shina Chizuru at all. In his words, isn't it just a squad leader, believe it or not, find someone to put you, what do you say? Shina Chizuru's little face blushed shyly, and he glared viciously at the tall man with yellow hair in front of him, and his calves trembled unconsciously. Although she has a strong sense of justice, she can't help but be a little afraid at this time. With a wicked smile on his face, Tamura raised his hand high and waved it mercilessly at her face. It all happened so fast that the surrounding students didn't even react, and some girls were already screaming and covering their eyes, unable to bear to see the scene of Chizuru Shina being beaten. Chizuru Shina closed his eyes in fear. She couldn't dodge and was ready to be beaten. However, after a while, there was still no pain on her face. Shina Chizuru's long eyelashes trembled, and he timidly opened his eyes, only to find that Tamura's head had been pressed against the table, his arms were also pinched behind him, and he was struggling with a hideous face. Bastard, Miyamura, have a fart relationship with you, hurry up and let go of Lao Tzu. Otherwise, tonight Lao Tzu, boom. Before he finished speaking, his head was lifted up, hit it hard, made a dull sound on the table, nosebleeds, and tears flowed out instantly, and the pain from his nose made him show a painful expression. Sorry. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes, his tone was flat, as if he had done nothing. I just hate yellow hair. Jun Miyamura, hates 2 kinds of people the most in my life, people who are yellow-haired and people who don't let me be yellow-haired. Bastard. Tamura clenched his teeth and cried out in a grievance. Isn't it just dyed yellow? What does it have to do with you? You wait for me, don't leave after school. Remember what to eat or not to beat. After being smashed again, Tamura finally closed his mouth and glared at him indignantly, his face mixed with snot, nosebleeds, and tears. Jun Miyamura let go of his hand in disgust, took 2 steps back, and wiped it on Chizuru Shina. Chizuru Shina! Pinch mom drops, Bid soiled his hands and wiped my body, right? Chizuru Shina puffed out his cheeks and glared at Jun Miyamura with anger. It is clear that the Miyamura in front of her is much more violent than Tamura, but she has no fear at all. I have to say, it's really strange. What are you staring at me for? Bastard, don't feed my clothes as towels. No, I don't get dirt on the towel. So, my clothes are not as good as towels. This nasty bastard deserves not to find a girlfriend. Go to hell. My brother's personality is really awkward. Xiaoxi sat in his seat, looking at Shina Chizuru, who was no longer afraid, and couldn't help but pout. Stupid brother! Can't you comfort Chizuru-san in another way? Chunjun, is it actually very gentle? Tokisaki's eyes flickered and asked with a smile. Hearing her words, Xiaoberry pouted and showed a disgusted expression, that guy is gentle and a ghost. Humph, I've never seen such a nasty bastard. But, even so. Xiaoxi held his face with one hand and looked at Xiaoberry with a smile. Even the most annoying person, Kobari-san still plays games with his brother every day. Although he will be exploded by his brother's anger every time, he still doesn't really say that he won't play games with his brother. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Adolescent teenagers are always unable to move their brains, and Tamura, who is flooded with anger and shame, yells, raises a stool and smashes at him. Stupid, get out of the way. Chizuru Shina anxiously took his hand, trying to get him to back off. Jun Miyamura glanced at her, and without shaking off her hand, threw the chair out along with Tamura with his other hand. Jun-san, so good. The girl with burgundy hair sitting in the back row looked at the indifferent Jun Miyamura in surprise, and sighed softly. Kiri Hanba, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her and didn't say anything. In fact, she originally wanted to stand up and help Chizuru. But because of her inner timidity and nervousness, she was very hesitant. When she finally made up her mind and was just about to stand up, Jun Miyamura had already stood up. So, she sat back in silence again. Hey, what are you doing? Just at this time, an obese man holding a book wiped his sweat and walked in. After seeing Tamura's tragic situation, an annoyed expression appeared on his greasy face, and he looked fiercely at Jun Miyamura, who was holding Shina Chizuru's small hand. Damn, those hands, I haven't pulled them yet. After seeing Shina Chizuru, there was a hint of desire in his tiny eyes. That kind of sight made Shina Chizuru very annoying, and he subconsciously hid behind Jun Miyamura. At this time, she found that she was holding Miyamura-jun's hand tightly, and suddenly her little face turned red, and she hurriedly threw away his hand. Don't pull any more. Jun Miyamura looked back at her, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Alas, the hands of the class elder are soft, and it is quite comfortable to pull. Hey, the class elder's face is very red, is it shy? Stupid, no. Shina Chizuru blushed and retorted dissatisfiedly. The fat greasy man saw that neither of them paid attention to him, and his face showed a trace of resentment, and he patted the podium hard and stared at Jun Miyamura deadly. This stinky little ghost actually doesn't put me in his eyes. Miyamura. Beating classmates, do you still have the presence of a teacher in your eyes? Ah, Tamura-sensei, I'm really sorry, I thought it was a pig running out and barking, it turned out to be you. Miyamura-jun grinned, revealing a mocking smile. Makoto Tamura, his geography teacher. This person's reputation in school is extremely bad. Always stares at girls with satisfying eyes, and always moves her hands and feet inadvertently, and her temper is still very hot. Not only the students, but also the teachers in the office were not interested in him. And the Tamura who he threw out was his nephew. Teacher, it hurts. My bones seem to be broken. Seeing Makoto Tamura, Tamura immediately cried and wailed. Jun Miyamura glanced at him and smacked his lips. The bones were broken. As if he had tried harder. Tamura-sensei, he started first. Shut up. Makoto Tamura glared viciously at the smiling Jun Miyamura, pretended to be very concerned, squatted down and asked Tamura-san, Tamura-san, how are you now? Miyamura, come with me. Miyamura-jun shrugged, not worried at all that something would happen. These two dolls, don't they know that there is such a thing as monitoring? Kneeling on both knees is not necessarily a plea for mercy, carrying on the shoulders is not necessarily a responsibility, stabbing someone in the back is not necessarily a knife, and a heart-rending cry is not necessarily pain. Chapter 31. Natsuyo, Jun Miyamura. That guy really won't be fine, right? Because Makoto Tamura left with Jun Miyamura and Tamura, this class has become a self-study class. Shina Chizuru changed his seat for the first time, sat next to Xiaoshi, and asked with a worried look. Talking in class or something, she did it for the first time. Please rest assured, my brother will definitely not suffer. Doesn't she still understand her brother's personality? Although she is often beaten by her, he is also often lectured by Chizuru-san. But in fact, if he really didn't want to, absolutely no one could restrain him. But, nevertheless, that person is really nasty enough. Thinking of Makoto Tamura's ugly face, Xiaoshi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Do you want to find a chance to kill him? Dare to talk to my brother like that? Moreover, he also wants to wrong his brother. If you pay attention, it should not be discovered. However, it depends on what my brother means. She hates killing, but if it's for her brother. Ugh. Tokisaki noticed this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, and revealed a faint smile. She gently ruffled the hair hanging from her ears, looked at Xiaoshi with flickering eyes, and said with a smile, Xiaoshi, do you need my help? If she does it, she will definitely not find any traces. Moreover, in this way, you can also return Miyamura's pure favor. However, Xiaoshi shook his head gently. My brother will be unhappy then. Is it? Tokisaki sighed slightly and didn't say anything more. Pure king, it is really a sissy. At the same time, in the office, oh Kamen-sensei, you must severely punish this little devil. Tamura-sensei, calm down first, maybe there is some misunderstanding. Makoto Tamura staring dead at Jun Miyamura, who had an indifferent face, with a hideous expression on his face. I saw with my own eyes that this hateful student broke all the bones of Tamura. Teacher, don't you know that there is such a thing as monitoring? Do you want me to adjust the surveillance and see what's going on? I'm a teacher. How dare you talk to me like that? Both of you, please calm down. Okamaman-ju shouted helplessly, her little hand tugging at Jun Miyamura's clothes without a trace, throwing a helpless look at him. Jun Miyamura smiled and took her hand. Well, it's very soft, just like a girl's, not at all like the skin that a fast runner can have. Chun, Jun-san. Okamaman-zui was stunned, her eyes looked at Jun Miyamura with some panic, and her hand was slightly forced, trying to break away from his hand. Originally, he didn't use much strength, so Okamaman-ju easily broke his hand out. Okam-sensei, you're in trouble. This kind of student must be severely punished, severely punished. Makoto Tamura slapped the table hard and roared loudly, oblivious to the disgusted gazes that came from him. After seeing Okamaman-zui smile awkwardly, he walked out of the office angrily. Seeing Makoto Tamura walk out of the office, Okamaman-zui breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Jun Miyamura with a slightly red face, and complained in a low voice, Jun-san, what are you doing all of a sudden? I'm a teacher. I'm still a teacher who is almost 30 years old. Even if that's okay, doesn't it? Teacher Zaizu, calm down. Looking at Oka Fengzui, who fell into an inexplicable state of madness again, Jun Miyamura laughed dryly and hurriedly calmed her emotions. 29-year-old unmarried man, really scary. Hug, sorry, Jun-san. After a while, Okamaman-zui gradually calmed down and said apologetically. Immediately afterwards, he raised his head again, puffed out his mouth slightly, and looked at him unhappily. Pure student, that kind of thing must not be done again. We are students and teachers. Moreover, the age difference is more than 10 years. Even if both of them were willing, this matter would be absolutely impossible. For a while, Oka Fengzui's mood fell. In Japan, teacher-student love is not recognized by society. Public opinion can really kill people in this kind of thing. In this day and age, the lethality of language is far more powerful than people think. Although he cannot care, but Okamaman-zui cannot. Jun Miyamura saw through her thoughts, smiled slightly, and gently patted her head. Okamaman-zui hurriedly held her head in her hands and looked at the smiling Jun Miyamura with dissatisfaction. Jun-san, what are you doing all of a sudden? Didn't you say no? However, today's teacher Zaizu is so cute, it is really very exciting. But, Cute or something. Okamamon Zawai's face instantly turned red, her small hands pinched the hem of her skirt uneasily, and her eyes dodged unconsciously. Being said cute by students or something. What a shame. But there is still a little fun. Speaking of which, what am I going to do? Oka Fengzawai was stunned for a moment. At this time, she remembered what Miyamura was doing in the classroom. Jun-san, why did you hit Tamura-san? If you have friction with your classmates, you should come to the teacher. Ah, Teacher Zaizu still remembers this. Jun Miyamura's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Okamamon Su in surprise. Gang Fengzawai snorted softly, hugged her chest with her hands, raised her head proudly, and slammed her teeth at him. Of course, I'm a teacher. I'm awesome. Yes, yes, yes. So, what's so proud of this kind of thing? However, seeing Oka Fengzawai's proud look, he still laughed. Forget it, leave him alone. Teacher Zaizu, here's the thing. After briefly talking to Oka Fengzawai about what happened just now, Oka Fengzawai's brows furrowed tightly. Jun-san, you. Teacher Zaizu doesn't believe it. I believe Jun-san. Okamamon Zawai hurriedly denied it, and after seeing Miyamura-jun's playful smile, he realized that he was being tricked by him again, and immediately puffed out his mouth angrily. I have to say that it looks really cute, and he almost couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Pure classmate. Don't tease the teacher. What's there really? Okamamon Zawai pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly. Then took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. Pure classmate, I have a general understanding of the situation. Anyway, just leave the rest to me. Pure student, you go back to the classroom first. You must study hard. You can't bully the girls around you. So what is my image in your heart? Teacher, how do the oral epithelial cells observed in our group have tails? Also, another book may be updated a little slower, because the data is not very good, but not Unix. Chapter 32. Coming out of the office, Jun Miyamura walked leisurely on the way back to the classroom. Well, a rare opportunity, do you want to skip class here? However, after this, he will definitely be reprimanded by Xiaoshi. So, forget it. Alas, go back. Shaking his head, he walked slowly towards the class. As he passed around a corner, he heard two familiar voices. Uncle, that bastard, and Chizuru Shina are too much. SHH, be quiet. Oh yes? Jun Miyamura narrowed his eyes, leaned against the wall, poked his head out slightly, and looked thoughtfully at the two people talking. Tamura, and his uncle Makoto Tamura. These two people seemed to be discussing something bad. The two men did not notice his presence at all, and still spoke vigorously. Tamura gritted his teeth viciously, his eyes filled with hatred for him. In a way, these two people are quite similar. Uncle, I must pay the price for that bastard. Be quiet, you and I won't benefit if you are heard. Makoto Tamura slapped him viciously on the head and whispered, his eyes cramped into a slit also full of resentment. It's just two stinky imps who dare to look down on me. Shina, I want you to pay the price with you and that guy. Thinking of Shina Chizuru, there was a trace of lust in his eyes, and he subconsciously licked his lips. Humph, wait, one day, I must get that stinky woman on her knees and beg me. In his mind, there was even a scene of himself tweaking Shina Chizuru, and he was already excited. These two people, it's so disgusting. Miyamura Jun touched his chin, frowned slightly, and looked at the two people in disgust. It was obviously his fault, but he blamed him and Shina Chizuru for his fault. Let's give you something fun. Jun Miyamura suddenly lost interest in looking further, and with a wave of his hand, two clouds of black chi that ordinary people could not see poured into the bodies of the two. These two black chi are of no other use, but his blessing for these two people has a little bit of doom. Well, Only a little bit really. In addition, it will make people gradually change their sexual orientation, plus not to mention anything. It's really just that. Who is he? He is the kindest exorcist in all of Tokyo. How can something particularly excessive? I believe that it will not be long before these two people will realize his painstaking efforts and be grateful to him. Jun Miyamura left satisfied. And Makoto Tamura, I don't know why, his heart suddenly lost interest in Shina Chizuru. Looking at his nephew in front of him, who has been unable to look at him, it is much more pleasing at the moment. Jun Miyamura left, he waved his sleeves, not taking a cloud with him. Not only did he not take it away, but he also left something good. Sure, yo, I'm back. With a smile on his face, Jun Miyamura walked into the class without disturbing the consciousness of others' self-study at all. After seeing him come in, Shina Chizuru subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Teacher Zaizu did not embarrass him. Yes, Teacher Zaizu is very responsible, how can he be wronged like Teacher Tamura? Elder Ban. I'm here. Suddenly called by him, Shina Chizuru subconsciously stood up and looked at him at a loss. Jun Miyamura glanced around, twitched the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly pressed her back to her seat. Is it necessary for the reaction to be so big? No, I'm sorry. Brother, has it been solved? Xiaoshi smiled slightly and asked softly. Jun Miyamura nodded, showing a confident smile. Of course, who am I? Yes, brother is the best. After a few words with a few people, he sat down in Shina Chizuru's seat. Look at her embarrassed look, let her sit there. Alas, I'm such an empathetic and good person. After sighing a few words, he turned his head and looked out the window boredly. It's boring. If you already know that you won't come back, it's good to tease Teacher Zaizu in the office. Moreover, Teacher Zaizu is very cute. Hey! Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, grabbed it casually without looking back, and squeezed the flying note in his hand. After seeing him catch the note, the short-haired girl with a burgundy double ponytail sitting in the last row sighed in relief and gently patted her plump chest. I almost hit Jun-san, but fortunately I was caught by him. Pure classmate, really so powerful, you can catch it without looking at it, and the motor nerves are too good. The girl looked at the boy's back with some longing, and whispered that she didn't know what to mutter. Suddenly, Jun Miyamura turned his head and showed her a bright smile. At the moment of eye contact, the girl trembled, lowered her head in a panic, held her head tightly with her small hands, and steam even came out of her head, and she was amazed to see him. It turns out that the steam G that is only found in the two axolotls really exists. Say, this girl. After another glance at the girl, he turned his head back. So cute. That panicked look as if a small animal was frightened, there was a word, and it really poked his cute point. If memory serves. It's called Hai Lao famous cuisine, right? I usually come to school with Xiao Buri. Alas, why can't Xiao Berry learn like Hai Lao Ming? Every day I know how to bully him, a world-famous good man. Thinking of this, he glanced regretfully at Xiao Berry, who was studying seriously, and sighed while shaking his head. Xiao Berry suddenly shivered, then turned around, glared at him viciously, and grimaced at him. Jun Miyamura was stunned for a moment, and not to be outdone, he returned to her. What are you doing at me? Humph, you don't need to think about it, it must be you who are saying bad things about me. You slander me, she slanders me. The eyes of the two exchanged eyes, as if sparks were generated at the meeting of their eyes. Suddenly, a ball of paper flew over and hit him accurately in the face. Jun Miyamura. Looking at the flat-faced Xiaoshi, he opened the note. On the note, only one sentence was written. Stupid brother, make trouble again, you won't have cake to eat at night. Xiaoshi, which group are you? Humph. Seeing his expression sluggish, Xiao Berry snorted proudly, raised his head and turned his head, with a faint smile on his face. Humph, in the end, it wasn't me who won although it was with the help of Xiaxi's power. Really, I was worried about this guy just now. Humph, I'll worry about him later, I'll change my name to Tullaberry as he said. Xiao buried thought breathlessly. Sheena Chizuru glanced at the two, looking at the movements of the two, she lowered her head slightly, there was a trace of envy in her eyes, and a trace of deep loss. That's nice. Their relationship. If only I had such a good friend. The girl pursed her lips, trying to focus her attention on the textbook. However, that slightly throbbing heart made her completely unable to calm down. While she was distraught, on the other side, Jun Miyamura opened another note with some frustration. What will Yuna say to me? If memory serves, it seems that he and Umi Laonami don't usually have any conversations, and they don't have the same chance as saving Motoba. What will you say to him? Curious, he opened the note. Well, thank you for what happened last time. If you need my help, I will definitely do my best. Jun Miyamura. This is like... Didn't she write it? So, did I misunderstand? I stayed with my girlfriend for one night and didn't do anything, I mean, the sheets and pillows didn't do anything, begging for 5 stars. Chapter 33. Hanba Kirito pursed his lips slightly, looked at Jun Miyamura with some loss, and sighed slightly. No way, who called me such an uncouth girl? She glanced at Hai Laoming beside her. In her line of sight, Urina's head gradually changed from potatoes to concrete. Because she is too bad at words, she generally imagines other people's faces as potatoes and cabbage or something. In this way, it can relieve her tension a little. Alas! Obviously wanted to have a good conversation with him and Xiao Buri, but as a result, when looking at these two people, I unconsciously used that vicious look. But she really didn't have any ideas. Woohoo! This. It must be cut and written, right? While she held her head in remorse, Miyamura held the note in one hand, with a thoughtful expression on her face. If you want to say that the people he has helped recently, only this field is cut. Oh, and Tokisaki Matsuo, but with her personality, she would never do such a thing. Don't dare to tell me directly, it's really something that Kirii will do. The corners of Miyamura-jun's mouth rose slightly, and he looked back at the scene cut painted slightly. How to say it? It's really cute. How about teasing her a little? Such a bad idea suddenly appeared in his heart, which made him a little moved. Teasing a shy girl who is silent or something, it sounds very funny. Well, if it's not too excessive, Xiaxi shouldn't give him a punch, right? Of course, he was definitely not afraid of Xiaxi. That's just love for Xiaxi. Afraid? Simply impossible. It may be a psychological effect, when he thinks about it, he always feels that Xiaxi is watching him. Well, it's definitely an illusion. Jun Miyamura lowered his head and wrote a few words on the paper, and then hurriedly threw the paper ball back, and looked at Xiaxi who was sitting in the front row with a weak heart. Seeing that she didn't look back, he secretly sighed with relief. Phew, it's good that it's okay, it's not found. Xiaxi! Chunjun has been watching you just now. Although Xiaxi didn't see it, Tokisaki Crazy Sanzo, who had been looking at him, did. When she got the note from Jun Miyamura, she had a hunch that something interesting would happen. Her good table mate is very likely to tease the shy girl who writes the note. Hee, you can see how Chunjun has been taught a lesson again. A bright smile gradually appeared on her face, and she did not hesitate to turn back and make a small report with Xiaxi. Jun Miyamura, if he knew, he would definitely turn his target to Tokisaki Crazy and harass him with all kinds of strange questions. Unfortunately, he didn't know. At this moment, he was smiling at the last row of Ai Lao Na and Kirii, blinking his eyes constantly, trying to rely on the discharge to attract the attention of the two. Attraction is attraction, just. Kai Lao Nana looked at Jun Miyamura and blinked his eyes suspiciously. Chun-jun. Are the eyes uncomfortable? And Hanbakiri looked at the contents of the note, and his expressionless little face instantly turned red, as if it was going to burn in the next moment. Boom! The next moment, her head slammed heavily on the table, making a dull sound. Suddenly, the attention of the whole class was drawn. The old famous dish sitting next to her was frightened for a day, and shook the field with some panic. Cut, classmate cut, what's wrong with you? At the same time, Jun Miyamura also felt a chill that swept through his body. He swallowed his spit, and cold sweat gradually flowed down his forehead. When he turned his head tremblingly, he was greeted by Tokusaki's gloating smile, and Xiaoshi's gaze full of killing intent. Looking at Xiaoshi's smile that made him shudder, Miyamura Jun twitched the corner of his mouth and pulled out an ugly smile. Kiri-chan, Chun-jun, this time is really going to be finished. Hee, brother, it looks like you have bothered Kiri-san. It just so happens that class is almost over. Looking at the time, the smile on her face became brighter and more gentle. In contrast, it was Jun Miyamura's desperate eyes that had given up struggling. Jingle bells, soon, the end of class bell rang. At lunchtime, the people in the class walked to the cafeteria in pairs, and some of them had already gone to their familiar corners with bento. At this time, there was basically no one else in the class except for a few of them. Kiri-san, I'm sorry, my stupid brother bothered you. Xiaoshi apologetically bowed to the overwhelmed Motobakiri, and said very guiltily. Hanbachi swallowed his spit, waved his hand in a panic, and unconsciously looked at Jun Miyamura, who was dragged by Xiaoshi and had lost consciousness. Pure, a person as powerful as Chun-jun, was actually knocked unconscious by Xiaoshi. So scary. That, Jun-kun. Is it really okay? With a hint of hesitation, she asked with a trembling voice. Xiaoshi smiled gently, turned his head and bent down, and his small hand gently ran across Miyamura-jun's face. Brother, hurry up and apologize to Kiri-san. Kiri-chan, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'm guilty of my review. Hanba's eyes widened, and he looked at Jun Miyamura, who got up from the ground sharply, and froze all of a sudden. The way the siblings get along. While it may not be appropriate to say this, but so interesting. That, no, it's okay. Wait, did I overlook something? The cut tilted his head slightly, a little puzzled. But it shouldn't be a big thing either, so it's okay, right? Chun-san and Chei-san, is the relationship so good? Hai Lao Nana opened his eyes slightly and said in a low voice. Cut the E-chan, it's called so intimate. Is it a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? However, they usually don't have any communication. Hai Lao Nana's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the two with some expectation. A girl of this age, even an extremely shy Kai Lao Na, will be interested in other people's romances and the like. Oh! Hanbakiri realized that Miyamura-jun was calling her problem. Cut-e, sauce. Generally, only friends who have a particularly good relationship, or close lovers, will be called that. Hard, is it? Chun-jun, Chun-jun-he. The little feet of this field cut instantly turned red, and the eyes even turned into mosquito coil eyes. He wondered if this field would be like Irai and turn into a steamheim like Ireo and give him a little two-spined newt shock again. Really, brother, please don't be so vicious, okay? Xiaoshi sighed and complained helplessly. Then, he smiled and looked at the two who were at a loss, and said gently, Hai Lao Nao-san, Kiri-san, if you don't mind, do you want to have lunch with us? Oops! But, can you? Good, good, eloquence is useless in love, eloquence is useful too. Chapter 34. Ah, green peppers. Seeing the green peppers in the lunch box, Miyamura-jun was silent. As soon as he wanted to stand up and slap the table and express his dissatisfaction, Xiaoxi's sharp gaze shot over. It may be because of water, soil, or climate reasons or practices, Japanese green peppers are difficult to eat, brother. Xiaoxi smiled, Miss Shehu's intention, if you don't finish eating. You know what I mean, brother. Do you love green peppers? I love green peppers. Miyamura immediately changed his face and ate a large box with tears in his eyes. Oh, why is my sister like a housekeeper? It's so miserable. Xiao buried his neck, looked at the smiling Xiaoxi in fear, and ate his bento in small bites. I don't know why, Xiaoxi. Sometimes, more deterrent than her brother. It always feels. Classmate Xiaoxi. Hai Laoming secretly glanced at Xiaoxi and pursed his lips. So reliable, so handsome. Moreover, it is also very gentle. Han Bakiri looked at Miyamura-jun's crazy eating green pepper, his expressionless little face was slightly red, and he was a little twisted, that, Chun-kun. Also, it's the first time I've called someone so intimate. At Jun Kamiyamura's puzzled gaze, her face turned even redder. After twisting for a while, she pushed her lunch box towards him, her eyes dodged unconsciously, and whispered, I also have green peppers in today's bento. If you don't mind, please. Jun Miyamura. Tokisaki took a deep breath, covered his slightly aching stomach with one hand, covered his mouth with the other, and his delicate body trembled constantly. No, it's time to hold out my abs ha. Ha. Xiao buried it was hard to hold back his laughter, and gently pushed the sluggish Miyamura-jun, Chun, don't you love green peppers the most? Eat fast, eat fast. Although you want to scold Niang very much, Miyamura is sure that before he finishes scolding, Xiaoxi's fist will knock him under the table. Moreover, if you don't eat it, this timid and sensitive girl will definitely be sad. So, I'm going to show it off. Making a beautiful girl sad is not a gentleman's doing, let alone what he, the kindest, most handsome and most powerful exorcist in Tokyo, should do. I'm full, thank you for the hospitality. Jun Miyamura clasped his hands together and said expressionlessly. Xiaoxi pushed over a bottle of drink and smiled helplessly. Brother, you're really an idiot. Chizuru Shina snorted softly, nodded approvingly, and glared at him. Humph, don't think that if you help me once, I will give you a back door or something. The lazy character of this bastard must be corrected. Elder Ban, what are you staring at me for? Humph, nothing. Miyamura-jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment Nokwao Shina Chizuru exhaled in pain, holding his head with two small hands in tears, and grievously snapped his teeth at him, bastard, what are you hitting me for? I suddenly remembered that the class elder hadn't thanked me yet. Moreover, not only did not thank me, but also treated me like this, which really chilled me. I see. Shina Chizuru pursed his lips, snorted softly, a faint layer of pink fluttered on his face, turned his head uncomfortably, and whispered, thank you, thank you. I'm old, I can't hear it, let's call Oni-chan first bastard, don't make an inch. Oh, Oni-chan, or something, how can it be called? Chizuru Shina glared at Jun Miyamura with a wicked look and shame, gritting his teeth viciously, eager to punch him in the face. Yo, still glaring at me? Just stare. Looking at the two with wide eyes and small eyes, Shizaki crazy twitched the corners of his mouth, only to feel that his stomach seemed to hurt again. Chun-jun. It seems that there are many strange abilities, such as now, and even Shina Chizuru has unknowingly brought him to the same IQ line as him. This ability. It's terrible. Xiaoxi can be unaffected for so long, it's really powerful. Oh, my adult has a lot of it, and I don't know you in general. Humph. A moment later, the two people snorted heavily coldly, and each tilted his head to the side. This guy, really nasty, is definitely the most annoying guy in the world. Shinichizuru puffed out his mouth and thought angrily. Nasty hate down. That, pure, Jun-san, this, if you don't mind. Kai Lao Nana timidly pushed over a bottle of orange juice and whispered. Jun Miyamura's eyes lit up, and he showed a bright smile to her. Ah, thank you Nana. Then, pulling the pull ring, a bottle of orange juice ton saw the bottom. The sweet and sour taste of orange juice relieves the taste of green peppers to a certain extent. I always feel that my mood is much better. Phew, tell Sheo when you go back, never prepare green peppers for him in the future. Hug, sorry. It's all now, even if this field Kirii eats again, he already knows that Jun Miyamura doesn't actually like to eat green peppers, and his face turns grey for a moment. Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to rub her face unceremoniously, revealing a vicious expression. Stupid, don't underestimate the green pepper. The nutritional value of green peppers is very high. Well. Being able to quickly detect changes in other people's emotions can be regarded as a special ability of Chun-jun. Tokisaki looked at the two with a thoughtful expression. Chun-jun, it's really powerful. Humph, just get it. Miyamura snorted coldly and pinched her little face again before letting go of her hand. Hanba Kirii puffed out his mouth slightly, and rubbed his red little face with some grievances. There is a saying, the little face of the cut sauce is smooth and tender, and the feel is really good. It feels better than the face of Xiao Buri. I just don't know about the class elder, Cai Nana-chan, and Mad-san. Umi Lao Na, that, Jun-san, please don't look at me like that. Shinichizuru, bastard pervert, what do you want to do? Mad 3, Jun-jun, if there is any bad intention. Well, there are a bit of a lot of people here. Well, since you said so, I chose you. Oops. Tokisaki's eyes widened, and he looked at Jun Miyamura, who grabbed her small hand in surprise, and froze for a while. She forgot, Miyamura was purely the kind of person who would turn jokes into reality. It's over, this time it's planted. In an instant, her little face turned red with shame, and she unconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. Oops, what's wrong with a sudden little heartbeat? Elbow, I know there's a good place, elbow with me. Pure, Chun-kun. Calm down. Person's personality is strange, I eat soft rather than hard, but she eats everything and asks for 5 stars. Readers who read the book give a rating. Please. Chapter 35. In the end, under Xiaoxi's soft persuasion, he finally failed to take Shizaki Madsen to no one's corner to do something. Well, it's really soft, Xiaoxi definitely didn't do anything like punching him to the point of losing consciousness. Xiaoxi of his family, but a gentle, cute, and understanding girl, how could she do such a thing? Jun Miyamura rubbed his faintly aching head in disbelief, thinking firmly in his heart. Brother, does it still hurt? In the infirmary, Xiaoxi sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Miyamura Jun with a look of distraction on the hospital bed with a hint of crimson, but he didn't expect that he accidentally overworked his head. Ahem, Xiaoxi, come here. I see. Xiaoxi, who knew that he was at a loss, nodded lightly after hearing Miyamura Jun's weak voice, and moved towards Miyamura Jun with guilt. Jun Miyamura coughed twice, pretended to be weak, and pulled Xiaoxi's tender little hand without a trace. Then, taking advantage of Xiaoxi's lack of reaction, he pulled Xiaoxi over. Hey! Xiaoxi's eyes widened and he looked blankly at Miyamura Jun's close face. Brother! What is this to do? Hey, Xiaoxi, actually put such a heavy hand on my brother, it really makes my brother sad. Miyamura Jun sighed while shaking his head, looking at Xiaoxi who was held in his arms and looking at him blankly, a weird smile pulled out of the corner of his mouth. Xiaoxi, isn't there even compensation for my brother? Hey? Make Compensate. Xiaoxi came back to his senses, his little face turned red in an instant, and he looked at him at a loss, his small hands tightly held on his chest. Brother, what the hell is my brother going to do? That, what compensation does my brother want? You guess me? Yamura Jun grinned, the weakness just now was gone. Just kidding, he is the strongest, most handsome and kindest exorcist in Tokyo, how could he be punched like that by Xiaoxi? Ah, although it really hurts at first, it feels like my head has exploded. However, Xiaoxi was his favorite touch, so he would never really blame her. Even now, it's just a bit of a bad taste. Oh, Xiaoxi, my brother is so tired, I really want to sleep then, why is that brother holding me? Xiaoxi's little face turned red, and he struggled lightly, wanting to escape from his arms. However, it is completely impossible to earn out. Hard, is it going to be here? Hey! Miyamura Jun smiled wickedly, looked Xiaoxi up and down like a well-behaved cat who fell in his arms, and slowly lowered his head. Xiaoxi, what are you expecting? Ah, can't it be? Xiaoxi, what a bad boy. I didn't. Before she could finish her words, Miyamura Jun's face had already come to me. The lips touched gently, and the sour and warm touch of the flesh made Xiaoxi froze all of a sudden, and his brain instantly became blank. Brother, brother. Kissed me? Unlike when my brother was confused after drinking too much, this time the brother was awake. Although she stopped thinking, Miyamura's actions did not stop. Jun Miyamura pried open her shell teeth and invaded indiscriminately. For a moment, even he was a little flustered. After all, this is also the first time he has done this kind of thing. Wu! Brother, brother! Xiaoxi subconsciously hugged his neck, responding awkwardly and seriously, with a shameful expression on his face. So shy. However, this is the first time that my brother has taken such an initiative. So respond a little. Under this offensive, Xiaoxi quickly indulged in it, and did not even resist for a second. No, it's better to say that she didn't mean to resist from the beginning. Ha! A sucker! You, what are you doing suddenly? When the lips of the two parted, an extremely thin silver thread flowed down the side of Xiaoxi's lips. Xiaoxi bit his lip lightly, his eyes seemed to have water rippling, and he glanced at him dissatisfiedly. In this regard, Miyamura Jun just smiled. If he really wanted to resist, Xiaoxi would have punched him in the head a long time ago. Alas, there is no way, just barely carry this pot. Hey! As soon as he wanted to say something, Xiaoxi suddenly frowned and twisted his body restlessly. Why, do you always feel like something is against me? It's so uncomfortable, brother, you pretended. What? When her little hand touched something that made her uncomfortable, Xiaoxi froze for a moment, her face blushing as if she could drip blood. Not only her, but even Jun Miyamura froze. Xiaoxi, you get up first. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath and tried to calm down his emotions. However, the tremor in his voice could not be suppressed. Xiaoxi nodded with a red face, and was just about to get up from him, when suddenly a voice came from outside the infirmary, is Chunjun really okay? With Xiaoxi taking care of it, there will be no problem, that guy. And, again, this is not the first time. Also, yes. Hanba nodded, pursing his lips, his face still a little worried. Beside her, Xiao Berry gently took her hand, as if her body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Kiri, it's really okay small, little buried. And the two people outside the door had no idea what had just happened inside the door. How, what to do? Xiaoxi's eyes widened and he looked at Jun Miyamura at a loss. If discovered, it will definitely die socially. And this look, she will be ashamed. Would that be fine? Jun Miyamura sighed and stretched out one hand to hold Natsuyo, and the other hand pulled the quilt over to cover his body. Because Xiaoxi's body is relatively petite, this can just cover the bodies of the two. Oops! Xiaoxi held his breath and clung tightly to Miyamura-jun's body. Feeling the warmth that surrounded her, she only felt as if her whole body was hot. This feeling, not annoying. Although the relationship between the two is extraordinary, such intimate contact is also the first time. And at the next moment, the door of the infirmary was pushed open, and Xiaoberry and Hanbakiri walked in one after the other. Hey, what about Xiaoxi? Xiaoberry looked at the infirmary, blinked his eyes, and asked suspiciously. Didn't Xiaoxi come with you? Oh, maybe because of excessive blood loss, I'm a little hungry, so I asked Xiaoxi to help me buy something to eat. Miyamura said indifferently, not the slightest trace of lying could be seen. Xiaoberry did not doubt that there was him, and in a blink of an eye, he forgot about this matter and pulled Benbakiri to sit on the side of the bed, looking at him with some disgust. Really, like an idiot. Little buried, can't you say I ordered good? Hanbakiri sat silently on the side, watching the exchange between the two, with some curiosity in his eyes. Xiaoberry, in front of Chunjun, does not look like the usual perfect beautiful girl at all. However, such a small burial looks happy. Although he quarreled with Junjun every day, he seemed to have a good relationship. Well, it's really weird. Some teachers watch you grow up, and some teachers take you seriously and… Chapter 36. Anyway, hurry back to class when you're fine, really. Xiaoberry grumbled, checked his body with some worry, and walked out of the ward with a word. That, Jun-kun. Hanbakiri stood up, pinched the hem of her skirt a little uneasily, and bit her lip lightly. In Miyamura-jun's curious gaze, she took a deep breath and whispered, Tamura-sensei, does it really matter? What if, in case he threatens Chunjun with this or something? Hearing her words, Jun Miyamura couldn't help but laugh and stretched out a hand and gently squeezed her face. Looking at the little face that was flushed with shame, he coughed lightly twice, without the slightest intention of letting go of his hand. At the same time, in his waist, there was a pain in his waist. Brother! Xiaoxi's gloomy face, 2 fingers twisted the soft flesh around his waist, making him gasp and almost let go of his hand. However, he still made a light and breezy expression. Don't worry, I'm very good, Kiri-chan knows, right? Motobakiri snorted with a red face, his gaze dodging to the side. Chun-kun, can you let go of me? This way. Always feel a little shy. This field cut subconsciously clamped his legs, inexplicably a little soft. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Jun Miyamura, she ran out of the infirmary. As she walked out of the infirmary, the expression on Miyamura-jun's face changed instantly. Xiaoxi, it hurts, it hurts. Brother, it's really thanks to you that you can do something to pinch and paint your classmate's face while holding me. Xiaoxi lifted the quilt and stared directly at him with a gaze as cold as 10,000 years of ice, and the resentment in his voice seemed to be able to turn into substance. Although she is covered with a quilt, it does not mean that she does not know anything. Xiaoxi's 5 senses are very keen. How is it? Does the face of the classmate feel good? Xiaoxi, you listen to me explain. Miyamura-jun coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment. Xiaoxi rolled over and straddled him, clasped his hands to his chest, and looked at him condescendingly, waiting for his explanation. Worst. What's with a little excitement? Noticing this, Xiaoxi's face turned slightly red, and his breathing became a little shorter. My brother is now, like a suppressed prey, and he can't resist at all. Actually. Just when many strange thoughts inexplicably appeared in her mind, Miyamura-jun spoke. The feel of Kiki-chan's face cannot be described as good, that kind of touch, even the best jade I have ever seen does not have that feeling. Xiaoxi, do you understand what I mean? So. Crunch Natsu smiled softly, slowly removing one hand from the railing of the hospital bed. Brother, are you sure you want to explain this? Looking at the pinched guardrail, Miyamura-jun was very silent. He had a feeling that if he continued to die, well, he might really be like that guardrail. No, it's definitely. Even, maybe he's worse than that guardrail. Hey? Brother, why don't you talk? Xiaoxi tilted his head and still asked gently, with a faint smile on his face. However, Jun Miyamura could feel that under that danger, what was hidden was a murderous aura of the heron. He was sure that if he didn't answer again, he would still end up with that twist. Bah, guardrail the same. What to do, what to do? Jun Miyamura is in a crisis of life and death. My brother's hands are really restless. How about cutting them off? No, where did you get the knife from? Seeing the extra kitchen knife in Xiaoxi's hand, Miyamura-jun no longer knew what to say. If I have to say it, I can describe it in a song, Kanasama yo, that is, a malice from the world. Brother, you said if it is a game, a danger word should appear on his head at this time. At this point, you can only use that trick. When a person is angry to the extreme, he goes to the other extreme. For example, smiling angrily. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath and was mentally prepared to be beaten but not dead. Then, he quickly stretched out his hands and hugged Xiaoxi's slender waist. Xiaoxi exclaimed, leaning forward, hands on either side of his head, looking at him. Xiaoxi, look into my eyes. Hey! Does my brother mean that he only sees me? This is a confession, right? Absolutely. Thinking about it, her face unconsciously became hot. So, is this afraid that I will misunderstand? What? Obviously I won't be angry. Hey? What happened to you? No, it's okay. Xiaoxi coughed lightly twice and answered in a low voice. Brother, say whatever my brother wants to say. Do you agree immediately or hesitate to say yes? Although I like my brother very much, I still have to hesitate. Wait until you graduate from college and get married, if you have children. Just two, a man and a woman. At that time, we must educate them well, and we must not let them and my brother learn badly. Speaking of which, should I continue to call my brother in the future, or should I change my name to Dear? What's wrong with this kid? Miyamura-jun looked at Xiaoxi suspiciously, but did not think too much and made a firm expression. I swear, Brother, you don't have to swear. Xiaoxi covered his mouth with his hand in a panic and looked at him tenderly. Jun Miyamura blinked, a little puzzled. No need to swear? Well, what Xiaoxi says is what it is. What I just said is the truth. So, Miyamura said in a straightforward manner, Kiri-chan's little face is very smooth and comfortable to pinch, it's all my honest words from the heart. Wait, Xiaoxi, calm down. Xiaoxi smiled, black chi continued to emerge from his back, and the flaxen hair that had always been soft gradually floated up at this moment. Jun Miyamura swallowed his spit and looked at Natsuyo, who raised the knife high in horror. Seem counterproductive? Brother, you can go with peace of mind. Xiaoxi and Chunjun are really. It's really hot. Well, isn't it good to enter and disturb them at this time? Then, I'll just take a look on the side. With a bright smile, Tokisaki's body gradually sank into the shadow. Then, in the infirmary, a head poked out from the ground, looking at the scene on the hospital bed with interest, and from time to time he was amazed. Sure enough, it was hot. When I was a child, I liked to fill water with an umbrella, and when I grew up, I liked to ask for everything, for 5 stars. Really, give a rating. Chapter 37. Humph, I don't care about my brother. When there was still some time before the next class, Xiaoxi glared at him with a slightly puffed out, and walked out of the infirmary with a slightly red face. Miyamura-jun lay leisurely on the hospital bed, slightly opened one eye and glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh, stupid sister, you're still far behind. When Xiaoxi returned to the class, Xiao buried a surprised look at her. Hey, Xiaoxi, why is your mouth swollen? And the hairstyle is also a little messy. Ah, this. Xiaoxi blushed, not knowing how to explain it. In the end, the bad guys still muddled this matter. I said. Jun Miyamura stretched, yawned, and looked in one direction maliciously. You seem to be very happy to watch. A weird smile appeared on his face, and he waved a hand gently. At the same time, Shizaki, who had just watched the excitement and was ready to run, changed his complexion. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took a deep breath and slowly grew out of the shadows with a smile. Ah, Chun-jun, people won't do that kind of thing. In short, it's good to admit it at this time. Damn, I just said how could this guy not notice himself, it turned out. Is it intentional? But as long as I grit my teeth and don't admit it. Even if it's Chun-jun, he won't do anything strange, right? For his character, Tokisaki was a little skeptical. But that's all there is to do for now. Hey! Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and looked at Tokisaki with a wicked smile, his gaze roaming over her. That sight made Tokisaki Crazy-san have a feeling that his whole body was being seen, and his body was unconsciously hot. After taking a deep breath, she suppressed the shame in her heart. Even so, she had a hint of crimson on her face. Call. What are you thinking? I, already an old woman of 40, will actually be shy because of the sight of Chun-jun or something. Chun-kun. It can't be like this anymore. If she thinks about it again, I am afraid that she will run away. That look doesn't fit her elegant image. Therefore, Tokisaki decided to take the lead. I didn't see anything just now. Tokisaki smiled and raised his hands, winking pitifully at him, putting on an innocent look. It was as if he had done something to bully her. Jun Miyamura didn't speak, just continued to look at her with an intriguing smile on his face. Just when Tokisaki wanted to speak again, he opened his mouth. Crazy 3. You just now, are you shy? Oh, it's so cute, I'm actually shy or something because of my sight. This doesn't want to be Tokisaki Crazy Zo at all, or rather. Miyamura-jun sat up and grinned. Mad Sansan, is this the reaction when you are obsessed with someone? Tokisaki had to admit that she had really panicked just now. However, it would be naive to use this offensive to make the beautiful girl lose her proportions. Chun-jun. Ah, Chun-jun, do you want me to be obsessed with you like that? Tokisaki is crazy and will never give in. So, start fighting back. Tokisaki held his chest with 3 pairs of hands and looked at Jun Miyamura with a smile, and his face was not abnormal at all. Chun-jun is really cute, using this way to attract my attention, is it really because you like me? Help, family, today I met the lower head girl, peeping and saying that I like her, I will really thank. Tokisaki Crazy-san was silent. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who looked beaten in front of her. She inexplicably felt that she wanted to use her angel emperor carved to beat him into a sieve. Nah, if we shoot together. Can you let Chun-jun go to God? I understand how you feel. However, you can't beat Chun-jun. Yes, so let's dismiss this idea in the face of the pitch-black absolute demon, my power is like. Shut up this shameful voice, I definitely don't want to hear it again. Oh, did your past self make you so unbearable to look at it? On an unknown street, wearing a black simple dress and covering his left eye with an eye patch, Tokisaki Crazy 3 sighed helplessly and shook his head. I'm really an unfrank child. Not. Although she was also a little ashamed. Whew, it's finally quiet. After the voice of Nakaji Matsuo disappeared, Tokisaki Matsuo subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jun Miyamura with helpless eyes. Chunjun, the villain is also a beautiful girl, right? Am I so unattractive? Humph, the lower head girl, actually think that she is very attractive, I will really think. Just be happy. Tokisaki didn't want to say anything more. Now, Jun Miyamura, who is in a strange watermelon strip state, will never listen to her. But this also shows that Chunjun should not care about her watching fun, right? Okay, that's the end of the mess. Mad-san, should you give me an explanation? However, Jun Miyamura looked at her with a teasing look in his eyes as if he could see through her mind. Just now, when I kissed Xiaoshi, you seem to be having a lot of fun watching it. What does Chunjun want? Shiizaki swallowed his spit 3 times and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing her movements, Jun Miyamura grinned and pointed at her. Exactly, now there are only 2 of us in the infirmary. As I said in the classroom before, you can have bad thoughts when you go to a place where no one is. Hearing him say this, Tokisaki was relieved. If Miyamura really wanted to do something to her, he didn't need to ask for her permission at all. Although her Emperor Kirk has the ability to manipulate time, her destructive ability is completely inferior to that of ordinary big monsters. The yokai that hunted her down, she tried her best to leave only a small scar on it, and could not even affect its actions. If to Jun Kamiyamura, not to mention that the 7 bullets can only stop for 5 seconds, even if it is 50 seconds, she may not be able to break the defense. I'm sure Junjun wouldn't do that. Tokisaki smiled and naturally sat down on the edge of the bed, his tone was very light. Jun Miyamura narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her maliciously. This guy, do you really think he is a good person? Well, although he is indeed the most handsome, powerful, and friendly exorcist in all of Tokyo. Hee, then I'm leaving, hey? Come and go? The next moment, Tokisaki was pressed to the hospital bed. Before she could react, Jun Miyamura gently ruffled her bangs and looked at the eyes with a golden clock, a smile on her face. Mad 3, I think. At this time, it seems inappropriate not to do anything. Wait, Chunjun didn't like school when he was a child, and when he grew up, he found that learning was not so good and begged for everything, asking for 5 stars. Brothers, give a review, let the child smash the fire. Chapter 38. The infirmary, which had always been calm, was not very calm at this time. Chun-kun, don't do this. Really, I'll be angry. I'm scary when I'm angry, and I'll eat Chunjun. Fit, enough to stop, bastard. From the infirmary, there was a constant voice of the girl with a little trembling in shame. Just listening to it is exciting. However, people passing by the infirmary, as if they could not hear the sound inside at all, passed by the door of the infirmary with a normal face. Hey? Dare to threaten me? I didn't. In the infirmary, Tokisaki clenched his teeth tightly, looking at Jun Miyamura in front of him in shame, letting his hand rub his face around. I don't know if it was rubbed or because of shyness, her little face was flushed, and it looked extremely tempting, making people want to take a bite. Chunjun, almost. This guy has been rubbing his face for several minutes. Damn, don't treat my face like a toy. Mad-san puffed up his face and glared at Jun Miyamura with an angry hum. However, for reasons that were too cute, there was no deterrent at all, and Jun Miyamura didn't even pay attention to it, rubbing her little face happily. Mad-san's skin is really well maintained, smooth and tender. Stupid, don't say it. Shame. If I could. I really want to take out the Emperor in grave and give him a shot. Chun-kun. Is there really something special, right? Just now to Kiri-san, and now to me. So, how obsessed you are with such a thing as rubbing your face. Sorry, I don't know why, I feel very comfortable to rub, I like it. Jun Miyamura let go of his hand and said flatly. At the moment of breaking free, Tokisaki immediately jumped up from the bed and looked at him with resentful eyes. That look, even the always cheeky Jun Miyamura was a little embarrassed at this time, and turned his head and said, "Well, didn't you enjoy it just now?" Tokisaki blinked and looked at him in disbelief. How can this bastard say such a thing? Enjoying it? You, which eye of yours saw me enjoying ah? Tokisaki took a deep breath and finally suppressed the urge to scold. For the first time in so many years, she broke her defenses like this. Forget about breaking the defense, the main thing is, the person who let her break the defense, she herself can't beat it. Can only be so bullied by him. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Please stay calm. I'm already calm. During the time when she was forcibly rubbed by Jun Miyamura, she thought about all the happy things in her life before she could barely suppress her anger. Moreover, she was ashamed. Because, as this bastard said, she does enjoy it a little. Chun-kun. You have to be responsible for me. Tokisaki Crazy-san barely pulled out a smile, gritted his teeth and looked at Jun Miyamura with an embarrassed face, and said viciously. Ahem. Jun Miyamura coughed lightly and waved his hand. I did go a little too far. That way, I can promise you an overly demanding request, how about it? 2. Hey, don't get an inch. Do you know how precious one of my promises is? Yes. Shizaki glanced at him 3 times, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and turned to leave. Then I'll go to Xiaoshi-san and tell her that Chunjun has done something very excessive to me, and I can't get married. Jun Miyamura was stunned. Very excessive things? I just rubbed your face. You won't be able to get married. This guy, it's good to take advantage of the fire and robbery? 2 is 2. Jun Miyamura sighed and reluctantly agreed. Tokisaki stopped and smiled beautifully at him. Now the price has increased. 3. Humph, there is this opportunity, of course, you must seize it. In the future, maybe you can still let Chunjun do something strange. No, just thinking about it makes you can't help but laugh. I say. Jun Miyamura narrowed his eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Are you really angry? I always feel that I have suffered a loss. I'm really angry right now. Tokisaki puffed out his mouth slightly and glared at him with some dissatisfaction. It's good that I am also a beautiful girl, and I turned out to be called the lower head girl by Chunjun. And, since you dislike me so much, then don't rub people's faces. Rubbing my face while disgusting me is really upright. Forget it, 3 is 3. After all, in general, I still take care of my own losses. Although Tokisaki Crazy-san did spy on the enviable things between him and Xiaoshi, a yellow flower girl, who was pressed on the bed by herself and rubbed her face for a long time. After reacting, even he felt a little embarrassed at the moment. As soon as the mind is hot, I do it. Alas, looking at Miyamura Jun sighing, the smile on Tokisaki's face became even brighter. She slowly stepped forward and winked at him playfully, her voice full of smile. Chunjun, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. What about the 3 requirements? The little woman is really flattered, so I still have to give Chunjun some reward. Or rather, the reward. Tokisaki bent down slightly, tapped his lips with his index finger, and looked at him with a smile. Jun Miyamura's gaze moved down slightly, and a large area of white color came into view, and he sighed when he saw it. Unexpectedly, Tokisaki Crazy Sanzo's figure is quite good. Although Ope is not as good as Seiyu and Kai Lao Na and the most peerless Chizuru-chan, it is good enough compared to Kiri-chan and the stupid little burial. Thank you for the hospitality, I will deeply engrave this scene in my heart, and every time I eat in the future, I will sigh in my heart for the hospitality. Wait, Junjun. Where are you looking? Tokisaki blushed, hugged her hands tightly to her chest, and looked at him with some vigilance. I can actually look at the girl's accidentally exposed skin without changing color, and also say what this pervert said. Chun-jun, really a super pervert who likes to bully beautiful girls. Wu exhaled, steadying her wildly beating heart, and Tokisaki Crazy-san brought that crumb smile again. I didn't expect me to be so attractive to Jun-jun, but the reward I said is not this, hey? Can you give me a photo album of Mad-san? Rest assured, I will definitely offer her as a family heirloom, and then take it out every day in the dead of night to enjoy alone. When he came to this area, Tokisaki Crazy-san didn't know how many times he had broken the defense. In short, she has broken her defense more times in the past few days than before. Hey, it's not a photo album. Miyamura smacked his lips and lowered his head in disappointment. Hearing his words, a number appeared on Tokisaki's forehead, and he couldn't hold back his smile. Chun-jun, what a crumb! Today, the team will use a drilling machine to open a tunnel, drill and drill out the mountain spring, ask for everything, ask for 5 stars, give a 5-star. Chapter 39. Because there was nothing to do, when Tokisaki was leaving, Jun Miyamura went back to class with her. Chun-jun, you must not tell others what happened just now, got it? Before entering the class, Tokisaki looked at him with a serious face, with a faint pink color on his face. I have to say, it looks really cute. Got it. Jun Miyamura glanced at her and nodded helplessly. Let's not say that there is nothing to say about seeing the Crazy 3 OP, and I haven't finished reading it yet, unfortunately. Moreover, if he said it, Xiaoshi would be able to tear him by hand. Well, hand tearing in the physical sense. At that time, it will not be something that the infirmary or hospital can solve, and he can only go to those old things to help. At that time, he will definitely be laughed at fiercely, torn by his own sister or something. Those 3 requests, call me after thinking of them. Well, okay. Tokisaki nodded with a smile and walked into the classroom with cheerful steps. Jun Miyamura shook his head and walked in after her. Ah, brother. As soon as he entered, Xiaoshi saw him and stood up in surprise. Are you all right already? It should be fine. Miyamura Jun rubbed his faintly aching head, glanced at Xiaoshi a little timidly, and smiled reluctantly. Strange, obviously it doesn't hurt anymore, how can I see that Xiaoshi hurts again? Xiaoshi pursed his lips, lowered his head in disappointment, pinched the hem of his skirt slightly with his small hand, and said guiltily, Brother, I'm sorry. No, I think it's better not to have a next time. If my brother still likes to bully girls so much, I will definitely make a move. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoshi interrupted him and said seriously. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Okay, okay. I try my best. Jun Miyamura sighed, waved his hand, and sat down in his seat. He knows his sister's serious character very well. Hey! As soon as he sat down, Shina Chizuru's tsundere voice sounded. Chizuru Shina walked over to his seat and pursed his lips, looking hesitant. Seeing this, Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and showed a malicious smile. Ah, Chizuru-chan, could it be that you fell in love with me because of the hero-saving beauty? If it's a confession, I accept it. Can I go out on a date today? Who will fall in love with you? Narcissist! Shina Chizuru glared at him and shouted with a red face. Because the sound was too loud, the surrounding classmates looked over, and the smiling gaze made Shina Chizuru unconsciously lower his head. Jun-san seems to be very popular recently. Yes, even the class president is attracted to Jun-san. And take a closer look, Jun classmate is quite handsome, right? The girl's side is still relatively normal, while the boy's side. Damn it! This bastard, why is it so popular with girls? Even the crazy third classmate who just turned around. Ah, I also want to be surrounded by cute girls. Xiaoshi is so cute, Xiaoberry is so cute, the class president is so cute, the crazy 3 students are so cute, and the students of Che Painting and Hai Laoming are so cute. Damn, why? Feeling the jealous gazes around him, Miyamura Jun twitched the corners of his mouth, completely unaware of their thoughts. Alas, bastard, don't think it's nice to be surrounded by cute girls. Although the girl's little face is smooth and tender, it is also so cute, and there are all kinds of advantages. And she will be coquettish with him or something. Well, it's actually quite comfortable to be surrounded by cute girls. Thinking of this, Miyamura Jun raised his head and cast a defiant gaze at the boys in the class. That's right, I'm just cool. It was at Versailles. Not only that, but do you think I'm going to tell you about a lovely girl in my house who is working as a maid for me? Of course I won't tell you. What a beaten expression. Hee, so what, have the ability to hit me? Xiaoxi gently pulled him and sighed helplessly. Stupid brother, this will really be beaten. Alas, I don't understand the psychology of boys. However, Xiaoxi doesn't care about these, as long as she has an older brother. Ahem, squad leader, is there something wrong? Disturbed by Xiaoxi like this, Miyamura Jun coughed lightly, and he was also a little embarrassed. So, he turned his head to look at Shina Chizuru, who was tightly bowed, and asked in a soft tone. Shina Chizuru pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and raised his head to look at him. Do you have time for the weekend? Hey! Jun Miyamura blinked, a little stunned. As if afraid that he would misunderstand, Chizuru Shina hurriedly waved his hand and explained, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to treat you to a meal. Well, after all, you helped me just now. Jun Miyamura clapped his hands, interrupting her explanation. I don't know why, it always feels. It seems to be getting darker and darker, For the weekend, sorry, I already have arrangements. I just promised before, I will go to the macho guy on the weekend to socialize with them. This kind of fun is not always seen. Okay, excuse me. Wait, seeing Shina Chizuru's lost desire to leave, Jun Miyamura suddenly took her hand. Hey! Wait, please let me go. If you don't have time for the weekend, don't mind. Go on a date with me today. Chizuru Shina was stunned, and for a moment she even forgot about Jun Miyamura holding her little hand. Although I thought he was joking, but... Look at his look. It seems, seriously? Not only her, but even Xiaoxi froze. Brother, I'm still next to me, is it really good for you to say that? Ah, Jun-kun. For a while, even Tokisaki Crazy-san didn't know what to say. Jun-kun, it's really unexpectedly bold. Yo! The one who reacted the most violently was Shina Chizuru. Dating. Shina Chizuru's little face turned red and looked at him at a loss. Miyamura nodded reasonably, looking at her suspiciously. It's a date, of course. Shopping, eating, then going to the movies, and finally, boom. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoxi's fist fell on his head. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Stupid brother, please don't mention any requirements that will bother the squad leader. Xiaoxi sighed and said angrily, then looked at Shina Chizuru and lowered his head apologetically. Squad leader, please don't take what your brother said to heart, he likes to joke. I promised. Xiaoxi's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Shina Chizuru in disbelief. Shina Chizuru's little face was flushed, and his gaze did not dare to rest on Jun Miyamura at all. Xiaoxi, why, I always feel that there is something on my head. Author has no commotion, in this era of fast food, it is no longer suitable for porridge cooked slowly over low heat. When you are still burning the fire, someone has already begun to eat your porridge begging for everything, begging for 5 stars. Long live the pure love warrior. By the way, the projectile theory is really good, especially the 9th episode of the Despair chapter. Chapter 40. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, you have to go back by yourself today. When the bell for the last class rang, Miyamura Jun stood up with his bag and said to Xiaoxi with a smile, his face slightly screaming. Oh, a touch of stupidity, Oni-chan, I'm going on a date. Well, it's just literal. After all, such a direct rejection of Shina Chizuru, that class of adults will be very embarrassing. Moreover, it was clear that he plucked up the courage to invite him, as a gentleman. Of course, respond to her well. The so-called gentleman, but must master the skills of time management. Okay, let's go. Xiaoxi nodded helplessly and coaxed the child to say. Her own stupid brother, she is familiar with it. Even if he stops him, he will find an excuse to go. And, with his character. Well, between the elder brother and the Chizuru squad leader, there is absolutely nothing going to happen. Should. No way? Then I'll go. Oh, by the way, talk to Xiaoyu, you don't need to leave me food. Well, I see. Xiaoxi nodded flatly and said softly. Jun Miyamura had just turned his head when her flat voice reached his ears again. Brother, you can't bully the Chizuru squad leader. If I knew. Brother, you understand, right? Xiaoxi had a faint smile on his face and seemed to say nonchalantly. However, her gaze was tightly locked on Jun Miyamura. This is clearly threatening him. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath and turned his head angrily. The eldest husband was born in heaven and earth, how can he live under people for a long time? Today, I will rebel against the tyranny of the Xia world. The next moment, oh, look what you said, brother, what kind of person I am, don't you know? Jun Miyamura bent over, smiled and squeezed Xiaoxi's shoulder, his tone was very flattering. That look, if the monster who was killed by him saw it, he would definitely be shocked. This demon would actually show such an expression. Don't worry, Xiaoxi, I will definitely not bully the class elder. Humph, that's best. Xiaoxi snorted softly, slapped his hand away unceremoniously, and glared at him before walking out of the classroom. I'm packing. Not long after Natsuyo left, Shina Chizuru's voice rang out. Dating. Chizuru Shina lowered his head tightly, his hands clutching the straps of his bag. I don't know why, she suddenly felt a little nervous. Damn, I obviously don't like this bastard, why should I be nervous? Okay, let's go. Chizuru Shina gritted his teeth and grabbed his arm and walked towards the outside of the class. And? It's not a date, it's just a meal. Yes, Miyamura nodded nonchalantly and sighed secretly. Alas, the class leader's face is still too thin. Ah, it's nice to be young. Tokisaki Crazy-san was not in a hurry to go home, put one hand on the desk to support his face, and looked at the two with a smile. However, Chun-jun is really a scumbag, obviously he did such excessive things to people before, and now he goes on a date with the squad leader without anything. Oh, people are so sad. Her voice was not loud. However, it happened to be heard by Jun Miyamura. Hey? Why didn't you leave? Shina Chizuru turned his head and looked suspiciously at Jun Miyamura, who had stopped in place. Jun Miyamura squinted at the smiling Tokisaki Raizo behind him, shook his head slightly, took Shina Chizuru's hand and continued to walk out. Hehe, Miss Mad-san, dare to slander me. Wait, there will be good fruit for you to eat later. Wait. Shina Chizuru looked at the hands held by the two a little sluggishly, and his small face was slightly red. I don't know why, she didn't say anything like that in the end to let Jun Miyamura let her go. Hey, what the hell do you want to eat? Walking down the street, Chizuru Shina pulled his hand and couldn't help but ask. This guy, who has been shopping here for half a day, has no intention of going to eat at all. Well, there's no hurry. Speaking of which, has the class elder ever been to the game hall? Hey? Why would I go to that kind of place? Shina Chizuru frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Jun Miyamura touched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. That is, haven't been, have you? That's right. A few minutes later, Chizuru Shina held a small bucket of game coins and looked at the machine in front of him in a puzzled manner. As a result, I was still deceived by this guy. How's that? Is there anything you want to play? Jun Miyamura stood next to her and asked with a grin. Woo! Shina Chizuru looked at the machines around him in confusion, not knowing what to do. She has always been a Miyoji student, and never thought that one day she would come to a place like the game hall. In her opinion, coming to this kind of place is a complete waste of time, and it is better to do a little more homework at home. But when she really came, she was a little curious. Just have a play. After playing, let's go. Okay, listen to you. Jun Miyamura nodded, took her hand and walked to a machine, and smiled at her. Do you want to try this? Whatever. Looking at the people around her, she hesitated. What's so fun about two villains playing around the screen? With a hint of doubt, she threw a few game coins into the coin slot. Subsequently, lost. Watching the figure manipulated by her on the screen fall to the ground, Chizuru Shina blinked her eyes and puffed out her mouth to look at Jun Miyamura, who stretched her waist next to her with dissatisfaction. Oh, it's so relaxed. Jun Miyamura stretched his waist and said to Chizuru Shina with a wicked smile. With that stunned look, Shina Chizuru, who looked at it, couldn't help but clench his fists. Well, what Isn't it just winning once? What is there to be proud of? Shina Chizuru glared at him angrily, snorted softly, and put his hand on the joystick again. Come again. Oops, there's really no way. Okay, I'll only demonstrate it once. A moment later, not surprisingly, Chizuru-chan lost again. However, compared to the situation of not hitting even beating just now, and being taken away by a set of consecutive moves, it is already much better. At least, this time it knocked him out some of his blood. How's that? Are you still coming? Looking at Shina Chizuru, who was obviously on the head, Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and said defiantly again. Chizuru gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. The next game will definitely win you. At this moment, she had put what she had just said behind her. Now, she had only one thought on her mind. Put this smug bastard, Tool fiercely. My family. And when I finished the endgame 1v4, I looked at the C4 that was about to explode and cried, I don't have pliers, I don't have pliers. Chapter 41. This. Miyamura took 2 steps back in disbelief, raised his hands tremblingly, and looked at the smug Shina Chizuru in disbelief. How is it possible? I actually defeated the invincible me in just 2 hours. Miyamura leaned weakly against the machine behind him, only feeling the grayness in front of him. Looking at his appearance, the corners of Shina Chizuru's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. His small hand was put in front of his mouth, and his eyes were full of mockery looking at Jun Miyamura. Oh, Chun-jun, I'm really sorry to beat you. However, why did Chun-jun lose to me, a beginner? Sure enough, Jun-kun. Shina Chizuru took a deep breath, took a step forward, and slowly opened his mouth. It's really a miscellaneous fish, what do you say? Jun Miyamura looked at Shina Chizuru with a mocking look in disbelief, and unconsciously clenched his fists. Abominable, abominable. Feng Shui takes turns, he knows it. However, this is also turning too fast. How come it was only 2 hours, he was covered with tulle? Hey? Didn't you hear? Then I'll say it again. Shina Chizuru looked at him with a little devil-like smile and slowly opened his mouth. Chun-jun, what a miscellaneous fish, what poof. However, the blows to him did not stop. Chizuru Shina took 2 more steps forward. The petite body was about to stick to Jun Miyamura, raised his head slightly, and looked at him playfully. Miscellaneous fish Chun-jun, obviously just a miscellaneous fish, why do you have to pretend to be a master? How about it, the fact that it was exposed was a miscellaneous fish for the first time ever, Shina Chizuru felt happy. This kind of pleasure has never been experienced before. However, she enjoyed the feeling. That's not right. How could I be like this? Although it felt a little wrong, but... Chizuru Shina squeezed his legs slightly, extended his little tongue and licked his lips. But... this feeling is really exciting. A faint pink color appeared on her skin, and she stared closely at Jun Miyamura in front of her with a smile in her eyes. The feeling of this guy in tulle, really fantastic. Speaking of... what time is it? Suddenly, she realized the problem. When she took out her phone and saw the time, she suddenly stayed in place. It's actually been so long. Said Ming Ming, just play and leave. As a result, I played for more than 2 hours. Now, it's dark. That, Bansama. Miyamura swallowed his spit, looking at Shina Chizuru, who had withdrawn from the female imp state with some jealousy. Are you okay? Just now, he almost couldn't help but press Shina Chizuru to the ground and spanked him. To deal with the female imp, you have to tool her fiercely. However, before he could act, Chizuru Shina had already returned to his original state. It always feels. It's a bit of a pity. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he threw it out of his mind. Just kidding, Jun Miyamura, is the strongest, most handsome and friendliest exorcist in all of Tokyo, but a veritable gentleman. How could such a thing be done? It's all to blame on you. He was still immersed in his own thoughts, and Shina Chizuru suddenly glared at him with a pout, confusing him for a while. Chizuru Shina puffed out his mouth, walked up to him with a puff, stood on tiptoe, and put the phone screen in front of him. Look what time it is. Oh, I'm going to stay up late today to write my homework. I think. Glancing at the time, Miyamura twitched the corners of his mouth and took 2 steps back to the side without a trace. No way, Shina Chizuru is too close. This fool did not realize at all the attractiveness of her figure to men. I think it's all the reason why the class elders are too addicted. I'm not addicted. Shina Chizuru's little face turned red, and he denied it with some weakness. Well, no. It's all this guy's fault. Okay, just be happy. Seeing her like this, Jun Miyamura couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect that the usual serious and unlikable Shina Chizuru would actually show such an expression. Class elder. What's wrong? Nothing. Jun Miyamura smiled and waved his hand. I just feel that the class elder is quite cute. Hey? Stupid, suddenly say something. Shina Chizuru glared at him with a red face, and shook his head in exasperation. Really, I was just inviting you to dinner. It turns out it's all so late now. I haven't written my homework yet. Ha, that little thing doesn't need to be cared about. Miyamura waved his hand indifferently, gently patted Chizuru's little head and showed her a bright smile. Anyway, I had a lot of fun today, right? Then don't think so much. There are so many things to do every day, and I can finally be happy for a while, so why do you want so much? But... Shina Chizuru opened his mouth to refute him. However, when the words come to his lips, he just can't say them. It seems like... Is this guy right? But... Chizuru Shina pursed his lips and fell into confusion. But if so, why did she work so hard before? Try to be a good class leader, and even after returning home from school, there is no slack. Obviously so hard. But why is there still no one who likes her? Hey? What's wrong? Jun Miyamura blinked, looked at Shina Chizuru, who lowered his head suspiciously, leaned over, and asked softly. It always feels like this idiot doesn't seem to be very happy? Did he say the wrong thing? Shina Chizuru suddenly pushed him away, shook his head vigorously, and whispered, "It's nothing." What about liars? Obviously not happy. Obviously just now it was still a female imp's hateful look, but now it seems to be emo again. Alas! I don't understand, I don't understand. Wait for me. Although he didn't know what was going on, he decided to find a way to make her happy. After all, if she still looks like this the next day and makes Xiaoxi think that he bullied Shina Chizuru, it will not be good. Being beaten or something, absolutely bleeding. Chizuru Shina blinked and watched Jun Miyamura hurry away. Although she wondered what he was going to do, she didn't follow. So, don't you have to work so hard? But if you don't work hard, will anyone like her? After a while, Shina Chizuru came back to his senses, looked around, still did not see his figure, sighed helplessly, and prepared to go to him. Wow! Suddenly, Jun Miyamura jumped out from behind her and shouted in her ear. Shina Chizuru's petite body trembled, suddenly screamed, turned around and slapped out. Syllable. Hey! Jun Miyamura looked at the flustered Shina Chizuru blankly, and reached out to touch the extra slap prints on his face. Excuse me? Yes, I'm sorry. Shina Chizuru came back to his senses and waved his hand in a panic, tears bursting out of his eyes. Why are you trying to scare me? That, I want to surprise you. Miyamura Jun touched his head awkwardly, took out a bear doll from behind him, and stuffed it into her arms. Seeing her staring at the doll blankly, he coughed lightly twice and pointed to the doll grabbing machine in the distance. Weren't you very happy just now, so I wanted to surprise you with a gift. However, it seems a little times frightened? Ahem, anyway, it's dating time. Jun Miyamura winked at her and grinned. Just today, how about a good rest? A sucker. Chizuru Shina lowered his head, hugged the doll tightly, and muttered softly. Jun Miyamura was stunned, and did not react for a while. So, I was slapped, and I was scolded? Jun-kun, when he was stunned, Shina Chizuru raised his head again and showed him a faint smile. Very happy. Although the surprise was a little bit unexpectedly, but this feeling, really happy. Jun Miyamura, I'm not happy. I don't care about her, but she who can't go back and beg for everything, for 5 stars. Because there is no more commotion, so it is opened. Chapter 42. Chun, isn't Jun-kun coming back yet? Heijihara Sayo lay on the table, staring blankly at the clock hanging on the wall, and pouted unconsciously. Oh, this guy doesn't even go home. Obviously she made a table of dishes with great difficulty, thinking that she would surprise him when he returned. Humph, I don't care about that guy. It's just because it's still with him after all. Yes, that's it. Like him or something, absolutely impossible. Obviously he was still at home waiting for him to come back for dinner, and actually went on a date with a girl. Unhappy. Heijihara Sayo lowered his eyebrows, buried his small face in his armpit, and pouted in dissatisfaction. But why are you so unhappy? It is clear that he has nothing to do with him. Myself. Just a runaway from home and an idiot who doesn't value himself. And he only took himself in with kindness. I knew I had no reason to be angry with him, but Sayu Agiwara pursed her lips, and the acidity in her heart seemed to overflow. What the hell is this feeling? Woo, it's so uncomfortable. So unwilling. Miss Shayu. I don't know when, Xiaoxi stood behind her and called her name softly. She stretched out a hand and gently patted Sayu Agiwara's back, as if to comfort her injured daughter. What's wrong, can you tell me about it? Ah. Xiaoxi. Heiji Seiyu raised his head, looked at Xiaoxi with a flustered face, and subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, Xiaoxi held her shoulder and sat next to her with a smile. The two sat next to each other, like sisters. Miss Seiyu, are you sad? Sure enough, is it because of my brother? No, it's not. Heiji Seiyu quickly waved his hand to deny, then lowered his head to reveal a look of loss. It's my own problem. Xiaoxi shrugged noncommittally and didn't say anything. Her emotional intelligence is very high. I have to say it countless times more than that stupid brother. Miss Seiyu. Alas, brother, obviously just a fool. Obviously a fool, but why do you like girls so much? Even I'm also jealous. Xiaoxi lowered his head slightly, and there was a hint of darkness in his eyes. Sometimes, I really want to break all four of my brother's limbs and lock him up in the dungeon so that he can only look at me alone. But do something to my brother, I can't do it. Moreover, she can't beat Jun Miyamura. Natsuya. Heiji Seiyu swallowed his spit and poked her face carefully. Why, there seems to be a bad premonition just now. Yes, it should be an illusion. Xiaoxi came back to his senses, shook his head slightly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face again. Miss Seiyu, how do you feel about your brother? Hey. What? Feeling? Heiji Seiyu was stunned, waved his hand at a loss, and his skin was stained with a faint layer of pink. This means… I don't like Chunjuns. Not at all. So, Xiaoxi doesn't have to worry. It's absolutely impossible for me and that guy. I haven't said anything yet. Is this a self-detonating truck? Xiaoxi twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head a little cryingly. Miss Sheiyu's mind is too easy to guess. Alas, stupid brother. Please calm down, Miss Seiyu, I didn't mean to blame you. Yes, I'm sorry. Heiji Seiyu lowered his head and whispered. Xiaoxi sighed and gently touched her head. Like someone or something. There is no need to hide it, and I won't blame Miss Seiyu for this. I don't like that guy at all. Xiaoxi held her face and looked at her seriously. Heiji Seiyu was just about to subconsciously want to look away, when Xiaoxi's flat voice came into her ears. Miss Seiyu, please look me in the eye and answer me seriously. What do you, to my brother, to Jun Miyamura, what the hell do you think? Seiyu Ajihara bit her lip and shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Think like this every day, prepare meals at home, and then brag about yourself when he comes back. Well, just like that, it's already a lot of fun. At the same time, I don't want to know what he has with other girls. For example, today, after hearing Xiaoxi say that he went out on a date, he felt very uncomfortable. The heart is sour. This feeling has never been felt before. Seiyu Agiwara wants to understand, but he wants to escape. Is it? Xiaoxi looked at her for a while, smiled slightly, withdrew his hand, and stood up from the chair. It's okay, Miss Seiyu. One day, Miss Seiyu will understand. At that time, you must face your true heart. If you don't say it, you will definitely fail. Hey! Heiji Seiyu blinked his eyes and nodded slightly. I see. When the girl was confused, the other side, Igo 2 strawberry cakes Chizuru-chan, is it okay to eat strawberry cake? But, you can. Shina Chizuru nodded obediently, looking curiously at the decoration of the store. Saying. At dinner time, will there be any problems eating cake? Jun, you can't eat too much cake. You know, Chizuru-chan, are you Natsuyo? Generally speaking, it should say something like are you my mother, right? Shina Chizuru frowned, clasped his hands to his chest, and put on a thoughtful look. It turns out that in Pure Jun's heart, Xiaoxi's status is like this. Jun Miyamura looked at Shina Chizuru, who was sitting across from him with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Chizuru-chan, if you say such things again, believe it or not, I pressed you here and spanked. Wait, what are you talking about, pervert? Chizuru Shina hugged his chest in shame, and his white and tender skin was stained with a layer of pink. Also, don't call me Chizuru-chan. Chizuru-chan, Chizuru-chan, that's it, you still want to threaten me? You call me that again? As if he had already expected his reaction, Chizuru Shina had a hint of a female imp smile on his face. I'll go and tell Xiaoxi-san that you bullied me. Playing yin. Jun Miyamura's face sank, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Chizuru Shina. What is this? I am heart to heart with Chizuru, and Chizuru plays brains with me? Chun, you're still the same as usual. Yin Wei came over with the plate, put the cake in front of the two, and shook his head helplessly as he watched him. Speaking of which, didn't you actually come with Xiaoxi today? I thought you were the type who couldn't survive without Xiaoxi. Are you polite? Car was driving at high speed, suddenly pulled the key. Did the concert stop? Chapter 43. Igo, why did he sit here? The petite girl, who was like an unapproachable cat, shrunk and stared warily at the smiling Jun Miyamura in front of her, as if he were some kind of unforgivable demon. Well, Xiao Suxi, am I so indifferent to me as a master? Jun Miyamura waved his hand with a grin, his gaze always resting on the dull hair that swayed on her head, which looked a little exaggerated. Looking at the extra long dull hair, he couldn't help but swallow his spit. Damn, I really want to touch it. However, if he did this, the cold girl in front of him would definitely tell Xiaoxi without hesitation. Woo! My toy puffed out and glared at him expressionlessly. This nasty guy actually said something like, if I let me help you, I can let you be with Izuku in 3 days, tricked her into being his apprentice, and called him master. At first, she was really deceived, and she invited this guy to eat cake several times for nothing. As a result, 2 days ago, this guy didn't tell her anything, and on the 3rd day, God mysteriously gave her a bottle of strange potion that emitted a strange smell, and said, as long as you give this to Izuku to drink, he will be unconscious, no matter what Xiao Yuxi does, he will not know. Oh, moreover, as long as it melts into the water, it is colorless and tasteless. How, isn't it useful? Indeed. What a ghost! If she had known that this method was the case, she would not have called him master in death. Well, if you don't call, don't call. Speaking of which, Izuku, what about Sakaki? Ah, he went to the game center and hasn't come back yet. Just at this time, there were fewer people in the store, and Yu wiped his hands with a towel and said as he walked over. As he walked over, Jun Miyamura noticed that my Toki's body suddenly stiffened. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I always feel that with my help, it seems that I can see a wonderful love comedy. Chun-jun? Seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Shina Chizuru's eyelids jumped, and he had an inexplicable feeling that something was going to happen. Wow! Suddenly, the coffee in the cup that Izuku was holding in his hand swayed inexplicably. I don't know if it was by chance or what, but there happened to be some splashes on his clothes. This. Yin Wei looked at the stains on his clothes with some distress, and sighed helplessly. This dress, but work clothes. It just got dirty. Oh, it's okay, Izuku, just wash it later. Speaking of which, you haven't been burned, have you? Well, no. Do you bring a handkerchief? Otomoyayu shook his head and asked towards Takashi. Shuki's eyes widened slightly, he nodded slightly, and stood up and walked towards Izuku while pulling out his handkerchief. In Miyamura-jun's smiling gaze, she seemed to be stirred by something, and her petite body lost her balance and fell forward. Igo Izuki subconsciously closed his eyes and shouted loudly. The next moment, she was surrounded by a warm feeling. Igo. Izuki opened her eyes carefully, her voice tinged with some tremors, and tears in her eyes seemed to be about to fall. Izuku sighed and gently touched her head, revealing a gentle smile. Be careful. For a while, it was as if countless flowers were blooming behind him, enveloping the two of them. Jun Miyamura turned his head and gritted his teeth viciously. Abominable, its special effects, when. Woo! Takashi's little face instantly flushed. And he obediently leaned into Yayu's arms, not even daring to move. Was hugged by Izuku. So warm. So comfortable. Jun-kun. Shina Chizuru glanced at him, tugged at his clothes without a trace, and narrowed his eyes slightly. You did it, right? Hey? What is Chizuru-chan talking about? Jun doesn't know anything. Looking at Jun Miyamura, who looked innocent and pretended to be stupid to her, Shina Chizuru snorted softly and tilted his head over. Although this guy has been sitting next to her and doesn't even move, but she just felt, it must be this guy who did it. Pick he, it's okay. At this time, in the eyes of Takashi, the Yayu in front of him seemed to have changed into a white costume. He was looking at her affectionately. SHHH, I said, you guy. Izuku glared at him helplessly, picked up Takashi, and walked towards the resting place. After the two left, Jun Miyamura turned his attention to the cake. Chizuru-chan, the cake made by Sister Mirako is delicious. Taste it quickly. Oh, whatever, Jun really can speak. Miyako Seiji held her face in one hand and said a little embarrassed, and then brought a plate of cake to their table, and smiled gently at Chizuru. Shina, it's called Chizuru, right? This cake is a gift. Oh, if you don't mind, please try it. Ah. Thank you, that. Shina Chizuru quickly stood up, secretly glanced at Jun Miyamura, who was happily eating the cake, and whispered, Sister Mayuko. Mayuko Haji nodded vigorously, and the temperament exuded by the whole person was a lot more cheerful. Mako, a piece of strawberry cake over here, okay? Please wait. Just at this moment, the customer at the other table ordered. Miyako Kji replied and winked at the two, then I'll go get busy first, I'll tell me how it tastes later. Jun's girlfriend. Wait, we're not. Before Chizuru Shina finished speaking, Mako Kji had already returned to the counter. She was stunned, blushed, and secretly glanced at Jun Miyamura next to her. Hey? Don't you eat? Then I'll even eat yours. Sensing her gaze, Jun Miyamura raised her head and blinked her eyes expectantly, without the slightest reaction she expected. In an instant, Shina Chizuru fell silent. You're welcome. Oh, really? Obviously the cake is delicious. Chizuru Shina pulled the 2 plates of cake to his side angrily, glaring at him with a bulging mouth, and Miyamura Jun looked at him with a puzzle. This child, why don't you let me eat if you don't eat yourself? It's true, when Xiaoshi was there, he could only eat such a piece a day. Moreover, she also specially told Miiza that Sister Miiza could only sell him a piece. Damn, it's clear that I have a chance to get a few more pieces. If you already knew it, you wouldn't have asked her to show off directly, beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Give a review. Chapter 44. Ah, it's gone. Looking at the empty plate, Jun Miyamura licked his lips and put down his fork with some hesitation. Sure enough, the cake made by Sister Miiza is the first in the world. Chizuru-chan, how's it going? He raised his head and looked at Chizuru Shina with some anticipation and asked. Well, the cake is delicious. And the beautiful sister is also very good. Although there are some misunderstandings. Thinking of the Jun's girlfriend that Makosi said before, Shina Chizuru felt a little hot on her face again, and hurriedly drew a piece of paper and pretended to wipe her mouth, using this way to cover up her embarrassment. However, Jun Miyamura did not pay attention to him at all. His gaze had been focused on the half of the cake in front of Chizuru Shina. That half piece was specially given by Mikoki. Although it is also delicious, Shina Chizuru is really a little unable to eat, and only half of it is left. Nah, Chizuru-chan. Before he finished speaking, Shina Chizuru had already rebuffed him. Chizuru puffed out his mouth, glared at him a little angrily, and bit his lip slightly. This guy really just wants to eat. Doesn't it mean dating? Are you here for a date or a cake? How so? Humph! Chizuru Shina snorted softly and tilted his head to the side. However, at an angle that Jun Miyamura could not see, a faint smile appeared on her face. I don't know why, seeing this stupid guy eat up. It always feels so fun. If Junjun wants to eat cake, it's not impossible. Shina Chizuru shook his white calves briskly, and his eyes flickered to look at Jun Miyamura. It always feels. It could be a little more interesting only. If Chunjun admits that he is a trash fish this half of the cake, I will give Chunjun to eat. Oh. Are you the squad leader? Looking at the girl with a hand in the front and her eyebrows full of pleasure, Miyamura Jun was silent. Is this female imp really the class elder who urged him to hand in his homework and had a great sense of justice? Now, I just want to tool her fiercely. Hey? Junjun miscellaneous, what are you waiting for? Wait, you, what are you going to do? As Shina Chizuru was taunting, Jun Miyamura suddenly stood up from his chair with a familiar evil smile on his face. In an instant, Shina Chizuru panicked, sitting on the chair and looking at Jun Miyamura who walked in front of her helplessly. 2 red halos appeared on her white cheeks. My dear class elder! Sighed Jun Miyamura, bent down, one hand propped up on the back of the chair, and looked playfully at Shina Chizuru, who had a red face. Well, take a closer look, the class elder is really cute. You, what the hell are you trying to do? Shina Chizuru's gaze dodged, twisting his body unconsciously, and the twisting voice did not look like a question at all. Jun Miyamura grinned, his gaze moved to her pink lips, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. I just wanted to taste the cake. Nah, Chizuru-chan, okay? Wait, even if you say something like that, Chizuru Shina muttered softly, closing his eyes nervously, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. This kind of thing? No, it won't. Well, we've only been on our first date. Although she said no, she didn't even mean to resist at all. Woo! So shy. This is still people's first kiss. But why a little expectation? Am I a bad boy? Chizuru Shina took a deep breath, raised his head slightly, and slowly leaned forward. Suddenly, she heard Jun Miyamura's voice. Hey? What are you talking about? Miyamura looked at her in amazement, and his other free hand already held the fork. Chizuru Shina was stunned and opened her eyes blankly, just in time to see him put the remaining half of her cake into his mouth, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. Chizuru Shina! Oh, what a waste, obviously such a delicious cake. Jun Miyamura shook his head regretfully and looked at Chizuru Shina. Woo! Chizuru Shina puffed out, glared at him with a red face, and gently kicked him with his little foot. This bastard, actually teasing yourself like this. Oops! It seems that Chizuru-chan looks very regretful. Miyamura Jun grinned, looked at the embarrassed Chizuru playfully, made a surprised expression, and said with a smile, could it be that Chizuru-chan really wants me to do something to you? Pervert! I went back. Shina Chizuru shouted aggrievedly, picked up his bag and got up from his seat. As soon as she turned around, her wrist was grabbed by Jun Miyamura and forced to face him again. Ah, it seems to have gone a little too far. Looking at the tears in Shina Chizuru's eyes, Miyamura Jun scratched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, he really didn't expect Chizuru Shina's reaction to be like this. However, the relationship between the two has not yet reached that point, and her behavior just now should be more of an impulse. This kind of thing that takes advantage of people's danger, he will never do. Until the other person realizes his true feelings, he will not do anything too out of bounds. Feelings are not worthless. That's fine. Jun Miyamura smiled, picked up her little face in Shina Chizuru's aggrieved and embarrassed gaze, and gently nodded on her forehead. How? Hey! Shina Chizuru looked at Jun Miyamura in front of him in a daze, reached out and touched the place where he kissed. His face was still wooden. Just now. What happened? Ah, that's so bold, Maiko Kawai said with a smile on her face in her hands. But... do you want to tell Xiaxi about this? Well... forget it, she might be very upset. And, in that case... Chunjun may have some minor accidents. Alas, young people's affairs are really complicated. What are you doing all of a sudden? Chizuru Shina finally reacted and looked at him at a loss, blushing as if he could drip blood. He, what did he do? Hey? Because of Chizuru-chan's look of anticipation, I thought Chizuru-chan wanted me to do this. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Or do you say? Miyamura Jun grinned, looking at her lips with a malicious smile. Chizuru-chan, where you want me to kiss? Not the forehead, but the lips? I didn't. I don't like you at all, I hate you the most. This lazy, nasty, and very irresponsible guy, how could I possibly like him? I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Looking at Shina Chizuru, who was trying to escape in a panic, Miyamura sighed helplessly, walked to the door after paying the bill, and winked at her. Let's go, I'll take you home. The nights in Tokyo are not very peaceful. This is true even if there is no such thing as a yokai. A petite and cute beautiful girl like Shina Chizuru, if she walks at night, she is likely to meet the kind of frivolous man who is completely opposite to him. Moreover, since it is a date, it is also a gentleman's duty to send the woman safely to the house. No, I don't need you. Okay, good. Looking at Shina Chizuru, who was extremely emotional, Miyamura shook her head helplessly, took her little hand and walked towards the outside of the store. Looking at the hands held together by the two, Shina Chizuru pursed his lips and lowered his head tightly. Her earlobes were already red at the moment. Only today. Well, only this time. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. I don't have any more commotion, it's gone, it's up to you to beg for everything, for 5 stars. Chapter 45. Hey, does your family live there? After coming out of Makokai's cake shop, when he heard the location of Chizuru Shina's house, Jun Miyamura made such a sound. Hearing his words, Chizuru Shina puffed out his mouth and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Why, can't my family live there? No, I didn't mean that. So what are you trying to say? Looking at his face, Shina Chizuru couldn't help but grit his teeth, and his mind recalled the scene at the cake shop just now. Woo! Although the first kiss is still there, but... it was the first time she had such intimate contact with a boy. Because of her overly straightforward personality, in the past, the boys in the same class basically did not want to talk to her. Of course, there are also boys who have a better attitude towards her. However, the gentle boy who treats her has the same attitude towards everyone else. When she clashes with others, she is only a peacemaker in the middle, and neither party is guilty. She hates this kind of central air conditioning. But this guy... She secretly glanced at Jun Miyamura and pursed her lips slightly. This guy is a complete idiot. But... at that time, the way he pressed Tamura on the table, and the way he pulled her behind him in front of Makoto Tamura. Humph, not handsome at all. Stupid, just a trash fish. But... the feeling of being blatantly favored. Chizuru Shina secretly leaned over to Jun Miyamura, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Also, it's pretty good. Hey? What do you say? Nothing, Let's go. Jun Miyamura tilted his head and looked at Shina Chizuru, who quickened his pace, suspiciously, only feeling very confused. What's wrong with this kid? Wasn't it okay just now? Alas, girls. It's really hard to understand. Shaking his head slightly, Jun Miyamura quickened his pace and walked next to Chizuru Shina. Soon, he arrived at Chizuru Shina's house. Downstairs in a residential building, Chizuru Shina pinched the hem of his skirt with his small hands and stared at him unhappily with his mouth puffed out. Then I'll go back. Chizuru-chan, see you tomorrow. Humph, I don't want to see you. Shina Chizuru snorted softly, turned his head and went back to the building. Miyamura shook his head helplessly and turned back towards the same way he came. Humph, stupid, stupid. After returning to the bedroom, Chizuru Shina lay on the bed and hugged the doll that Jun Miyamura gave her, with a happy smile on her face. At this time, that idiot definitely can't do his homework. Chizuru Shina exhaled, sat up from the bed, sat down at the table, and took out the homework. Humph, for the sake of me being so happy today, I will barely help you tomorrow. On the other side, Jun Miyamura had just passed an alley when he heard a familiar voice inside. Understood? I've already found out the guy's address. Tomorrow after school, a few of you will block him on his way from school, beat him hard, and then send me the picture, you know. Boss, got it. Absolutely, will beat him up like a human. Taekan looked at the group of confused boys in front of him with a sinister face, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. Jun Miyamura, actually made me so ugly. Humph, can't you fight? I'm going to see how good you can really fight. What? It's this guy. After hearing what the person inside said, Miyamura Jun shook his head a little helplessly, turned around and prepared to leave. This idiot. Want to deal with him? Well, let's surprise him tomorrow. By the way, that guy also has a sister who lives with him and is very beautiful. After getting him done, Miyamura stopped. His body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. However, the people in the alley did not feel the slightest danger coming. Tamura stood in the middle of the crowd, talking fiercely about his revenge plan. By the way, there are a few women who have a good relationship with him, wait until I find out their addresses. Oh, it seems that I heard something very wonderful. Just as he was getting more and more excited, from the mouth of the alley came Miyamura Jun's gentle voice full of laughter. However, Tamura felt cold behind his back at this time, as if he was being targeted by the top predators. Who? Bastard, give me out! He turned his head in panic and yelled, picked up the iron bar on the side, stared at the figure at the entrance of the alley, and subconsciously swallowed his spit. Oh, did I bother you? I'm sorry. Jun Miyamura slowly walked out of the darkness with a gentle smile on his face, looking like a sunny and cheerful big boy. Tamura rubbed his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Jun Miyamura. This guy, why is he in such a place? No matter. Hey, you guys, the person I just said is him, give me a ride. Yura, I haven't seriously touched it for a long time. Miyamura Jun twisted his neck, and the smile on his face gradually became fierce. In this area? No, the entire Nihon and Onmyoji know that he is a good-natured Onmyoji. Sometimes even if he says something offensive or does something offensive to him, he can even act as if it didn't happen. But, in some things, it doesn't work. In Tamura's terrified eyes, Jun Miyamura smiled and held the head of a gangster, smashing it the wall on the side. Boom, a pit was smashed out of the wall. Jun Miyamura let go of his hand, and the little gangster's body collapsed weakly to the ground. This scene made everyone stunned. For a while, no one took a step forward. Oh, my hands are dirty. Jun Miyamura sighed, looking at his hands stained with white and red gooey in distress, and shook them in disgust. Kill! Kill! In an instant, the crowd stirred. Tamura collapsed on the ground, his legs kicking the ground constantly, and looked at Jun Miyamura, who was still some distance away from him, in horror. However, at this time, his legs were constantly shaking, and he couldn't even use a trace of strength. Kill, kill, kill. He's going to kill me. Yes, alarm, alarm. However, as soon as he pulled out his mobile phone, a bullet hit his hand. "Ah, my hands, my hands! Did I make you move?" Jun Miyamura grinned and said very calmly. Then, he glanced at the group of gangsters in front of him. In Taekon's line of sight, he obviously didn't do anything, but the group of gangsters fainted one by one. Watching this supernatural scene, he suddenly breathed rapidly, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Demons, demons! He is definitely not human. Don't worry, no one will know about things here, these people will only think that they had a dream. But your words are a nightmare. No, don't kill me. Not knowing where the strength came from, Tamura screamed, covered his pierced hand and got up from the ground, running lifelessly to the other side. Jun Miyamura stood in place, looking at the running Tamura with a weird smile on his face. Run! This will make this chase more interesting. The entire neon monster knows that if he provokes him, he will probably be able to live, and if he sends something, he can even live very moisturized. But if it was someone close to him, I don't know how long I ran or where I was going, Tamura just ran lifelessly. The surrounding scene keeps passing. Only then did he notice something. He did not see a single person. Except for the street lamps, even the surrounding houses were dark, and the entire street seemed to be only a living creature. Dead silence without a single response. Phew. Here, you must have run far enough. Tamura held the street lamp with one hand, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear and the joy of the aftermath. Although something is a little wrong around, but take care of him. Police! Police! Found you just when he was about to take out his mobile phone to call the police, a familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. Tamura's pupils narrowed and he looked over his head in horror. The next moment, a rope hung his whole person from the street lamp. Jun Miyamura pulled the rope with one hand, looked at Tamura, who was struggling desperately with wide eyes, and made a shh gesture with the other hand in the front. Tamura-san, it's still a long time, don't worry, It won't let you be liberated so easily. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Please, give a 5-star to make the author happy. Chapter 46. I'm back. When Jun Miyamura returned home, there was not even a trace of blood on his body. That's right, after sending Chizuru Shina home, he walked straight back. As for what small alleys, 2 villages, punks, or something, Chunjun doesn't know. Oh, but someone might know. Crazy 3. Feel my spiritual power, so you want to help in the past? How can I say it, it's really cute. Remembering the scene just now, Miyamura shook his head helplessly. Seeing that scene, even his face did not change. What to say about it? It is worthy of Tokisaki Mad-san. However, can I make such a Mad 3 Shimi more powerful? Well, leave those alone. What he has to do now is to appease the fool in front of him first. Jun-kun. Heijihara Seiyu hugged him tightly and rubbed hard in his arms. Jun Miyamura tilted his head, smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand to hug Seiyu Ajihara, gently patted her head with one hand, and comforted her softly. Okay. Am I not coming back? Seiyu, what's wrong with this? Seiyu shook his head and replied in a nasal voice, without the slightest intention of getting up from his arms. Jun Miyamura didn't see that the little face buried in his chest by Seiyu Ajihara was full of entanglement. What's wrong? Jun-kun. Listening to his soft voice, Heijihara Seiyu pursed her lips and hugged him harder. Well, even if I don't agree, it doesn't matter, After all, I wasn't qualified to take care of Chun-jun. The way you look makes me very confused. Jun Miyamura blinked, not knowing exactly what she was trying to say. Seiyu Ajihara took a light bite on his chest, then carefully raised his head and pouted aggrievedly. Chun-kun. Can I go home early in the future? That, I just wanted to. I just want you to be able to go home for dinner. What a damn guilt. Why is there a sense of déjà vu between an affectionate wife and a sea king's husband? He, Jun Miyamura, is definitely not a scumbag. Ahem, Sheryu, you get up first. Jun Miyamura coughed lightly twice, and gently pushed away Seiyu Ajihara on his body. Although it's okay to say this, and Sheryu is still soft and fragrant, and it is very comfortable to hold. However, if it goes on like this, something will happen that embarrasses both of them. First of all, he is not the male protagonist of As a Sea Eunuchs in those anime, he is not gentle at all, and he is not a eunuch. Secondly, although his pressure technique is good, Seiyu Agiwara's perfect body presses on him. At that time, he will not only be unable to suppress, but may even evolve. I probably understand the situation. Miyamura coughed lightly, trying to hide his predicament. That is, Sheryu is jealous because I went out on a date with my classmates. No, no, said Seiyu Hagihara with his head bowed and denied it in a low voice. However, the blush on her face betrayed her. Jun Miyamura sighed, touched her head gently, and smiled brightly at her. Well, I promise you, if there are no special circumstances in the future, I will definitely go home early to eat with Sheryu. Even if there is a situation where I want to come back late, I will report it to Sheryu. Wait, how is this sense of déjà vu getting stronger? Jun Miyamura shook his head and shook the thought out of his head. So, will Jun-kun find me annoying? Hagihara Seiyu poked his finger and asked softly, looking at him secretly with big watery eyes like a deer. Jun Miyamura slapped his forehead and sighed again. So, Seiyu. Why did you suddenly emo? You weren't like this before. Hey? Yes, yes. Miyamura nodded vigorously, and explained with a serious finger, look, Seiyu used to be, but the kind of bad woman who climbed on my bed, tempted me and ran away immediately, now Seiyu is completely different. Seiyu epic weakening? What? People are not the characters of the game, what is the weakening? Seiyu Ajihara pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly, then poked his finger with some unease. That, Jun-kun. I'll ask you a question. That. Chun-kun, do you like the way I used to be, or that? Me, the way I look now? Ask out. Woo. Isn't this like asking do you like me or not? Although he was very uneasy, Seiyu Ajihara still looked at Jun Miyamura seriously. Jun Miyamura blinked, puzzled by her question. Why do you ask this question? Because. Oops, anyway. Okay. Seeing Seiyu Ajihara's very shy look, Jun Miyamura shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more, just waved his hand, looking unconcerned. It doesn't matter what I like, just what you like. Hey? But. If I have to say it. I still like Seiyu, who can do things the way he likes. Completely changed yourself for someone else? Are you kidding? In that case, even if you are liked, the one who is liked is no longer the original self. And, for someone who likes you, is it you or another person in your garb? So, Sheryu just needs to do what he wants, this is the Sheryu I like. Jun Miyamura patted Seiyu Ajihara's little head and walked past her with a flat face. Seiyu Agiwara stood in place dumbfounded, his hands clasped tightly in front of his chest. Chun-jun. Although I don't want to admit it, Chun-jun is really handsome. Just be what I want to be. Oh, stupid Chun-jun, why do you have to say such a handsome line? Seiyu Hajiwara gasped for air, trying to suppress her violently beating heart. However, it is completely useless. As long as she thought of Jun Miyamura, her heart would beat without fighting. Wu, what the hell is wrong with me? What are you still standing there for? After a long time seeing Seiyu return, Miyamura Jun turned around again, looked at the stunned Seiyu Ajihara with a slight frown, and asked suspiciously. It's just that I went out for an appointment, why is this kid weird? Nothing. Seiyu Ajihara came back to his senses, shook his head vigorously, gave him a big smile, and jumped and ran to the bathroom. I'll go put the bath water for Jun. Jun Miyamura blinked his eyes, sighed helplessly, and sighed in his heart that he didn't know how many times he had said. The girl's mind is really difficult to understand. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Dear readers, give a 5-star poor author, you can also give the author a gift or something. Chapter 47. Jun-kun, get up. On the second day of his date with Chizuru Shina, looking at the time, Seiyu Ajihara pushed open the door of Jun Miyamura's room, gently pushed him, and said gently. Wu. 5 minutes. But Jun will be late if he goes on like this. Seiyu Ajihara sighed and pushed Jun Miyamura, who had wrapped himself in a quilt. It's really strange, obviously when he came in last time, Jun woke up all of a sudden, why did he sleep very hard today? Okay, Jun, I've already cooked. And Xia Shidu has already left, how can he lie in bed like this as an older brother? Who? However, her voice did not reach Miyamura Jun's ears at all. Jun Miyamura, who was sleeping, frowned slightly, accurately grabbed Seiyu Agiwara's wrist, pulled her to the bed, and then wrapped her in a quilt, held her and slept again. Hey! Jun? Hajihara Seiyu was stunned, his white little face instantly turned red, and he didn't dare to move and was held by him. Jun, definitely wake up. How can a sleeping person make such smooth movements? But... If Jun is exposed, he will be embarrassed. Well, then wait a minute. Thinking about it, Seiyu Agiwara took a deep breath, carefully rolled over, and lay face to face on the bed with him. Looking at Miyamura's slightly open lips, Hajihara Seiyu swallowed inexplicably. Secretly, just a moment. No way. This kind of thing is absolutely not okay. Girls secretly kissing boys or something. Seiyu Agiwara blushed and shook his head, drilling into Jun Miyamura's arms. Gently sniffing the familiar taste, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and she closed her eyes in his arms. Jun, would you think I'm frivolous? But there is no way, if you are held like this. She really can't help but want to do it. However, I always feel a little sorry for Xiaxi. Chun-kun? Wait. Just as she was tangled, a strange feeling suddenly came from her body. Seiyu Agiwara's eyes widened and he twisted his body in panic, trying to break free from his arms. I don't know when, Jun Miyamura's hand has reached into her clothes and is constantly rubbing upwards. Jun, this way, this is not okay. Ha wait, where are you touching? Hajihara Seiyu gasped slightly, his eyes rippling, and his face blushed as if he could drip blood. No, don't pretend to be asleep. I'll be angry. This feeling, so strange. Don't move. Jun Miyamura frowned and muttered indistinctly, burying his head in Hajihara Seiyu's broad bosom. Instantly, Seiyu Ajihara froze. Chun-kun. The strange feeling made Seiyu Ajihara twist his body unconsciously, wanting to break free. However, every unconscious movement of Jun Miyamura will make her body soften. Well, it's so weird. Why did Jun move me? Oh, or not? Seiyu Ajihara looked at him with silky eyes at this time, his small mouth slightly open and panting. It always feels. It's going to get weird. She couldn't help but clamp her legs and twist her body restlessly. I don't know when, she was already in a half-dressed state, and a large area of pink skin was exposed to the air. If it goes on like this… No, obviously there is no confession yet. Absolutely not. Not knowing where the strength came from, she violently pushed away Jun Miyamura on her body and rushed out of the room like a flea. Jun-kun. After tidying up his clothes, Seiyu Ajihara looked at himself in the mirror with a look of shame on his face. So, was I like this just now? Would you do something like that to me, that is? Jun, really like me too? Woo, so shy. Seiyu Ajihara threw himself on the bed and hugged the quilt, rolling around on the bed with a silly smile on his face. If you want to have children in the future, you will need a few. Ah, but I heard that girls will become stupid when they are pregnant. Do they want to have children? Until now, Seiyu Ajihara still believes that Miyamura just now is purely awake. And this leads to… It's 10 o'clock. Seeing the time on his mobile phone, his whole person froze instantly. Before, even if it was late, he was just late. But today is different. This is already considered truancy. Well, although he doesn't care about this kind of thing. After all, no matter what, he is also an exorcist. As an exorcist, do you still need to worry about being punished for truancy? Moreover, his family's xiaxi will definitely help him take a leave. Well, so do I still want to go? And Miyamura Jun pondered this serious question in the class. Hey? Didn't Chunjun come? Shina Chizuru held the homework and looked at the helpless xiaxi in surprise. Even she didn't notice that when she heard Jun Miyamura ask for leave, her expression suddenly dropped. So, yes, because of what? Brother, he is a little uncomfortable, Chizuru squad leader, don't worry. Xiaxi smiled slightly and responded gently, showing no trace of lying at all. Alas, stupid brother. Overslept again today. But why didn't you come so late? I don't know why, she faintly had a bad premonition. Brother and Miss Sheu. Nothing should happen, right? Although she did say those words to Sheu, but… One night's time, shouldn't it be so fast, right? Squad leader Chizuru, brother, he shouldn't have done anything rude to you yesterday, right? Xiaxi shook his head, smiled at Shina Chizuru, and asked softly. Shina Chizuru's little face blushed, and he unconsciously looked away and nodded shyly. Chunjun didn't bully me. Hee, brother, it's so good. Although Xiaxi was still smiling, a steady stream of black chi seemed to emerge from behind her. Shizaki Crazy-san looked at this scene with his face up, so he shook his head helplessly, showing a gloating smile. Chunjun, you ask for blessings, I hope to see you tomorrow. And Xiaoberry, who was sitting next to Xiaxi, showed a skeptical expression after hearing Xiaxi's words. That bastard, who only threw 2 flashes in her face last night, got sick today? I don't really believe it. This guy really overslept. Abominable, so envious. I want to sleep at home too. And Jun Miyamura's side, Sheu. Jun Miyamura pushed open the door of Seiyu Ajihara's room and walked in with a big grin. Seiyu Ajihara, who was lying on the bed holding the quilt, was stunned, then sat up with a blushing face and looked at him timidly. So, Chun-kun, is there something going on? Hey? What are you doing? Looking at her strange look, Jun Miyamura touched her head and asked suspiciously. How can this come together? This child is even more shy. Stupid Jun. How can that kind of thing be said with embarrassment? Seeing her resentful eyes, Jun Miyamura couldn't understand what was happening at all. Hesitating, he held out a hand. For some reason, I don't have to go to school today. Anyway, do you want to hang out with me? Hey! Seiyu Ajihara blinked and looked at him in surprise. Well, this is a date invitation, absolutely. I'll go. Seiyu Agiwara, happy.jpg. Well, going around in circles. This book is now also 100,000 words, and I began to recommend it in the hope that it can be written well. Of course, it is still that sentence, and the conscious bad reviews that I don't like are forked out. Give the author some gifts and some food. Chapter 48. Jun-kun, wouldn't it be weird for me to dress like this? Asked Hagihara Sheu as she tugged on her skirt and asked a little restrainedly. Jun Miyamura turned his head and looked at it, nodding slightly. It's kind of weird. Seu Agiwara wears a crisp white dress and a pair of delicate white silk on her legs. Hearing his words, Hagihara Seu pursed his lips, touched the ground on his tiptoes, and nodded gently. Well, then I'll change now. No, it's not necessary. But wait for your white silk to break. Seu Agiwara? Chun-kun. Seu Agihara reacted, his little face suddenly turned red, and he glared at him with a bulging mouth. That look looks very exciting. Don't tease me like that. I'm not going to go with you to do that. Tell me, where to go, what to do. Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows and looked at her meaningfully with a playful smile on his face. That's right, he's just that bad fun. It's just. Oh, isn't it something hard to talk about? Seeing her look of shame, Jun Miyamura leaned into her ear and blew softly in her ear. Hajiwara Sheu's body trembled, and her body suddenly softened, almost unable to stand. Oh. Seem. It works very well. The sensitive point is the ear. Stupid, what do you say? Hajiwara Sa glared at him, snorted softly, and tilted his head away. This bastard, why is it so vicious? Without this mouth, this bastard is obviously very handsome. But why is it too long to open your mouth? Okay, stop teasing you. Seemingly tired of laughing, Jun Miyamura waved his hand and nodded seriously. Actually, I think it's cute. To be honest, it made me feel a little moved. Really? Fake, let's go. What? The Harm family is so looking forward to. Hagihara Seu pouted, there was no expression of loss on his face, and obediently followed him out of the house. Humph, this bad guy with bad taste, she won't be sad because of this bastard's bad taste or something. Chun-jun, where are we going? Walking down the street, Seu Agiwara couldn't help but look forward to his curiosity and asked expectantly. Go buy you some clothes first. Xiaxi's clothes don't fit, and you can't always wear those few clothes. Ah, don't worry about money, I still have a little money. Is this a package breeding? Seu Agihara stuck out his tongue and leaned into his ear and asked softly. The heat exhaled made Miyamura tilt his head uncomfortably. Seeing his slightly reddened earlobe, Hagihara Seu's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. It turns out that this guy will also be shy. Ahoy? What are you laughing at? Nothing. Seu Agihara stuck out his tongue and hugged his arm with a smile, and two soft touches came from his arm. I just think that it feels really good to be raised by Chun-jun wrapped up. Jun Miyamura raised an eyebrow, turned his head to look at her maliciously, and pulled out a weird smile. Since I have share you, can I do some strange things? Hey? Strange thing? Hagihara Seu was stunned, and did not react for a while. Jun Miyamura smiled and slowly twitched his arm. It's like this. Stupid. Ignore you. Feeling the strange sensation coming from his chest, Hagihara Seu blushed, panicked and ran to the front, snorted softly, and grimaced at him. Stupid Chun-jun, I don't wait for you. Alas. Jun Miyamura shook his head, helplessly looking at Seu Agihara who was running away with cheerful steps, a relieved smile on his face. Well. This is like a beautiful girl at this age. What kind of system is it to stay at home every day and do housework? Hey, wait for me. Humph, no, Seu Agihara turned around and stuck out his tongue, a girl's happy smile on his face. Miyamura sighed helplessly, and his face gradually became serious. Looking at Xiaoyu, who stopped in front of him and provoked him, he showed a sinister smile. In that case, Xiaoyu, don't get caught by me. If I caught it. But there is a punishment that is extremely painful, so painful that it makes people want to die. If I catch you, I'm going to torture you by scratching your feet. If necessary, you can also use parts that are not hands, such as the mouth. Or something else. Oops. Hajihara Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and he instantly panicked, and Chu pitifully begged him for mercy. Chun-jun, I was wrong, I was wrong. Wu, I admit defeat. If you admit defeat, then it will punish you on the street. Now, bet on everything and start running. Oops. How so? The girl let out a lovely cry. However, the demon will not let her go because of this kind of thing. Jun Miyamura sneered and suddenly accelerated towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu trembled with fright, and quickly turned around and ran away, shouting as he ran, less nonsense, don't get caught by me. If I catch you, I will have your good fruit to eat. In the end, Xiaoyu was still caught. Run! Jun Miyamura easily blocked in front of the panting Seiyu Agiwara, put his hand on her head, and showed a smug smile. General! Not fair! Seiyu Agiwara puffed out his mouth and raised his head to stare at him with an angry hum. Not fair at all. How could I have run past Chun-jun? Moreover, Chun-jun can still fly. I couldn't run away from the beginning. Protests are ineffective. Where in the world is there so much fairness? Jun Miyamura rolled her eyes, patted her little head gently, and said casually. He didn't pay attention to it, but Hajiwara Seiyu was stunned. In my mind, painful memories of the past emerge like a marquee. That's right, a lot of things in the world are unfair. If it were really fair, I wouldn't be beaten and scolded by that person every day, I wouldn't be bullied at school, and my most important friend wouldn't be. Hey, what's crying all of a sudden? Jun Miyamura blinked his eyes and looked at Seiyu Ajihara, who suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed with his legs in his arms, and was a little at a loss for a while. It's just scratching your feet, is it necessary to cry? Cough, what, I'm joking, I won't scratch your feet. Feeling more and more strange eyes around him, Miyamura Jun coughed twice, squatted next to her, gently patted her back, and comforted her softly. Hey, look at that person over there, he actually made such a cute girl cry. Such a cute girl crying so badly. Abominable, scumbag. Jun Miyamura, I don't know anything. Beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Chapter 49. Give. Junichi Miyamura sat down on the chair, handed the orange juice in his hand to Seiyu Ajihara, and sighed helplessly. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Thank you, said Seiyu Ajihara as he took the orange juice, wrapped his hands around the can, and lowered his head and whispered. She looked down at her toes, emotionally frustrated. I'm sorry, Jun-jun, I caused you trouble again. Jun Miyamura rolled his eyes and said angrily. Seiyu Agiwara pursed her lips, her head lowered again, almost into her 2 plump masses. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't need to apologize. Jun Miyamura waved his hand and rubbed her little head unceremoniously, with a somewhat grim look on his face. I don't care how you used to be. But now you're from my family. So, if you're bullied, you have to tell me, understand? Whoever dares to bully my family will make him pay. Jun-kun, don't say it's so scary, said Seiyu Hajihara as he tugged lightly at his clothes. Jun Miyamura glanced at her, didn't say anything, reached out and grabbed her shoulder, making her rest her head on his. Anyway, you remember, no one can bully you now, understand? If someone bullies you, just talk to me. Chun-jun, what a domineering! But why a little fun? For the first time in so long, someone would want to do this to her. Sayu Agiwara pursed her lips and was silent for a moment, muttering as if she were talking to herself. Chun-kun. Why do you want to be so nice to me? Obviously a nasty bastard with crumbs, why should he be like this to her? Hey! Jun Miyamura raised his eyebrows, looked at her in surprise, and touched her forehead with his hand. No fever? Since there is no fever, how can you ask such a question? Chun-jun. Agiwara sharung him angrily, and his mouth bulged into the appearance of a pufferfish. I'm serious. Okay, okay, Jun Miyamura sighed and nodded helplessly. Really, what is there to answer to this kind of question? Although I don't think I'm very good to you. But if you think so, let it be. If I have to say a reason, that's what I want to do. It's that simple. Sayu Ajihara blinked, a little incredulous. Obviously, the two didn't know each other at first, and this guy also took her in because of her words. But, to this day, he hasn't done that kind of thing to her. On the contrary, she, unknowingly. I owe him more and more. Chun-kun. Are you an idiot? You scold again. Miyamura's face darkened, and he viciously pinched her face and pulled to the side. Sayu Agiwara pouted, forcefully breaking free of his hand, and glared at him dissatisfied. Just scold and scold, Chun-jun is a fool, a big fool. Che, I don't know like a child. Jun Miyamura pouted, gambling and generally throwing his head over. Seeing him like this, Hajihara Seiho couldn't help but laugh, looking at his eyes full of tenderness. Stupid. You still scold? My patience but. Miyamura-jun's eyes widened, and he had just turned his head to discuss with her, when Sayu Ajihara had already approached him, wrapped her hands around his face and kissed him, with a seductive blush on her face. That's right. Now she doesn't need to worry about the past things. Because there is this person, this idiot who will bring home the girl he just met. Chun-kun. I like you. Although she did not speak, her actions fully expressed her intentions. Sayo Ajihara closed his eyes tightly. The little face was crimson and jerky-pounced. Jun Miyamura blinked, and his brain stopped working for a while. He did not expect that Sayu Agiwara would make such a bold move. After all, although she often seduced him, she had never done anything particularly close to him. Ha! Jun-kun, that, I'm the first time, maybe not very skilled. After a while, Hajihara Sayo left with a slight gasp, his face blushing as if he could drip blood, and his eyes flickered and said. Although shy, her eyes kept on him, waiting uneasily for his response. Shayu. Jun Miyamura took a deep breath and looked at her expressionlessly. I'm in. Seeing his reaction, Shayu's face turned pale and whispered, his small hands unconsciously clenched his clothes, and his eyes unconsciously wanted to dodge. Don't. Do you want to refuse? However, people have already achieved this point. But, really don't want to be rejected by him. Obviously I like him so much. You're such an idiot. Miyamura sighed slightly, reached out and grabbed her waist, and pulled her over, bringing the two of them very close. Kissing. But to do this Jun Miyamura bit her cherry lip without hesitation, naturally invading it, almost greedily asking for her. The intense stimulation almost made her faint. That feeling was different from the kiss she had taken the initiative just now. Passionate, greedy, as if to eat her whole. Originally, it turns out that kissing looks like this. Sayu Ajihara closed his eyes, his brain as if he had lost the ability to think. Unconsciously, her hands had hugged Jun Miyamura tightly, responding to him intoxicated and unfamiliar. But at the same time, her dull brain had a new problem. Chun-kun. Why so skilled? Or are all boys like this? However, because she was too comfortable, she forgot about the problem in a blink of an eye and devoted herself to the kiss. Much later, Jun Miyamura let go of Shayu. At the moment of leaving, there was a bang sound between the lips of the two, and a silk thread was linked between the two. Jun Miyamura licked his lips and looked at her slightly red and swollen lips with some hesitation. Seiyu, do it again. No, not really, Seiyu Ajihara twisted, embarrassed, like a well-behaved daughter-in-law who was angry. Miyamura Chunzhen wanted to move, but a child's curious voice came from the side, Mom, that brother and that sister have been kissing for a long time. Don't look at the little ones, brother and sister, that's a good sign of relationship, is that so? Listening to the child's innocent words, Hajiwara Seiyu suddenly became a big red face, and even Miyamura Jun was a little blushing at this time. What does the stinky imp know? Hurry up and go away, don't disturb me. Jun-kun. Hajihara Seiyu bit her lip and looked up at him shyly, her eyes flashing with a strange light. You are responsible for me. Whether you want me or not, I'll pester you in the future anyway. Am I the kind of irresponsible person? Hee, I believe Jun-kun. Seiyu Ajihara stuck out his tongue, reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, and put her little head on his shoulder. What Xiaoxi said was really right, if he didn't say it. It will definitely fail. Speaking of which, at this time, the question just now came to mind again. Seiyu Ajihara narrowed his eyes, quietly touched Jun Miyamura's waist with one hand, and asked with a smile. Chun-kun. You seem to be very skilled, can you tell me? Who is the first person? At the same time, in the class, Xiaoxi touched his head and couldn't help but frown. Is it an illusion? How does it feel? Heavier on the head? The current academic discrimination is so serious, they discuss their girlfriend's master's degree with each other, and I said that my wife will arrest me in the 4th grade of primary school and give the author some gifts to eat. If you are happy to watch, by the way, can you give the author a small 5-star expectation? Chapter 50. Humph, is it really Xiaoxi? Hajihara Seiyu snorted softly, not surprised at all, but just glared at him fiercely. Dead sister control. Hit you. Junichi Miyamura glared and raised his hand. Seiyu Ajihara snapped his teeth at him, not at all afraid, and even leaned his small face in front of him, looking at him with a smug look. Humph, if you dare to hit me, I will ignore you again. Ah! The snap made Seiyu Ajihara run away with a red face and glared at him angrily. Abominable fellow, actually spanked. It feels good. Jun Miyamura laughed badly, his hand squeezed in the air, and Seiyu Ajihara's little face was hot for a while. Mom, why did that brother hit that sister? That because my sister was disobedient, I was beaten. Therefore, you must also be obedient, otherwise your brother will come to beat you. Jun Miyamura. Stinky little devil, why aren't you dead yet? Poof. Seeing his embarrassed look, Hajihara Seiyu couldn't help but laugh. Miyamura glared at her gloomily, raised his hand, and looked at her with a smile. Why, do you want to come again? Don't. Seiyu Ajihara covered his butt with a red face and looked at him warily. Jun Miyamura smiled mockingly and put his hand down. Oh, I thought how capable I was, just this, that's it? Okay, let's go buy you clothes. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would be tempted to give the mouthy imp over there. Adults do things, little fart children close their eyes on the side. Jun Miyamura took Seiyu Ajihara's small hand and walked towards a clothing store next to it. Seiyu Ajihara looked at the hands the two held together, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Can there be now? That's great. Soon, however, she couldn't laugh. Seiyu, do you want to try this dress? Chunjun, are you a pervert? Looking at the children's clothes held by Jun Miyamura in his hand, Seiyu Ajihara couldn't help but complain. Moreover, no matter how you look at it, she can't wear it. Well, just kidding. Jun Miyamura grinned and put the children's clothes back again. But it seems that wearing children's clothes is not impossible? Hiss amazing, a little excited. Is it really a joke? Heijihara Sheujiao's body trembled, looked at him suspiciously, and unconsciously took half a step back. Sure enough, Junjun is a pervert, right? That, I went to try on clothes. Go ahead. Looking at Sheu, who fled with a piece of clothing, Jun Miyamura scratched his head suspiciously. What is this kid? Why do you look afraid of me? Am I scary? Miyamura's face turned dark, and he had already guessed who was coming. Tokisaki stood behind him, carrying a small black bag that looked expensive. Seeing him here, Tokisaki covered his lips lightly and looked at him with some surprise. Chun-kun? Why in a women's clothing store? Ah! Hey, what weird thing are you thinking? Seeing her smile, Miyamura said with a dark face. Tokisaki shook his head slightly, looked him up and down with some surprise, and smiled strangely. I just didn't expect that such a powerful Chunjun would have such interest. Is this called the more powerful, the weirder the interest? Tell me carefully, what interest do I have? Jun Miyamura forced a smile on his face and asked in a gentle tone. In the corner that Tokisaki couldn't see, he had secretly clenched his fists. If this guy says he likes women's clothing or something, I'm sorry. But he doesn't have the virtue of not hitting women. Most of the time, he was a gentleman, but at some point, he is more beast than a beast. Ah, what interest! Tokisaki looked him up and down, sighing and shaking his head. In order to protect Chunjun's privacy, I still won't say it. So, I have to thank you. Jun Miyamura gritted his teeth and said with a sneer. In his gloomy gaze, Tokisaki nodded proudly. You can also say that, after all, I protect Chunjun's privacy. Anger. Me off. Jun Miyamura only felt dizzy for a while, and took several deep breaths before suppressing the killing intent in his heart. This guy is so infuriating. Of course, when he thought about it, he didn't think about how he tortured Shizaki in the past. Since Chunjun didn't come to buy clothes for his own interests. Who are you here to buy clothes for? Tokisaki also knows the measure. If you continue to tease like this, you will definitely suffer. So, she changed the subject without a trace and made a curious look. I heard the doppelganger say that Chunjun took a leave of absence today because of a cold, but it doesn't look like this now. Miyamura was silent, his brain racing, trying to find an excuse. Tokisaki smiled slightly, took 2 steps back, and only spoke after thinking that he had reached a safe distance. Chunjun, you don't want teacher Iazu to know about your feigned illness, do you? After that, she turned around and ran. She was already able to see Jun Miyamura's reaction when she said this. Saki, mad, 3. Annoyed into anger? Someone is in a hurry, but I don't say who it is while running, Tokisaki Renzo laughed. At the same time, she was a little lucky in her heart. It's good that I didn't wear high heels when I went out today, or else. She couldn't run at all, and she couldn't taunt this guy like she did now, let alone see him look so humiliated. Of course, the main reason is that Jun Miyamura didn't really want to really arrest her at all. If he really wanted to catch her, as long as he used his spiritual power to fix her at will. His spiritual power, but even some gods can fix it. Of course, referring to those gods with bleak incense. After all, gods that no one believes in are simply vulnerable. This kind of playful ridicule, if you are serious, it must be how unpatterned. He is Jun Miyamura, but he is the biggest person in Tokyo. You have the ability to stand there and stand still. Why? Chunjun is, if you have the ability, you will catch up and teach me a lesson. Tokisaki glanced at him defiantly, and in the pile of clothes, relying on his petite physical advantage to constantly avoid his pursuit. The smile on her face had a faint tendency to collapse, and she was almost unable to maintain her elegance. No, it's so pleasant. How can it be so pleasant? Of course, I was caught in the end. However, with the help of the clerk. 2. This is a clothing store, please don't make trouble like this. The clerk's smile was a little broken. But looking at the two people in front of her who sincerely lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, she sighed helplessly and said bitterly. Obviously, the two of them look very stable, it should be a couple who look very pleasing to the eye. But how did she get such a headache now? These two people almost made a mess in the store. Yes, understood. Cough, I'm really sorry. Miyamura-jun glared at Tokisaki Crazy Zo, the meaning was obvious. I blame you. Tokisaki stuck out his tongue at him and smiled disdainfully. Oh, male imp. Chun-kun. Hey, what about Chun-kun? At the same time, Seo Agiwara, who had changed his clothes, came out of the dressing room and looked around. Just as he was wondering where Jun Miyamura was going, the two who were fighting came into view. Looking at Jun Miyamura and Ryozo Tokisaki, who were as vindictive as little children, Seo Ajihara was stunned for a moment and turned his gaze to the other side. Ahaha, I forgot that I came alone, it's a shame, I don't know. Alas, another day of class, want to die, tomorrow Qingming has a day off, it's okay, and just missed the elective class, nice beg for everything, ask for 5 stars. Give a review. It's okay to give some gifts.